Good morning. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back. It's day 10. We're getting Paul Gallagher back on the stand for the continuation of his cross-examination by Mr. Jackson. I got to tell you, I got some expectations for this cross. I got some expectations. We already know he's the Captain Leaf Blower. It was his brilliant idea. He's seen it done before. It worked fantastic. And there remain some details to be fleshed out about the leaf blower search. Exactly how extensive was it? For example, did you in fact clear the snow all the way down to bare ground over about I think they said 12 foot by 12 foot area? Just pretty large area. Pretty large area. And yet, not a single piece of red plastic. Not a single piece of taillight plastic found. Rest of that glass, not sure that was ever found. Found a big old busted up chunk of the base, but a whole bunch of glass missing from the top that I'm not sure that ever got recovered. Weird. It didn't reveal itself, I guess, the way that the plastic did as snow melted over time. So definitely some more details about that. Fairly significant. He's so proud of what he wouldn't miss by using the leaf blower, and yet managed to miss 47 pieces of taillight plastic and whatever glass was remaining from the tumbler, broken off the tumbler. But there's something a little more specific that I'm looking for from this cross-examination. And this goes to a question that a lot of you have asked, seen it on other platforms. A lot of people want to know, okay, this crazy shit with the leaf blower and the solo cups, is this opening the door for Alan Jackson or the defense team to renew their motion to allow Mr. Easter, Michael Easter, the retired FBI agent, to testify as an expert on proper police protocols and procedures, evidence collection, logging, interviewing, etc. And the answer, I believe, is yes, but it's got to be done correctly. It's got to be done well. You got to lay the foundation. A lot of what you get to do in court just depends on what is the foundation that you've established to justify the request that you're making. So with this particular order, the one that excluded Michael Easter, Judge Cannoni's ruling was essentially twofold. One, this is not outside the ordinary provenance of jurors. They can already understand what a good investigation is and what a good investigation isn't. Very debatable. But I will say that is one of the upsides of doing evidence collection in solo cups and stop and shop bags is that you don't have to be real court educated, real court savvy to understand that don't look right, does it? Pretty sure that's not how they're supposed to do it. I may not be, the biggest fan of CSI. I'm pretty sure that's not how it's supposed to be done. So they can understand just intuitively where things don't quite look right. The problem, though, is that they don't necessarily know what the correct procedure actually is, why these sorts of things are important, what sort of training is provided to police so that they can do this correctly, know what it is that they're supposed to do. Guys, just so you know, I'm a little distracted because I'm trying to keep an eye on the stream over at NBC 10. It's doing some weird things where it wants to keep kicking me to yesterday, and I want to know when they start. So anyway, I think it's sorted now. So the jury doesn't necessarily know the specific rules and how that is communicated to law enforcement. So how do they know that this is what they're supposed to do? That's where somebody like Michael Easter can potentially come in handy. The other piece of Judge Cannoni's ruling was that there's nothing that he can do that you can't already achieve through vigorous cross-examination. Vigorous cross-examination of the witnesses. According to Judge Canoni, will get you everything that you want. So they have to make the effort. They have to make the effort to cross. And based on that, we'd then be able to see, is that correct? Is Judge Canoni right or not? Because if, for example, the witnesses don't remember any of the policies, they're not sure, they have no recollection of their training when they were in the academy, etc., then they're not helpful. They don't actually have the knowledge that you need to be communicated to the jury in order for you to make the point about, look, they not only should have known what proper investigative procedures were, they in fact did know. Okay, they did know. They all knew. This wasn't just an accidental oopsie. We happened to run the sloppiest murder investigation in Massachusetts history. No, it was purposeful. It was purposeful because of who they were dealing with. This is the defense argument. I mean, maybe it's not, but it's certainly an option that they could have to pursue as far as their theory. This wasn't just an accidental oopsie. This isn't Keystone Cops. It was on purpose. They didn't want to run a good investigation. They didn't want to gather good, viable, documented evidence. They didn't want to ask hard questions under, the challenging circumstances of people separated from all the other people, not able to collaborate with their stories and so forth. They didn't want that. It's not that they didn't know. They just chose not to do that. But if the witnesses, the law enforcement witnesses, aren't able to provide the information that he's looking for, this is the policy, Canton PD. And you would do this exactly like you handle the prior inconsistent statements with Jen McCabe. It's the same process. You read it verbatim. You have the policy, the written policy from Canton Police Department, from MSP, from the training academy, the police academy training that they do. You read it verbatim. Is that what you are supposed to do? Is that your understanding? Is that your policy? I don't remember. Do you deny that that's the policy? You go with, and you set it up the same way, like you set up any other type of impeachment. And so based on that, you see where you're able to get with the witnesses in terms of, will they acknowledge the policies at all? Will they argue with them? Will they say will they invoke the blizzard exception? Well, under normal circumstances, you need an evidence log, but there was a blizzard this time. So didn't you see all the snow? Oh, God, us snow snobs are over here cringing. Like, imagine not being able to function in that storm that they were in that morning. Not a big thing at all. I've driven over mountain passes that were significantly worse. So Gallagher seems to be the prime person to do this with, because he's the one that's supposed to be in charge of all this stuff. He put that hat on himself. He said that's literally his job. He doesn't have to write reports. He doesn't have to do these mundane tasks of the investigation. He's got other people to do that. Underlings do that for him. His job is just to make sure that they're all following the rules and doing what they're supposed to do. So he's positioned himself as the guy who knows, because he's the one that's supposed to be monitoring and making sure that it's done correctly. So the buck stops with him when it comes to the propriety of these investigative techniques. So I am expecting to see that. Some inquiry into Gallagher about what exactly the standards are. Are these the same standards here in Canton that you'd expect to be used generally in law enforcement? Are these the things that you were trained in the academy to do for your investigation? Do you acknowledge that there are deviations from the standard that should be practiced when it comes to evidence collection, documentation, retention, etc.? Because that's going to be the foundation that they need. If they can't get any of that out of Gallagher, if he's going to insist, stand there and insist that no, this is perfectly fine, and it's okay to do it this way, and the Blizzard gives us an exception. Okay, you've set him up to be impeached with these other policies, but how do you get these other policies in? You still need a witness to do that. And that witness is going to be Michael Easter, because he's the guy who's the expert. He's gone through and he's reviewed them all, and he's familiar with policies from all over the country, different law enforcement agencies, understands why the policies are what they are. So he's the guy that you need to bring to be able to introduce those policies into evidence to show, hey, Gallagher said it's totally fine to not have an evidence log, but policy number, X subsection 4, subsection D2 from the Basic Academy training module on evidence collection specifically says, no, that's not what you do. This is what you're supposed to do. And it shows the deficiency, shows the shortcoming. So that's how I think they do it. That's how I think they get to revisit the issue of bringing in Michael Easter. Is they can't get it in through cross-examination. They need to impeach. They need to impeach the law enforcement, and then he's their mechanism basically to get the true policies out in front of the jury. Well, we had some Lally yesterday, and I almost missed. Are you guys a little nostalgic like I am for the old Lally days? The tearing my hair out trying to understand what the hell is this guy saying? Where is he going? The yelling at the screen at the repetitiveness. How many times do we need to hear about the shoveling the snow on the apron? I mean, it kept us engaged, right? Outrage was wakefulness fuel. And so I do kind of miss a little bit of Lally. We got that little taste yesterday, and boy, some true MVP went out and actually took down, got that question that he asked the toxicologist. Let's just relive that question again together because it was so fun. Now, if you know how much in the elimination phase, as far as bladders are concerned, how much loss of alcohol is concerned in the elimination phase with reference to bladder loss? Lally, never change. Never change. The incoherence, it just has a certain je ne sais quoi, a certain charm to it that just brought some lightheartedness to the last trial. And I will admit, I do miss it this time. I do miss it. Mr. Brennan is more of the kind of constant outrage tone. I see people commenting that he yells at his own witness, his own witnesses. He berates them. It sounds like he's impeaching his own witness. It's not necessarily how I hear it. I certainly see how people could hear it that way because it does come across that way. He gets up for his redirect, isn't it? And there was and nobody crossed the lawn and nobody crossed the driveway. And he's got that just very aggressive tone and the rapid fire, machine gun style questioning. It does sound pretty aggressive. The difference is that I don't see that as being targeted at the witness. What he's trying to do is he's trying to suggest outrage, that the defense would even ask these ridiculous questions, He's trying to communicate that to the jury. I don't know how effective it is. Is the jury, is he really pacing and leading the jury from an emotional standpoint with that kind of demonstration? It just depends on, has he captured their trust already? And so far, in terms of capturing your trust, you haven't delivered the facts, science, and data. You told us you were going to give us an opening statement to prove that Karen hit John with the car, and then the I hit him was going to be your backup. Hasn't been how you presented your case so far. All you've presented is some busted I hit him stories. So, from a trust standpoint, is the jury, really buying into this guy and his perspective? That's not clear to me. And so if they haven't bought into you, are they going to be, caught up in your emotional storytelling? Not real clear to me that that's going to be the case either. So I understand what he's doing, and I understand why he's doing it. Not sure that it's particularly effective, but it's also just, it's very one note. It's very one note. Just kind of like the jury could be getting the impression that the defense is hostile to all of the first responder witnesses. The jury could be getting the impression that Mr. Brennan is hostile to every reasonable point that the defense has brought out. In fact, I think the one time I can kind of remember him not coming out of the gate on redirect, all just on fire with righteous indignation that the defense has dared to ask these questions, is with Jen McCabe, where he had to come out and meekly redirect us back to the weather. Let's go back to the weather. Let's try to reset, re-meet at the cocktail party, new first impression. Let's chat about the weather. See if we can get back to square one with our impressions. I'm not sure that's going to work. We all know if Jen's credibility is shot, then her credibility is shot. And let's see. Just checking the stream. We've got the stream is going. The fan is showing, however, so I don't think anything is happening in court. But it does look like whatever little thing was going on NBC 10. It kept shooting me back to yesterday's stream. Like, I was there, and I don't want to sit and watch yesterday's stream again. But it does look like we're getting the live feed now. Just nothing is quite happening yet. So probably fairly soon. Although we are, of course, in Judge Canoni's court. So who knows? Oh, what else, guys? What else is going on? I did also see a lot of people saying that Sergeant Goody is in fact his nickname. That's a normal thing. That McLaughlin calling him Goody, that's not really like out of line. I don't know. I mean, I buy it. I completely buy it. It's just that they might want to get that into evidence if that's the case. All I notice is a big discrepancy between Katie McLaughlin saying that Seraph is like, go get Goody. And then we have the very next guy on the stand is the supervisor, and he's calling him Good. So I see that there is a discrepancy. Might behoove the Commonwealth to sort that out. I don't know. Maybe it's not important. Maybe they don't consider it an important detail. Might bring it out with him when he testifies. Anybody call you Goody? Yeah, people call him Goody. Okay. And that would put that to rest, and that would be fine. But it was just a discrepancy that I noticed. And just always, if I noticed it, it's very possible the jury noticed it too. Certainly no guarantee that they did, but it's possible. So they may want to consider cleaning that up a little bit. By and large, yesterday is the start of week 3, in the middle of the Commonwealth's case. And did they make ground yesterday? I was like thinking back over this last night. We got garbage in, garbage out. Okay. From the toxicologist. We got John wasn't in the car. from two separate witnesses, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson. We got a busted I hit him. And I hit him that now the third one we've heard, it's inconsistent with all the other ones. It undermines the other ones. But it's also a vivid memory, thing you will never forget. And then we got solo cups and a leaf blower. And that's what we got on the first day of week 3, where we are supposed to be at about the halfway point in the Commonwealth's case. That's what we're getting. I just don't feel like this moved the needle. I'm having such a hard time understanding Mr. Brennan's thought process behind the order and presentation of the case. Just having a very difficult time with it because it doesn't comport with the primacy and recency principle. And at the very least, wouldn't you think that it would be a good idea maybe to stagger some of your weaker stuff with some of your stronger stuff? You put a bunch of weak stuff all on the same day, and then you just get pummeled. And kind of the overall takeaway from the day is, well, you sure got your ass handed to you. Is he saving it all for the end, hoping for a final big moment in the last round? Turn it all around, put on the gas, come from behind. Is that really what he's thinking? It's a big gamble. It's a big gamble if that's what the strategy is. But overall, at this point, it's kind of giving the impression of a guy that's flailing a little bit. All right, guys, it looks like we are going live now. Let's go ahead.
All right, so I was told counsel wanted to see me.
Oh, we're gonna just go straight to sidebar. So of course, probably could have called that if I'd sat and thought about it. Oh, back straight to sidebar. Well, who do we have in the courtroom today? Kind of trying to keep track of who's there. So if anything weird happens, I can go check the who's live tweeting. But I don't really know. I don't really know who the people are. I think that's Sue over there on the end. But I'm not sure who everybody else is. I didn't see Paul for a minute there, but Paul's over there in the back row again. He was just leaning over behind everybody. So just another normal day in Norfolk County. Wanted to look at this pile of luggage there. Look at that pile of luggage with the coat on top. Are you guys having bad weather over there in Massachusetts? Is it rainy and stuff? Gray. I thought I kind of saw some pictures of the buffer zone and the folks who were out, the free Karen Reed, the signs, all that stuff. It looks like maybe it's not the most pleasant time to be out protesting. It really does speak to the dedication of the people that are there doing it. Well, boy, this is an interesting question, isn't it? How much does the judge's obvious bias play into the jury's decision in your experience? In my experience, the jury really looks up to the judge. They think very, very highly of the judge. You see how she treats them. She's very smiley. She's very kind. She's very solicitous. She's the one that gives them the law, the instructions that they're supposed to follow. They see her as the boss in the courtroom. So it's very, very common for the jury to be led and paced by the judge. And that means if the judge is getting frustrated with one of the parties, one of the witnesses, the jury is, again, in my experience, probably more likely to lean in favor of thinking, well, the judge is right. The judge is right to be frustrated. So there is something frustration worthy about what's happening here. The witness is doing things wrong. The attorney is doing things wrong. they're likely to follow the judge with that type of thing. It's not 100%. It's not 100%. Sometimes they, I think, can get the picture that the judge is perhaps being a little bit obstructionist when it comes to your ability to make your case. Thinking of one example in particular in my own experience, I tried a construction dispute. This was a civil trial that I did. Won it, got like a $250,000 judgment for my client, but it was hard fought because I had to fight the judge the entire time, just as much as I'm fighting the opposing party. And it's very difficult when the judge is getting in your way and not letting you do stuff that you should rightfully be allowed to do. I'm not much of a shrinking violet in the courtroom, you might imagine. And so if the judge is going to get in my way this way, I'm going to find another way. Okay, I'll try something else. I'll try different pathways. So, for example, I had all of these photographs. Okay, I had this binder that my client had prepared. She had basically paid this contractor, hundreds of thousands of dollars to go in and remodel her home. He went in and gutted it and then basically did nothing. Walked off the job. It's been about 2 years. The project is nowhere near done. And so she had put together a binder that showed the dates of all the payments that she made, how much she paid him at that point in time, and what the status of the house was at each point in time when she made the payments to him. So you could just see kind of the progression of how this was going and the way that the money was going into a black hole. And so I had put together a binder, copy of this binder, a separate copy for all of the jurors, just so they could have it as a demonstrative. It would be an easy way to be able to flip through it. But I had an obnoxious opposing counsel. He didn't want to stipulate to it. Judge isn't gonna let me do that. I'm explaining. We didn't do this whole sidebar stuff. I mean, the judge would let us have, some argument in front of the jury. So I'm just explaining to the judge. Just thought this would be helpful for the jury to have their own. No, it's not evidence. You're not going to be able to get it in. All right. Well, then what I am going to do is I'm going to admit the original one that I'm allowed to admit that's in evidence. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it and I'm going to publish it into the jury by walking page by page by page by page past them to show it to all of them. We're going to turn what would have been maybe a 5-minute presentation into about a 20-minute presentation where I get to have this direct contact with the jury and they get to see all of this as it progresses. And by the way, now it's right at the end of the day. So that's how we're going to conclude this portion of my case for the day. So you can find ways to work around some of this stuff, but it's not easy. It's not easy. I just bring this up as an example because it was very clear. I'm sure the jury sitting in that case, watching the judge not let me do stuff, could have been thinking, why is she doing it? Why is she doing it wrong? What's wrong with what she's doing? But ultimately, they ruled for me. So ultimately, they gave me what I was asking for. But by and large, the jury follows the judge's lead. That's the default. That's the expectation. And so unless there's something really overt, really explicit, something that seems to them like it's a logical thing the defense is trying to do, so why isn't she allowing them to do it? It's probably not even going to cross their minds that there might be a question about that. So that's the way, to answer that question, that's the way I think the bias influences it. It seems obvious to us because we've been watching it in so many different contexts for such a long time. But the jury is new to this. They're seeing just the limited perspective of what's going on in trial, and they're largely going to defer to her. I have to say, too, from my personal perspective, right now, I don't take huge issue with most of the rulings that the judge has been making on the fly. And I take issue with quite a few of the pretrial rulings. You know, the Michael Easter exclusion is kind of one of the most egregious. Of course, they should be allowed to do that. Of course, they should be allowed to do that. The law says they get to admit any relevant evidence. It's relevant if it has a tendency to make the existence or non-existence of a material fact more or less likely to the jury. It's a Bowden defense. It goes directly to, was this a good investigation? Did this investigation overlook things? Did this investigation fail to handle things in a way that would have perhaps produced more information? Did it properly follow up? Did it properly exploit what was available? Did it proceed in ways that caused it to miss things it shouldn't have missed? Michael Easter is directly relevant to all of this. I also take a little bit of issue with the sudden changing of the rules midstream. We wouldn't let Dr. Rentschler, a biomechanical engineer, testify in the first trial about injury causation. But now we're going to let a dog bite guy do it. We're going to let a guy who studies dog behavior do it. I don't care for that. I don't care for that at all. I do like that Mr. Alessi kind of threw that back at her. I do like that he kind of threw that back at her. Now that that's the standard, then we want to bring in, we want to bring in other folks. Speaking of Dr. Rentschler, this is a new trial. This is not the same as the first trial. We're not necessarily subject by this to the same orders as we were in the first trial. And I don't recall any motion from Brennan to exclude Dr. Rentschler giving an opinion on injury causation. He didn't raise it this trial. I don't know if he's just sort of taking it on faith that because he didn't get to say it last trial, he won't get to say it again this trial. I don't know, but didn't get renewed. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure that Rentschler is going to be precluded from having that opinion this time. And we'll see. We're quite a ways, still from Dr. Rentschler being on the stand. Anyway, point of all this being that a lot of the pretrial rulings I take issue with. I just think that's not a fair or reasonable exercise of her discretion in the case. Potentially major error with the Betterow exclusion, not allowing Mr. Betterow the pro hac vice admission, saying there's an unwaivable conflict. I don't know how you make that determination. And the potential gravity of that decision, huge, because the standard of review for that is so favorable to the person who's trying to exercise the right to their counsel of choice. So I see a lot of things that Judge Cannoni has done wrong here to the detriment of the defense. But as far as her on-the-fly rulings over the course of this trial, can't say I really take issue with them. Can't find a whole bunch that I think are a problem. For example, yesterday with the photographs, trying to get in the social media photographs, the foundation wasn't there. I mean, I can't take issue with it. He hadn't laid the foundation to get those photographs into evidence. The foundation to get a photograph into evidence is that it has to be a true and accurate depiction of whatever it is that it's showing. And so that's the typical way that you lay that foundation. Ms. McLaughlin, is this a true and accurate depiction of you hanging out with Caitlin and other people in Maine in 2020 or whenever it was? Ms. McLaughlin, is this a true and accurate depiction of a social media posting that you shared on your account? Just something like that to establish what it is and that it's accurate and that it hasn't been modified, hasn't been edited or whatever. And he didn't do that. So that's why it didn't come into evidence. And when it's not in evidence, that's why you don't get to talk about what it shows. If you're going to talk about the contents of a document or another piece of evidence, it has to be in evidence or you don't get to talk about it. So that's the kind of thing that I can't take issue with that ruling. I think she's being very technically picky, about stuff. She could be more lenient, but she's not required to be. She could also be more helpful about curing it, but she's not required to be. As long as she is even-handed to both sides with how she treats them, she's not more helpful to the Commonwealth than she is to the defense. She doesn't hold the Commonwealth to a stricter or to a less strict technical standard than she's holding the defense to. I don't really have a problem with it. That's within the scope of a judge getting to decide how to be a judge. They get to decide kind of what their style is. Are you going to be a hard judge? Are you going to be a permissive judge? Are you going to be a calm and helpful judge? Are you going to be a frustrated and impatient judge? There's a lot of leeway there. A lot of leeway there. They have asked an awful lot of leading questions on direct, but she's been sustaining the objections. When the defense objects, she has been sustaining that. So that's why I'm saying
Hear ye.
I don't see a huge issue
anything to do before the
with these rulings so far.
The Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Thank you for your patience this morning. We were able to get some work done that will help facilitate things and make everything go a little more smoothly. So we appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we have Lieutenant Gallagher again, please?
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Good morning.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Gallagher, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us again. I want to ask you a quick question about what we talked about yesterday concerning your search at the scene. If we could go back to that, when you engaged the leaf blower. During the time that you were removing materials in and around the area of the flagpole going out to the, I think you called it the berm, B-E-R-M, the berm, the curb?
Yes, that was at the street. There was a 6-inch Cape Cod berm. Yes.
Okay, and that led straight to the asphalt of the street, correct?
It's basically a curbing. It's
okay.
Where the property line, the grass, the lawn meets the street.
And you were searching the area where you believed Mr. O'Keefe's body to have been found, all the way out toward that curb or berm area, correct?
Yeah, we did not go out to the berm. We did about approximately 6 by 6, 7 by 7, about 50 square feet.
50
area.
square feet. Okay, fair enough. But you
smaller.
did say at some point, I think on direct examination, you said that you exposed the berm just to give you some orientation as to where the curb was, where the street was.
And if it was possible, he may have tripped and fallen. Yes.
Okay. You did not recover or see a hat, a man's hat?
No, sir.
Black in color, baseball style hat?
No hat. No, sir.
You did not see or recover a man's shoe?
No, sir.
And you said you searched for the area in that 50 square foot area by removing materials, moving the snow, getting down to all the way down to the lawn.
Yes.
Okay. You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir, not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't see 46 pieces of taillight material, either clear or bright red plastic, in any part of the area that you searched.
No, the only thing we discovered was the blood sampling in the glass. That is correct.
Speaking of the glass, that's a good segue. You found that piece of broken drinking glass that you brought in and showed the jurors yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Did you search the house at all to determine whether or not there was any matching glass in the home?
No, I did not.
You testified yesterday that you looked around, when you were in the house. This is the second time you're at the location. So you went back with Sergeant Lenk. I want to orient you to that time. That's when you actually entered the home for the first time of Brian Albert. Was that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And you indicated that you did look around the family room, the kitchen, and you didn't see any signs of a struggle or anything like that.
No, sir.
I asked you that exact question about a year ago at another proceeding. Do you recall that colloquy between the two of us?
Yes.
And at that time, I asked you, did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight? And your answer was no. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think that's out of context. I understood that question was, did I wander the house to look for any sign of a struggle? I believe you asked me if I went to asked me about a bulkhead and things of that nature.
Okay.
As I stood there, I have observations I can see.
Right.
So I think it's just a miscommunication on what type of search.
Fair enough.
What type of observation.
Fair enough. Let's clear that up right now then, Mr. Gallagher. With regard to your the time that you were inside the residence, you did not seek to or ask permission to look around any place other than where you happen to be standing, which is right inside that front door of the family room, sort of adjacent to the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You didn't walk into any adjacent rooms?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. You didn't walk into any, you didn't search the kitchen area?
I did not. No, sir.
You didn't look through the cabinets or anything like that?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't look at the glassware?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't go down to the basement? We talked about that previously.
Correct. No, absolutely not.
Okay. You didn't go out to the garage?
No, sir. No.
You didn't look around the garage?
No.
Other than walking in and basically where you just described standing while Sergeant Lenk was engaged with Ms. McCabe, you didn't do anything to search the interior of that house for anything?
No, I wasn't there to search at all.
Okay. You also didn't, subsequent to that, you didn't seek or receive a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't believe that it was necessary, in your mind, it was necessary to seek a search warrant to search the interior of that house?
That's absolutely correct.
You were aware at the time that you did go into the house that Sergeant Lenk had earlier reported at least the possibility that John O'Keefe may have gotten into a fight, correct?
I don't recall that. We went over options on how he could have come to where he was, and an altercation certainly was one of them.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So an altercation meaning was one of the, when you say altercation, that means a physical fight, correct?
Sure.
So that was a possibility in your mind.
Everything was a possibility at that time.
And at that time, you had the information that you found, or Mr. O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of a residence where there was alcohol, drinking, a party of some sort, or a gathering of some sort just hours earlier, correct?
That's correct, but the house had nothing to do with the incident.
At least to your mind.
That's correct, based on the evidence, yes, at that time.
And the evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Hmm. Do suspects ever lie to you, Gallagher?
You
Does that ever happen? Suspect
separate
lied?
any of the witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house, or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
At that time?
At that time.
So Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with Jennifer McCabe only.
Okay. But there were others in the house.
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses, asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that.
Not at that time, no.
Okay. At any time, did you?
No, we shortly thereafter, we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
And before you were removed from the investigation, you just left the house after the conversation that Sergeant Lake had with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house, yes.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge that the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past, including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
And it didn't factor in this case?
Absolutely not.
That's my question. It did factor into your decision-making that Brian Albert was a police officer?
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that?
Not by me, absolutely not.
Okay, not by you?
Not.
Okay.
I can only speak to my personal knowledge.
Another sniff.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday, that the reason that Canton PD was removed from the investigation, or at least the interview section of the investigation, was because of a relationship of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert, correct?
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert, or Detective Albert, very high praise.
He's a very good detective, yes.
And you were his direct supervisor.
I was at one point, yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Do you stand by your testimony knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective, or was your best detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
You indicated that you contacted your deputy chief, Deputy Chief Gallagher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief Gallagher across the street, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Gallagher's house was adorned with a Ring video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing 34 Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an Arlo camera, and I have personal knowledge of that because we've discussed cameras because we bought them approximately the same time.
My mistake. Arlo camera, A-R-L-O.
That makes
I
all the
believe so.
difference.
Okay, that's still, although it's a different brand, it's still a home personal surveillance camera, correct?
Yes, but
And you're aware that those are motion-activated cameras designed for security to capture images of things that may be going on outside the home.
that is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach your Honor
Yes.
briefly?
What a
Thank you.
denial. No, you're wrong. Arlo
I just
camera.
handed you.
Yes,
What's it marked for ID?
It
Yes,
is marked
that's
for
the
ID, and
detail that
Ms.
matters.
Gallagher, if you could read that for me to save me a trip up to the stand.
I believe it's a 5, Exhibit 5.
Could it be an S?
It could be an S, yes.
I think it's S, Your Honor.
I apologize.
Let me, it is S, okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I recognize the camera in the door.
Okay. Is that a shot of Deputy Chief Gallagher's, sorry.
That's okay. I know what you're asking.
Is this a shot of Deputy Chief Kelleher's front porch?
It appears to be.
Okay. Does that front porch face 34 Fairview?
We need a time frame.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We need a time frame.
Sure. Did you see that Arlo camera so situated when you went over there on January 29th, 2022?
I knew it was there, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair representation of what the camera looked like?
Good
And its
job, Alan.
positioning, basically its positioning in January of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Did you seek the footage?
I
From the
know,
Move to admit it,
I
Alan.
know what that camera captures.
Okay. Your Honor,
Move
with
to admit
the
it.
court's permission, let me publish,
Move
actually,
to
I'd like to
minute.
mark this as evidence, next in order.
Okay. Move to admit it, yes. It's not marking as evidence. It's move to admit it, but yes. He has solved his foundational problem that he had yesterday. Good. Very good. It didn't matter so much with these social media photos, but there were other things we need to be clear. We're getting him into evidence. Once again, Bev helped him a little bit when she sees he's doing it right. We need a time
May I
frame.
publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Part of the foundation she wants.
Mr. Gallagher, do you recognize this as being the photograph that you just saw, Exhibit 53?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention. And by the way, there's one amendment to this photograph. There's a redaction of the address. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to that area right there, which I'm highlighting.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the Arlo camera.
Can you orient the jurors for us, please, to what we're looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at a camera that's angled downward.
And is it the front porch of that residence directly across the street from 34 Fairview?
It is not directly across from 34. It's actually more directly across from 32, so that would be incorrect.
Okay. Is it across the street from 34 generally?
It is, if Lieutenant Kelleher's house is here, 34 is over here across the street.
Okay. Is there a view from that front porch, just generally as you're standing there, if you were to turn 180 degrees and put your back to the door, is there a view of 34 Fairview as well as 32 Fairview?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Did you seek, and we can take this,
Angle
take
downward.
this down.
How wide angle is the lens?
Did you seek to
Did you ask?
secure any footage from that Arlo camera?
I did not.
From Deputy Chief Kelleher?
I did not.
Did you talk to Deputy Chief Kelleher about that footage?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ask him whether or not he'd reviewed the footage for a determination whether or not it caught any of the incident that may have occurred at or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th?
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that camera captures?
Because I've picked up packages for Deputy Chief Kelleher in the past. I know it captures his doorstep and a portion of the front lawn.
So you've reviewed the Arlo footage from his
No.
iPhone?
He's just sent me a picture. Can I pick up when he's been on vacation, can I pick up a package on the front step?
Okay,
Yes,
so,
I've seen it.
so you've seen screenshots that
Sure.
Deputy Chief Kelleher sent you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you've never looked at the actual application to see what it might encapsulate or what it might capture generally.
We've compared what we have our cameras set up as. We had communicated about security at our houses multiple times. I know it captured the front door and a portion of the front lawn.
Do you believe that it would have been best practices to go ahead and secure that footage so we don't have to take anybody's word for it? We could actually look at the footage ourselves.
I didn't do that.
Do you think that would have been best practices to do that, just to have belt and suspenders? So there's no question about whether or not that camera that's facing, at least it's facing directly across the street, might have captured something of interest on the morning
You
of
can rule
January
it out.
29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation that it had captured anything, so I didn't think it was practical.
So because of your expectation, you didn't seek the footage and you didn't secure the footage.
Because of my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know that that footage is gone. It's overwritten.
I would assume so. I'm not familiar with how long Arlo keeps footage.
So you are familiar enough that you decided that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the Arlo system?
I don't know anything about it. I don't have Arlo cameras, so I don't know anything about the
So you don't-
system. But
Okay.
I have
But
them
you
linked,
did.
so we've compared our systems. So I'm not really sure what you're asking.
So you don't have an Arlo system.
I have blank, correct?
You're not familiar with how Arlo works, correct?
Correct.
You're not familiar with the total array of where the cameras might capture versus what might be captured on your phone app, or that you can say, like, push a button that says packages or people, and it narrows the focus of the camera. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. But you would have been aware of that if you had captured the footage and simply said to Deputy Chief Gallagher, I'd like that ring footage for that 24-hour period.
Okay, it's not ring.
I'm sorry, that Arlo footage for a 24-hour period.
Sure.
Yeah.
You didn't like being walked into that one, but you did. But you did. Walked yourself right into it.
Well, let me ask you this. Did Deputy Chief Gallagher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
No.
Did Deputy Chief Gallagher get any special treatment from you because he was your boss?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Mm.
You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
How do you know him?
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
How long have you known him?
I first became aware of Brian Higgins probably around 2016, 2017, when I was with the DEA and we were working a Title III investigation, which is a wiretap investigation into gang activity, drug distribution in the Boston, Brockton area. I never had any personal contact with him at that time. He was just an agent in the group I was working for.
Ultimately, did that professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
It did. So I think it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF had a satellite office at Canton PD, and he was one of the special agents that was assigned, yes.
So he actually officed in the brick and mortar location of Canton PD?
Yes, he did.
And did he maintain that office all the way through January of 2022?
He did, yes.
And during the course of your interaction with Mr. Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins, yes. Most of my coworkers I'm friendly with.
Is it safe to say that you socialized at times with Mr. Higgins?
I have, yes.
Okay. You've shared cocktails with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Shared meals with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Okay. So it is safe to say that you have both a professional and a personal relationship with Mr. Higgins,
Yes, I do.
and you consider him a good friend.
Yes, I do.
You were aware, Mr. Gallagher, that he was at 34 Fairview on January 29th, those early morning hours, during the course of the time when John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
You're aware that Mr. Higgins was at 34 Fairview in the home at the time that John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022.
By the time I became aware of it was afterwards, yes.
Okay, that's what I mean.
Yes,
I know
yes.
you weren't aware of it at the moment, but
Right, okay.
you became aware of it.
Later on, yes.
Okay, when did you become aware of it?
I'm not sure. It was after we were, I'm not really sure.
It was during the time that you were dispatched
Interviews?
over to Brian Albert's house to ultimately either begin the investigation or go into the home with Sergeant Lank and interview with people there, correct?
No, that wasn't the time, no.
Didn't you say in a report to Lieutenant Tully that when you went over to Brian Albert's house, that Brian Higgins was not there?
I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Right. So what I'm trying to register is whether or not you knew at the time that you went to Brian Albert's house, at least that second time, that you might or might not have expected to see Brian Higgins there because you knew he was at the home when John O'Keefe arrived there the night before.
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not following you.
Sure. When you went back to, in other words, during the time that you were investigating and joining Sergeant Lank
Yes.
back over at Brian Albert's house, you knew that Brian Higgins had been somehow in that home the night before.
I don't believe I did at that time.
When do you think you learned that?
Sometime afterwards, probably when I saw the list and reviewed the narratives of the officers.
Would that have been days or weeks later?
No, it probably would have been, within 24 hours or so.
Okay, within 24 hours of your involvement.
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Thank
I
you for that.
apologize.
My bad.
Yeah.
Bad questioning on my part. So within 24 hours of your involvement, which would have been, your involvement was the early morning hours of January 29th.
That's correct.
Correct? Within 24 hours of that, you knew Brian Higgins was somehow tangentially involved or collaterally involved as a potential witness, if nothing else.
I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. I was aware that he attended the house at 34 Fairview after they left the bar.
Right. And you said, well, I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. The one way to figure out whether or not someone is a witness to anything is to actually formally interview them, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Which you did not do.
We were removed from the investigation before I found out Brian Higgins was involved.
Okay, so you were removed.
So I wouldn't be interviewing him.
You were removed, and then it was within a few hours of that you realized that Brian Higgins was somehow involved.
Not a few hours. No, I said it was within 24 hours probably.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Higgins not only had a office at Canton PD, he also had a key card for Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
Explain for the jurors what a key card or an access card at Canton PD means. What is that? What is a key card for Canton PD?
So it's a secure building. I think we've all seen it. You have the square boxes with the red light. The key card allows you access into the building. And depending upon your rank, you have different rights. Each individual has different rights to enter different areas.
You had, for instance, being a top-level Canton lieutenant, you had a key card that was probably the functional equivalent of a master key card. You could get in pretty much any place you wanted.
Absolutely not.
Okay, where could you go?
It's easier if I say where I can't go.
That probably is easier.
Would that be work?
Explain that.
So I can't go to the armory, which is where weapons are kept and ammunition is kept, and I can't go into permanent evidence.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Higgins had a key card.
Yes, I am.
And that access card gave him access to pretty much, with the exception of the armory, possibly the evidence room, and what was the other location?
I think that's what I said, the evidence room and the armory.
With the exception of those, you're aware that Brian Higgins' key card gave him access basically to the entirety of the Canton Police Department?
Well, so I want to specify, I don't specifically know what Brian Higgins had rights to, but there are also parts of our department that are secured by key locks that he wouldn't have access to, and I don't have access to as well, offices and things of that nature.
I want to focus your attention on the Sally Port, if I could. You can enter the Sally Port, which is a fancy name for a garage, correct?
It certainly is, yes.
Okay. You can enter that from the outside, meaning out in the elements. You come from a parking lot adjacent to or that services the Sally Port. You can enter from there, correct?
Yes, there's one pedestrian door on the main entrance side, and it's for location purposes. It's right beside the garage door that's marked number 4.
And the garage door is one of those big roll-up, industrial-style roll-up doors that comes up and down?
That is correct.
And then you can also enter the Sally Port from inside Canton PD, correct?
There are 2 locations you can enter the Sally Port from inside, yes.
And Brian Higgins' key card gave him access to both of those locations, the pedestrian portal going into the Sally Port from outside, as well as the pedestrian portal from inside Canton PD.
That would be correct.
Okay. Speaking of the Sally Port, you were, if not the person, one of the people who let Massachusetts State Police into the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022 to process the black SUV, correct? The Lexus.
I'm not sure if I was the one that gave them access, but like I said, I've testified to. I certainly would have.
Okay. That SUV had actually arrived on January 29th, 2022, 3 days earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, sometime after 5 or 6.
So it was in the Sally Port from January 29th all the way to February 1st, at least to your knowledge, for 3 full days in the Sally Port, correct?
2.5 to 3, yes.
Okay. From the time it arrived at Canton PD until it was processed out and moved out of the Sally Port, how many people would have had physical access to that SUV?
Everybody that possessed a key card.
And that's basically everybody at Canton PD that is a sworn officer, correct?
That is correct, yes,
Maybe
sir.
even some civilians, correct?
I'm not sure of civilians. What civilian?
But do y'all have non-sworn civilians that
We don't.
shape things?
No, we do not. Well, we do, but I'm not sure
Yeah, you
whether they
do.
would have access, what their access is.
So at least the entirety of the police department, the sworn police department, correct?
The uniformed police, yes.
As well as Brian Higgins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we read the audit. We know you have
Oh, by the way,
civilian
can I go back to
personnel.
something? when you were at 34 Fairview, when you walked in with Sergeant Lank, you walked in through the side door or the main door?
Side door.
Side door into the family room, correct?
I believe it's a family room, yeah.
Walked into the kitchen, correct?
I was by the kitchen.
Adjacent to the
Yep.
kitchen. Did you see a dog?
I did not.
Did you hear a dog?
Speaking of the Sallyport, I want to move back to the Sallyport. I apologize about bouncing around a little bit.
Perfectly fine.
Moving back to the Sallyport, you indicated that basically all the uniformed officers, every single uniformed officer at Canton PD would have had access to that Sallyport, as well as Brian Higgins. They also would have had access to everything inside the Sallyport, whatever was left there.
Yes.
The SUV and other stuff, for lack of a better technical phrase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you photograph,
Beaker
or did you
face.
cause to be photographed the SUV when it arrived on January 29th in your Sallyport?
We had been recused at that point, and I wasn't working when the vehicle arrived. So
I thought you said you were recused only from doing interviews.
from doing investigative interviews, but I wasn't present when, I wasn't working when the vehicle came in.
Okay. So you could have taken photographs of the vehicle had you wanted to, or caused someone to do that had you wanted to.
I had no idea that vehicle was coming to Canton PD, sir.
Okay. Once you got to, as the lieutenant in charge, it seemed, was it important to you to know that a seminal piece of evidence had been moved into the custody and control of Canton PD?
It wasn't important to me. It's the state police investigation.
Even though it
Again,
was on your property, in your Sallyport, with access through your key cards.
that's up to my chief. That's not up to me.
I see. To your knowledge, let me just ask it this way. To your knowledge, did anybody seek to photograph the vehicle when it arrived at Canton PD on January 29th, 2022, to your knowledge?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that vehicle that was taken by someone in law enforcement on January 29th? I'm going to give you 3 days. January 29th, January 30th, January 31st, sorry, 30th, or February 1st.
I have seen photographs. I'm not sure what days they were taken. The photos were taken.
You have not seen a photograph that was taken on January 29th, however, have you?
I've never seen anything dated January 29th.
You've never seen a photo, and I'm going to go through this a little bit more.
You did the metadata,
You've never seen a
didn't you?
photograph that was taken on January 30th, have you?
Yeah, I have never seen any photographs with any dates on them,
Okay.
I believe.
Do you think that would have been, you were at the time the head of detectives, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You were not, you had already moved from that spot?
I had,
In January of 2022, I may be wrong. I thought
You are wrong.
as the
It's,
lieutenant, you were also the head of detectives.
no, that was Lieutenant Gallagher at the time. I know you keep, it's a mix-up. So we've had promotions since January 29th, and I think that's where the mix-up might be.
So he was
When
lieutenant
you
at the
refer to
time.
Deputy Chief Gallagher, he was actually Lieutenant Gallagher, and he was in charge of detectives at that time.
At some point, had you been in charge of detectives?
I became in charge of detectives in June of 2022.
June of 2022.
Yeah, approximately 6 months later.
Understood. You had been a detective previously, however.
That is correct.
Okay.
Sir.
As a detective, do you believe that it would have been important to photograph, had you had your druthers to do it, it would have been important to photograph that vehicle when it came in so that it could be memorialized and documented the exact condition that vehicle came in on January 29th, 2022.
So this is important to know that unfortunately John O'Keefe was deceased at this time. Once John O'Keefe becomes deceased, it becomes the state police's investigation, the Norfolk County District Attorney CPAC investigation. That's why it is not our investigation. It's up to the investigating agency to make those decisions.
Even something as uninvasive as taking photographs.
Yes.
Okay.
In your own facility where you are liable for the property, you're responsible for it. You're the
You would
bailey.
agree, as a former detective and former head of detectives, that there are protocols for securing evidence of all types, correct?
Correct.
Those protocols dictate that not only is evidence properly secured, once it's seized, it needs to be properly secured, and it needs to be separated from other evidence to avoid something known as cross-contamination, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is paramount in evidence handling in any investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that's because once evidence is cross-contaminated, its integrity basically collapses, right?
That's correct.
Especially true of biological material.
Didn't want to say that.
Yes.
Because biological material, like a shovel, the biological material on the shovel becomes hypersensitive. It's hyper important. It can be cross-contaminated with other items.
Sure.
And it can tell an incorrect story, correct?
Yes.
It could tell, if there's cross-contamination, it could tell a false story.
It's been done. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And DNA, obviously, we're talking about biological material. The most sensitive of all the biological material is DNA evidence, right?
What do you mean sensitive?
So
It's forensically stable.
it might take some effort to move saliva from one item to another. It takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another and to detect it. You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
You don't understand that
You
DNA
understand that I can touch
sensitivity.
this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off of it.
Correct.
Might not, correct?
Might not.
What do you think about getting my DNA off that podium that I
Yes.
just touched? You're absolutely going to get it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I mean by sensitivity.
Okay.
You would agree that DNA is hypersensitive.
I would agree that DNA is better than fingerprints. Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a series of photographs if we could. Can I approach Sean?
Yep. Now we're going to look at the Stop and Shop bags out open in the middle of the Sally Port.
Okay. There are 4 photographs, Gallagher, that I'd like you to look at briefly and familiarize yourself with if you can. Mr.
I'm all
Gallagher,
set.
do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize what's depicted in each one of those? There's 4 of them in front of you. Just generally, how do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Generally, I know this is the exchange of custody from the Canton Police to Massachusetts State Police.
Are those taken inside the Sally Port, to your knowledge?
They are, yes.
Some of those photographs include the SUV,
One SUV picture, yes.
and some of those photographs include the blood evidence that you've earlier described, the solo cups, the Stop and Shop bag.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Their approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have these marked as next in order.
Are there any objections to Brennan?
No objection, thank you.
Exhibits 54 through 57.
Good job, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. To publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'd like to start with what's been marked as 54. It shows a license plate. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, based on the location, the vehicle, the broken taillight, I believe that's Miss Reed's vehicle.
And do you know when this photograph was taken?
I do not.
Do you believe it was taken between January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
But you don't know when it was taken?
No, I don't have personal knowledge, no.
I just want to draw your attention very briefly, just to orient us to this area on the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that, what looks like a white rag on the ground?
Yes, based on the pictures, I think it might be a paper towel, but yes.
Okay. If we could look at the next photograph, which is 55, looks like a paper bag. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the Stop and Shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the rag in that photograph as well?
Yeah, we could call it agree to call it a rag or
You think it's a paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture in the pictures, but it's a white object. Yes.
For all I care, it's the white thing. That's
Yes.
fine. All right. And do you see that that's next to a tire just at the top of the picture? Just for
Yeah,
orientation purposes?
Yeah, it appears to be 18 to 2 feet, 18 inches to 24 inches behind the tire. Yes.
Okay. And that, of course, is the tire of the SUV.
Yes, I would think
So
so.
that would be the right rear of the SUV, just a few inches from this bag, correct?
It would be a couple of feet from the bag. Yes.
Okay. If we could take a look at the next photograph. This is Exhibit 56 for the record. What's depicted inside the bag?
The red Solo cups.
And you still see the rag in the photograph.
I sure do. Yes.
So the SUV would be right here, correct? At the top of the left.
Well, I can't see the top of it. It would be, it's nearby. Yes.
Okay. And it's not just nearby, it's the right rear of the SUV that's nearby, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one final photograph. This is Exhibit 57 for the record. What is inside that? What's depicted inside that bag?
The red Solo cups with coagulated blood.
And these are the only, we can have the lights, please. And so if you take that down.
With coagulated blood.
These are the only photographs that we have or that you've ever seen of those red Solo cups, that Stop and Shop bag, and the biological material in those red Solo cups.
The only ones I have seen, yes.
And those photographs that you see are within 2.5 feet from the right rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And the right rear of that SUV houses the taillight material, correct? The taillight area.
Tail light area, yes.
The cups were not sealed, correct?
The cups were not sealed.
The bag was not sealed, was it?
As far as I know, what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday, you brought a box in. You remember that?
Yes,
That box had tape on it.
that's correct.
What color was the tape?
Red.
Why is the tape red?
It can be red. It can be blue. I mean, evidence tape is
Why is
different
it any
colors.
color?
Normally, in your experience, red evidence tape is used to formally seal evidence bags or evidence containers, correct?
Yes,
That's because it highlights to the eye a visual cue. Hey, that's important. It's been sealed. It's got bright red tape on it, correct?
correct.
Oftentimes, that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You could have initials on it of who put the tape on. Yes,
Right. In other words, it might say evidence, correct? Might be pre-printed with the word
pre-printed.
evidence.
Yes, correct.
And it may have a place for initials to be.
Correct.
And one of the reasons that you initial it is because of that. If someone takes a razor blade and cuts through, or a knife and cuts through that tape, those initials are cut through. It has to be retaped and reinitialed, correct?
That is correct.
That is a basic protocol for chain of custody, is it not?
Yes,
And that's to maintain the care, custody, and control and the integrity over the items and the items inside the evidence container, whatever they may be.
that's correct.
Whether they are biological material, physical items of evidence, a document, whatever.
Correct.
None of that was done with what we just saw, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed already that the blood was stored in non-sterile Solo cups, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed that those cups were not sealed. The cups themselves were not sealed. There was no cap. There was no plastic, plasticine, saran wrap, nothing put over the cups, correct?
That is correct.
So they were open.
Yes,
They were not in an evidence bag. They were in a grocery bag, correct?
they were. Yes.
Yesterday on direct examination, it may have been on cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember. You said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from. No.
Could have come out of his back of his car seat, correct?
I'm assuming it came out of one of the cars, yes.
No idea what had been in that bag previous to those cups with blood being in the bag,
I have
correct?
no personal knowledge of that.
And obviously that bag, it goes without saying, is not a forensically sterile item either, correct?
Most bags are not sterilized.
And not only the cups were not sealed, the bag that the cups were in was not sealed.
They were only closed, correct?
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured biological material, specifically blood material, situated right next to the right rear quarter panel of that SUV would not be within normal protocols for securing evidence, correct?
This was in the hands of a criminalist. It was an exchange of custody. I don't have any issue with it.
You don't know, you have no personal knowledge of where that bag had been or where the cups had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination, wouldn't you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist, I wouldn't know.
Well, generally speaking, there were other people there that weren't the trained criminalists, right?
There was a photographer who took the pictures.
Who's not a trained criminalist.
Correct. But the cups weren't in his hands. It was in the criminalist's hands. Those are the criminalist's hands you see gloved in that photo.
That's not my question. My question is, there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time you don't know, sitting right there by the right rear of that SUV, correct?
No, I do know,
How do you know?
because I'm the one that brought the bag with the criminalist to that area. They photographed it, documented it, and then they transferred it to their plastic containers.
And before you grabbed that bag, you don't know where that bag had been for 3 days hence, 3 days before.
I know it had been in the temporary evidence room in a refrigerator.
You actually never saw it in the temporary evidence room in the refrigerator until February 1st.
Very
did you?
flexible with his personal
I don't
knowledge,
recall.
isn't he?
So you don't know where that bag had been. You don't know who had handled those cups before you pulled them out of that temporary evidence locker, correct?
I have no personal knowledge if anybody else, I have no personal knowledge. I took them out of the refrigerator. That's all I can testify to.
Do you remember
No
us
personal
talking about
knowledge
this about
now.
a year ago?
Yes,
And I asked you, would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
you did.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone, and I asked, that's a yes or no question.
That is correct.
Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you said, well, it's not a yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
correct.
So it is, at least in your mind, a recipe for potential cross-contamination, correct?
Not in this particular situation, which was clarified later on.
Although you did say yes in answer
Hypothetically,
to my
anything,
question.
hypothetically, anything is possible, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
May I?
Right ahead, yes.
Lieutenant Gallagher, you mentioned that one of your colleagues who lived on Fairview Road had an owl camera.
Had an Arlo camera, yes.
That day or that morning when you went to Fairview and looked around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were you aware that that gentleman had a camera?
Yes,
You shared with us that you had familiarity with the angle of that camera. Do you have any information whatsoever that he or anybody on his behalf used a phone to change the camera angle?
no, I don't.
Do you know if that camera could even reach the street if you wanted to?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any information that there are applications or different things you can do to the camera to move it remotely? Is there any evidence or information you have?
No,
When you decided not to ask him about the camera, was that based on anything other than your already familiarity and knowledge of the angle that camera was set?
no,
At any time he's ever shown you, you've ever seen clips from that camera, were they consistently showing the same area or did it change over time?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
They were the same.
In your mind, why didn't you go seek footage from that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything,
The stream is glitching. It froze.
activated cameras,
Okay.
and he didn't have them on the street because it's a busy street and the batteries would die and who knows very quickly if they captured the street.
You said that's a very busy street. Are you familiar with Fairview Road?
Yes,
Is that a road? Is that a public road?
it's a public way in the town of Canton, yes.
As a public way in the town of Canton, do you know who operates and cleans and monitors that road? Who's responsible for that?
Yes, the Department of Public Works for the town of Canton.
You were asked about a claim of a fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No,
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look at his body?
no, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his clothing and whether there was any trace evidence left behind?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not.
Early in an investigation, when investigators have no information, is it common to speculate?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What is the natural process for an investigator when you start upon a situation and know nothing about what happened?
In this particular case, we came up with scenarios that possibly could have brought John to that spot. And we were focused on trying to find out and hopefully getting to the hospital. Hopefully the Canton Fire Department in the hospital would save his life and he could tell us how he got to where he was.
Was that anything beyond the surmise or speculation of detectives, or did that information come from a witness?
No, that was us. I guess you would call it spitballing on possibilities.
Did you ever come across a witness that said that this was, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were the result of a fight?
No, we did not.
If we could play Exhibit 51,
You mean
please. I want
your
to ask you
witness
some
didn't
questions
confess?
about the area
Did that
you
ever
searched
happen?
where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe was. Stop it there, please, Ms. Gilman. You did not see exactly where John O'Keefe was when he was found?
No, I did not.
Who directed you to this area?
I was directed twice, first by Sergeant Good and then by Sergeant Lang, Detective Sergeant Lang.
You shared with us yesterday you were looking in that area where you thought John O'Keefe was found.
Correct.
You asked questions about a berm. Is that the separation between the street and the yard?
Yes, it is.
Did you clear off a piece of that berm?
We did.
And the reason was?
We wanted to see what was there. We didn't know what was there.
Did you do a search from the flagpole all the way to the street?
No,
Did you do a search of that flagpole across the front yard?
no,
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
no. It was approximately 15 to 18 inches
And why such a limited search?
because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Did you see snow in other parts of the yard?
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang's footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
There were no other footprints.
Any other visible signs that anything was moved or dragged across that side or front lawn?
No, not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No, not at all.
You were asked whether you sought a search warrant.
Doggy.
Is there a difference between a witness and an eyewitness?
Yes,
You were asked questions about people in the home and they were characterized as witnesses. Do you have any information that anybody inside that home was a witness to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe?
no,
Did you have any information when you made these decisions about search warrants? Did you have any information from anybody, anywhere, that Mr. O'Keefe ever stepped 1 foot inside that home?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it. Briefly, can we turn the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, please. Take that down. Thank you.
No evidence anyone in there was a witness. Jen McCabe was the last person to see the SUV, wasn't she? By her own account. If we're tracking John's last known whereabouts before he was found in the front corner of the lawn, that would be Jen. Wouldn't that be Jen? And Jen said that she only got up and looked because other people there said, oh, there's a car outside. So other people saw it too. So that makes them witnesses. Yes, that definitely makes them witnesses. This guy is funny with his jumping back and forth between I know things that I couldn't possibly know, but then I'm going to retreat to my own personal knowledge of what I didn't see with my own eyes. He knows that bag of blood was in the fridge in temporary storage for 3 days, even though obviously he doesn't have personal knowledge of that. Did you put up your tent? Did you put up your tent, Mr. Gallagher, and hang out outside that fridge and stay eyes on, fully alert and awake for 72 hours until the criminalists came and got it to make sure? No, because we know you sure didn't maintain an evidence log, did you? Did you? It's not checked in and out, was it? In fact, it wasn't even checked in at all, was it? Because otherwise you would know who you gave it to. That would be recorded in your evidence log. But there isn't one, is there? He has no personal knowledge of stuff, but he will happily say he knows it when he thinks it's to the advantage of the Commonwealth. But then as soon as he gets the slightest bit of challenge, he retreats. Well, I don't know personally. I don't have personal knowledge. Whining.
May I?
Yes.
As a lifelong law enforcement officer, have you obtained search warrants before?
Yes.
Have you obtained search warrants for homes?
Yes, many times.
Is there a certain requirement before you obtain a search warrant for a home?
Yes, critical legal standards, yes.
And what is that?
Probable cause.
And for us, what does that mean, probable cause?
So probable cause is a reasonable belief that a crime has been committed or evidence of a crime can be found in a specific location.
Can you obtain a search warrant if you do not have a reasonable belief that evidence exists somewhere?
No, you cannot.
Is there a process in getting a search warrant? Can you just walk in a home and say, I have a search warrant, or do you have to do something?
You have to write an affidavit in good faith, swearing before the court that all your information is accurate and truthful, and present the facts, circumstances, witness statements that would make you believe that there was a reason to violate your Fourth Amendment constitutional right.
It's not a
When you walked
violation
into
if you have a
Fairview
warrant.
that morning with Sergeant Lang, did you have a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to get a search warrant?
No reason at all.
When you walked in, were you invited?
Yes.
Did anybody prevent you from coming in?
No, not
Did
at all.
anybody ever ask you to leave?
No, not at all.
When you spoke to Mr. Albert, did he ever discontinue or end the conversation?
No.
Sure, because they know there's no threat. They know there's no threat. Not like with that outside.
Were you doing any favors
Agency.
for anybody that morning?
No, of course not.
If you had probable cause to search anywhere that morning, would you have?
Absolutely.
You were asked questions about memorializing your efforts when you were in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you were asked about written reports. Are there other ways to memorialize efforts other than writing a report?
Yes.
You videotaped, or you had Sergeant Good videotape your search?
That is correct.
Who told him to do that?
I did,
Why did you tell him to do that?
because I want it, in case it ever became an issue, I wasn't familiar with it being used before. I wanted people to understand how effective it was.
Do you know whether or not the police cars have dash cams?
They do, yes.
Do you know if any of the police cars had dash cams that day?
3 of them did, yes.
You mentioned that at some point you learned that Mr. O'Keefe had passed.
I'm not sure when we found that out, but yes.
Is there a statute or a rule when there is a death, whether a local county keeps the case or it needs to be transferred?
It's transferred, yes.
Is there a rule or is that a policy of the Canton Police Department?
It's a rule.
You were asked about Alexis in the Sally Port.
Correct.
Do you know exactly what time that Alexis was brought to the Sally Port?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You were asked about a broken taillight. Had you reviewed any of the dash cams from the Canton Police Department that day?
Not that day, no.
You were asked about cross-contamination with the cups. When you brought the cups to the criminalist, where did you give them to him or her?
I carried them down to, we walked together, I carried them down to the Sally Port.
Did you see anybody using a white rag or a paper towel to dip it in to any of the cups?
No,
Did you see anybody shaking the cups or splashing?
no, they were handled very carefully.
Sustained is default.
Did you see anything that would cause you concern that there was some type of purposeful or inadvertent contamination or transfer?
Absolutely not.
And you've been trained.
Yes.
Did you see anything during that
trained.
time that caused you any concern about the potential corruption of evidence?
No, I had complete faith in the criminalist.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There is a box for identification that has a glass in it. I'd like to take that into evidence.
Jimmy?
I'll do it later then.
Is there any objections, to, Mr. Jackson, any objection to,
Yeah, just
okay.
You probably could object on chain of custody at this point, but you don't have to. It's up.
All right, so we can put it in at any time then? And then when Mr. McDermott comes back
Thank
with
you.
it?
The glass that you showed the jury yesterday, when you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No,
Did you have any information that that glass came from inside Fairview Road?
no.
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, you indicated that you were spitballing, to use your word, correct?
Correct,
Trying to figure out what happened.
correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct,
You
yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes,
You have to look deeper,
yes,
ask more questions,
absolutely.
actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
Indeed.
You don't rule out anything or anyone
We
right
did-
off the bat, correct?
Correct. It was
No
not-
one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out,
That
correct?
is correct,
You
yes,
follow where the evidence leads you, period, amen.
absolutely.
You didn't seek to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview, correct?
No,
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not, no.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the conversation precipitously? Did he end it earlier or anything like that? He didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't
Because
ask
you didn't
anybody
find
else
out.
who was at the house that time.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital. So no,
Might have been a
I
good
disagree.
idea to sit Mr. Albert down and say, there, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question. Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher,
Call him
since you
out.
happen to be there, no sweat off your brow, to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and paper. Who was here last night, just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn? Who was here? Might be a good idea, correct?
So that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lank, and it was documented in his report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was there?
I don't know where.
At 34th.
I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
What time?
Exactly.
At what time?
You're confused. Yes, we
When John
know.
O'Keefe arrived
Okay.
at 34 Fairview after midnight on January 29th, 2022.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
And we were standing in the house, Sergeant Lang, who you just told these jurors knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there.
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
And hadn't told his boss,
I don't recall.
even though you two went together to interview yet another witness?
That's correct. There was a very fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
While you were spitballing, you also didn't secure the camera footage that we've talked about, the Arlo footage.
Yes, that's correct.
You also didn't formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely
We
correct.
just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a search warrant that is denied, correct?
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed, and that we had a glass where they were coming from a bar, and I had 3 separate police officers, including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions and saw nothing amiss. I have a good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge. And if I don't, I can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my credibility to testify in my career is basically over. So yes, you can get in trouble.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to have the right to search Brian Albert's house. We had no reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about this? There's a dead guy on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that? Might that be of some concern to go inside the house and see if there was a struggle that started in the house?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You're the guy that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think the coat might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption? Yes or no?
No.
You got a guy outside with no shoe on.
Who was
You think
going
the shoe
there?
Might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption?
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you
didn't
didn't
have his shoes.
seek to find out the details. Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You
The fact
didn't
is, you didn't
want
seek a
to
search
know.
warrant.
I wouldn't. Correct.
The fact is, you never searched the house.
That's correct.
The fact is, you never searched the basement.
That's correct.
The fact is, you never searched the garage.
That's correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Have you ever learned one fact that would have justified searching that house?
Not to this day.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form, and you can put the glass in right now, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Move that into evidence, please.
Is it a 58?
All right, Lieutenant, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
She cut off that
Your next witness,
redirect.
Mr. Brennan.
I'd like to play clip 18, please.
Thank you.
Your Honor, maybe I'm wrong.
Quick sidebar. Oh, I'm really glad we're done with Lieutenant Beaker there. That face, man. Just very oppositional, very oppositional to everything, everything being asked of him. You guys, I know I might be the minority opinion on all this, but I agree. I don't think he had PC to go in the house. I think there's obviously a lot of stuff he could have and should have done. Basic rule number one: you don't believe what witnesses say just because they said it. Witnesses lie all the time. People don't confess their crimes all the time. Talk is cheap. So that's why, like Mr. Jackson is pointing out, you have to go and corroborate. So what they knew at the time, that was John's intended destination. John didn't have, his coat and his shoe. Wasn't equipped for the weather. Visually looks like he's been beat up. Witnesses claim he never came in the house. He's got the tumbler glass, the broken tumbler glass right near his body, but where's the rest of the broken glass? There's no blood from the massive wound on his head. There's no big blood puddle. Where is that? I might be talking myself a little bit closer to PC. If they asked for it under those circumstances, I would say there's probably judges that would give it to them. Yes, probably. It's mainly, I think, what's not there. The rest of the tumbler, the blood, the shoe, the hat, the coat. Where were they? Well, we can check his last known destination. If Karen doesn't know, Karen doesn't have them, then it's somewhere between, where he was last known to be and where he ended up. Maybe a judge would issue that. Maybe they wouldn't. I might be talking myself a little bit closer to PC on those facts. But to me, it's really kind of irrelevant because you would ask for consent. You'd ask for a consent search. These guys are all cooperative, right?
A good place to take our morning recess. So we'll take a 15 to 20-minute break.
All right,
Morning
please. Here's close your notebooks and follow me.
I will mute that to hopefully help my mic. You would ask for consent. They're making a whole point about how cooperative everybody was. Nobody said I wouldn't talk. Nobody said you have to leave. Great. Then that's when you ask, can I search? Mind if I take a look around, check out the basement, look in the garage, anything like that? You would ask for consent. Mind showing me your glassware just so I can rule it out? Right? The kind of things cops do. Just want to be able to rule it out. Then I can put in my report that I did and there's nothing there. That's how they do it. Why didn't they do that in this case? Well, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? Oh, I love how Mr. Jackson got that out. You didn't actually want to know the details because you're in that house with Lank, who already asked who all was there, and you didn't know. You didn't get that information from Lank. You waited till his report. And that's how your communication flow works during an active investigation. That's real inefficient. Literally standing next to the guy, his supervisor, and you don't know who he's identified as potential witnesses. Yeah, we got to wonder why that is. And you didn't want to know is a plausible explanation. Certainly consistent with how he behaved. So the fight, John being in a fight, that was just them spitballing possibilities. Why was that a possibility that they spitballed? What led them to think this is a possibility? There's nobody else out there. Nobody else is claiming to have any contact with him. Not aware that it's normal to have, fights with random people just out near the curb in a residential neighborhood in front of two cops' houses. I don't know if that's really normal. Seems like more of a parking lot kind of thing. Link knows about that. Maybe we can ask Link about that, If you guys came from trial 1, you know what I'm talking about. Little link backup of pretty sure that was Chris Albert, wasn't it? Chris got himself his mouth got him in a little physical problem. He couldn't handle himself. Link had to come in and take care of business for him in the parking lot. That's what happens. You're at the bar. People get mouthy, tempers flare, and you end up in the parking lot. You don't end up 6 minutes away, mile and a half away on a random residential street by the curb in front of two cops' houses to have your fight. So why were you spitballing a fight? Might it have something to do with John's injuries? Looking an awful lot like a guy that's been in a fight? Might it have something to do with that? Because I kind of think it does. That's why you'd spitball it, because it's freaking obvious. When you look at the guy, he's been in a fight. That's why you'd think that. But no special treatment. No. And he stands by. He didn't actually stand by best detective, Kevin Albert, didn't he? He modified that to excellent detective. Because he knows, what the discipline was for. He knows the jury is going to hear. He knows the jury is going to hear what that was all about. Oh, you were out drinking with Michael Proctor on the Cape and you got so loaded while on duty that you lost your gun. That's what you got disciplined for. Best detective. The nitpicking over Ring versus Arlo camera. I don't think that was particularly prudent. It's just his intuitive knee-jerk reaction to argue with the defense, to nitpick, to give them nothing, give them no ground, make them earn it all. Ring is probably the most well-known and, the one that a potential juror, for example, is probably most likely to have personal experience with how it operates. Arlo, very much less well-known. And so it introduces more doubt about how does this system work? What's it capable of? He's relying a lot on his personal knowledge here. Well, I know because I had talked about cameras with Gallagher and I'd seen screenshots from when I picked up packages on his porch. That's a little bit of a problem from a law enforcement standpoint, from an investigation standpoint. You made assumptions based on your personal relationship with somebody. That's not good. That's not good. That's pretty much the core definition of bias. Not informing yourself specifically about the facts and just reaching a conclusion based on previous understanding, previous experience. Applying a general to the specific circumstance. Well, generally the photos look like this, so that must mean that's all the camera can do. Defense has Gallagher on the witness stand, or on the witness list. And they were asking some fairly specific questions about what this Arlo system can do. You can Perhaps simply change the camera angle through the settings. And then he explains that, well, he wouldn't do that because it would drain the battery to capture the whole yard, to capture the street. It's a busy street. He wouldn't do that. So now you've leapt from what you actually know to you're now actually projecting what you think this guy did or didn't do. What evidence may or may not be available based on your personal relationship with the guy, what you already learned from him outside of your investigation. Now you're making reasons for him without ever even asking. That's not good. That's not an unbiased, impartial investigation. Not even close. Not even close. Whatever issue Mr. Jackson was having yesterday with the photographs and the foundation for the photographs, that he's resolved that. He handled that textbook today. You mark them. You establish the foundation for them. Are they true and accurate depictions of the porch as of January 29th, 2022? Is that what it would have looked like? Yes, you're done. The photo's coming in. So all you got to do now is move it into evidence. I don't think it matters that the jury can't look and see for themselves. Here's a photograph of, the group photo of the girls doing their cute poses, and there's Caitlin and there's Katie. Doesn't matter. Nah. I mean, they heard. They can visualize for themselves. They know. They know enough to know what those pictures are going to show, even if they could look at them with their own eyes. So did it matter yesterday? Not particularly. It was just, in a way, a good opportunity to perhaps struggle a bit, nail down today exactly what he needs to do so that when it's more important stuff, he's on top of it. Definitely seems to have solved that issue. I mean, most security cameras are generally going to be wide angle. They're going to be pretty wide angle. Manslaughter case I worked on, actually got charged with murder, but ultimately, after a very long and convoluted procedural history, including my reversal on appeal and in remand, it ultimately resolved at manslaughter. Only reason client is charged is because the person across the street has a Ring camera, and the Ring camera captures, not only the entire street, but the entire front of the neighbor's house. And everything that's going on in the driveway, where there was a struggle between my client and her boyfriend, and can really see it because it's inside the car, but you can see kind of generally how people are moving and so forth. There is an altercation. Boyfriend ends up stabbed. It's captured, not in great detail, but just in general outline on that Ring camera. That's the only reason that she was charged. So they can have very, very wide angles, and that makes sense because you want to get a lot of information. If you got a porch pirate, coming up, taking your Amazon boxes on your porch. Yeah, it's good to get their face, but it's also good to get their car and their license plate. They park outside, they drive by outside. It's good to get that information too. Probably increase your likelihood of being able to identify that person. If you can see what direction they came from, if you can see, did they come on foot? Did they come by car? Was there anybody with them, etc.? If you just see, top of their head while they're taking your box, and you might be able to see, a little bit about what they wore. Probably not all that helpful from a security standpoint. So wide angle is pretty common. Pretty common. Defense seems to know quite a bit about this Arlo system. I'm not sure the jury is going to share that knowledge. I don't share that knowledge. I don't know. And so that to me seemed to be a bit of a misstep because it took you out of the realm of where people are going to be comfortable If people know Ring cameras, probably, some of them may even have their own Ring cameras, Ring camera systems. It's very common. It's probably the most common one. They can rely on their own personal experience to understand how that works. But now you've brought up, no, it's actually this other one that's foreign and strange and we don't know. And you, the prosecution with the burden of proof, haven't established for us how it works. So it's just an opportunity for more doubt to be introduced. You don't know if he could get into his phone and change the camera setting. You don't know how easy that would be. You don't know if he does it differently at different times. So we know Higgins has access to pretty much everything in CPD except the permanent evidence room and the armory. Oh, so that suggests he can get into temporary evidence? He can get into temporary evidence? Am I understanding that correctly? Like you, when you went in to get it out of the fridge and give it to the criminalist? Doesn't sound like it was particularly difficult to do that. So Higgins could do that too. Sure seems like. Okay, the SUV arrives at the Canton Sally Port sometime on January 29th. He tried to slip in the 5 or 6. Trying to slip in that suggestion that it's later. This guy is slimy, but then has to, but I don't have personal knowledge of when it was. That's right. You don't. Nobody documents the condition of the SUV because it's no longer their investigation, according to him, but it is your Sally Port. It's your Sally Port. And so take nefarious out of it altogether. Okay. If a fire starts in the Canton Police Department and the Sally Port burns and the property in it is destroyed, you are going to be liable for that. Your insurance is going to be liable for that. You are a bailee of the evidence that you store. You are responsible for safekeeping it. And yes, if somebody takes your property and destroys it, not because we had to break into it to be able to search it for evidence, but just have fun, go around with a baseball bat, maybe bash up her car. Yeah, they'd be responsible for that. They'd be liable for that. So just like the tow truck driver, sure seems like he would have documented the condition of that SUV when he towed it, so that it doesn't show up with a broken taillight and somebody start pointing the finger. Wasn't like that when it went on your truck. You're going to pay. You're going to pay to fix it. Just like you would probably expect that from the tow driver, you're going to expect that from the Canton Police Department. Okay, we're not even talking about deliberate property damage at this point. We're talking about like the building can burn down, and that property is destroyed. You're going to be liable for that. So, yeah, you're gonna document. You're going to document what you have and what condition it's in, because your insurance company isn't going to pay for the replacement value of a mint condition Lexus SUV if that's not the condition that it was in. You document the condition that it was in. That's what you're liable for. If it's there's been a car accident, you have this crushed up, smashed can of a vehicle, you're going to document that. You're going to document what condition it's in, because the replacement value is almost nothing at that point. So John was deceased and it became an MSP investigation, but we didn't really pin down exactly when that happened and exactly how does this relate to Canton recusing themselves? Like what's the order of events here? Because we know that John is declared dead at the hospital 7:30, 8 o'clock. I mean, pretty early in the morning. As far as I can tell, probably about the time that we're doing this leaf blower search and all that. They knew right away as soon as they went to 34 Fairview. It's Brian Albert's house. Kevin Albert is a detective on our force. How do the recusal of the CPD and the death of John means that jurisdictionally MSP takes over? How do these things relate to each other? Because they're both being used as excuses for why the investigation didn't proceed in a certain way. But it's really not clear which one drove it, if either, or if that's just a convenient explanation for how badly we screwed this thing up. I mean, it seems like if the problem was you couldn't investigate any further because MSP got jurisdiction, that would simply be your answer. Well, we lost jurisdiction at this point. You wouldn't say anything about, well, we got recused. I mean, that would just be like a later on thing, but it wasn't your investigation at this point anyway. And as long as you're just recused from interviews, not from having the SUV in your Sally port where Kevin Albert and everybody else has access to it, you weren't recused from that, just from the interviews. Well, you didn't need to recuse from interviews because it's not your investigation anymore. So you wouldn't even need to bring that up. I'm not really seeing how these things correspond and why they are both excuses. You either recused yourself and then it ended up with MSP because John died, or because they're the default after you've recused, or you were out of it because John died and you lost jurisdiction. But not sure why we're getting both explanations for how they proceeded. Yeah, that open bag of solo cup congealed blood. Not a pleasant thing to think about. Just opened right up right there next to that rag, next to the SUV. We saw those in the first trial. Knew that was coming. This was a little bit of a muted redirect from Mr. Brennan. Less of the outrage. How dare the defense be asking these questions? And much more. Just let's talk about the facts that I think favor me. We did clarify that area of the snowblower search was about 6 feet by 6 feet. Now they said they took it down to the grass. Was it clear? Was that clear for the jury that the 6 foot by 6 foot area, the entire area was taken all the way down to the grass? Would have been nice to just hammer that because that's an important point. And you didn't see any tail light in that entire area right where John was. Seems a little sus. Seems a little questionable about whether there would have been any tail light there if you took it all the way down to the grass and didn't find any tail light. So I'm not 100% sure that was like really crystal clear, hammered home for the jury, but I do think the basics are in there for them to be able to put that together themselves. I love how this guy described what a warrant is. A warrant affidavit. You have to have a good faith basis, submit facts. Sufficient facts and circumstances sufficient to violate your Fourth Amendment rights. No, a warrant isn't violating your Fourth Amendment rights. A warrant is protecting your Fourth Amendment rights. That's the standard. You have the Fourth Amendment protection against privacy, but if there's a warrant, that's a reason.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Please be seated, court is in session.
If there's a warrant, that's a reasonable search under the Fourth Amendment. So it's literally not a violation of your Fourth Amendment rights. It's a protection. This is what the Fourth Amendment entitles you to, is no intrusions into your private sphere without a warrant. Without a warrant. This distinction between you can present a good faith affidavit laying out what you have and a judge finding that's not sufficient for me to issue a warrant is quite a distinct thing from I'm going to lie in an affidavit to try to get a warrant, or I'm going to omit material facts in my affidavit to try to get a warrant. That's the Franks violation, Delaware v. Franks. Those are very different things. I'm not sure if he was successful at muddying that water.
Let's bring them in, please.
Mr. Jackson is clearly pointing out you can ask in good faith for a warrant and not get one, and there's no consequence for that. And he tried to conflate that with, well, I can't lie in a warrant affidavit. No, that's right. You can't. You would end up on a Brady list if you're caught for that. But that's not what the question was about. Did that get cleared up? Did the jury understand that distinction? I mean, Mr. Jackson was like, well, but that's about lying in a report. Did the jury get that?
What do you want?
A lot of faith in the criminalist. No worries at all about the contamination factor, because we just put our faith in the criminalist. We trust their training. Because criminalists never do anything wrong. Have there ever been any issues in the Massachusetts State Police lab with the folks that handled the evidence there? Ever been any issues with that? Kind of feel like I've heard of some. It's not that uncommon. There's been kind of stories all over the country about things like evidence clerks get into, the toxicologist, for example, is a very common one. They get into the drugs, they get drugs to test. Some of that disappears, stuff like that. Dry labbing, another very common one. They don't feel like actually doing the test, so they just make up some data and some results, pretend that they did. Types of things are fairly common in crime labs around the country. But we put all our faith in the criminalists. They're doing it. It must be okay.
All right, to the court, please. Jurors enter.
You might.
Well, who do we have next? We're going to play the clips or not. Not sure. They needed to have a sidebar. I kind of thought I'd heard some things, but I'm not sure I know the details.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth moves into evidence and asks to play clip 18.
Okay.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
That was it.
Common,
That,
thank you.
That was it.
all right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him? Did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
Cut her right off. Did I clip him somehow?
Has okay.
Thank you.
So in order, it has 18 and then 17, or are they in the reverse order on the clip?
If I may see the exhibit. This one exhibit contains clip 12, clip 12A, clip 16, clip 17, and clip 18, all which were previously introduced.
Okay. And it's exhibit number what? Thank you.
15.
All right, thank you.
58 or
Your next
59?
witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Mr. Robert Gilman to the stand.
Okay.
Robert Gilman with a Lally. Oh, I didn't have my banners going.
Tell me swear the evidence to give to the court and jury is the case never gives the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, super.
Got his notebook with him.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your last name, spelling your last name for the court?
Good morning. My name is Robert Gilman, Gilman.
And what is your occupation, Mr. Gilman?
Meteorologist,
And where did you go to school?
Northeastern University and the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State.
And what degrees did you receive from those institutions?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science and in Meteorology.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I worked at the U.S. Geological Survey while I was finishing my education. I also worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington. I worked at AccuWeather at Penn State. And then I started my own business when I came back to the Boston area, working both in media, writing a column for the Patriot Ledger, radio, 95.9 WATD, and also providing information to municipalities about snow and ice in consulting.
Now, starting first with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, what did you do there?
I worked in the Division of Site Safety and Earthquake Analysis. That was primarily involving siting nuclear power plants.
And as far as AccuWeather Inc., what was it that you did there?
Meteorology, I worked starting out drawing maps. We drew our own maps back in those days, providing observations to meteorologists and helping develop forecasts.
Now, you had worked, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, you'd worked as a meteorologist in New York for the radio, for the Patriot Ledger and New England Weather Service, is that correct?
New England Weather Science, that's correct.
And how long a period of time, Stan, are we talking about as far as your work as a meteorologist?
Over 45 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what is meteorology?
Well, the term is actually a shortened term of hydrometeorology, one who studies falling water things, and it's a study of the atmosphere.
Now, in your work as a meteorologist, what are the different types of data that you study and examine?
Mostly measured data such as temperature, humidity, wind, precipitation, but also sensing data with satellites that orbit the Earth and with radar that shoots electronic beams out and comes back and forms images that we can analyze.
Now, beyond the satellites and the radar, where does that other data come from?
Well, the observing stations generally are at airports, for instance, but they're also at utilities, and there are private networks. And these either automated or amateur weather observers take down data such as I just mentioned, temperature, precipitation, visibility at these different locations.
And what is your current occupation?
Meteorologist.
And where is it that you currently work?
I work for Precision Weather Forecasting Incorporated, and I also do work to assist requests for past weather data, both for clients of ours at Precision Weather Forecasting and other requests for weather data.
And is that a company that you started yourself in conjunction with other people?
Yes, thank you. It's a company that we founded, my partner and I've been working with meteorologist Bill Guile for 30 years. We're both local, and we found that we had a lot of interest together. I don't stay up 24/7. He stays up overnight a lot of times, and we work much better, on that shift kind of work during the day, answering questions of clients about snow and ice especially. So we formed our own corporation, a Massachusetts corporation, in 2016.
And how long, even prior to the incorporation in 2016, how long have you been working in that capacity for building that company?
Oh, I would say over 45 years, going back to 1979, 1980.
And what type of service does your company provide to your clients?
Precise snow and ice information. I own the website snowandice.com, and our clients depend on
ice.
very local, precise snow and ice guidance. It's for safety. It's for efficiency, environmental concerns of not putting down a lot of chemicals when snow is going to change to rain, that kind of thing. So we're giving very local, precise weather information to help anyone that has snow and ice management concerns.
And if you could expound upon that just a little, sir, as far as what types of data or information is it that your company provides?
Mainly precipitation timing, when snowfall might begin in a particular place, the intensity of the snow, whether it might be expected to change to ice or rain, or go back to snow or ice to help with those kinds of operations.
And where does that data or information come from?
As meteorologists, we develop it ourselves. It's all in-house. We take a variety of different data from numerical modeling, guidance products, and observational information, and develop the forecast specifically for the client.
And as far as your clientele is concerned, To whom are you providing this data or information?
We work for most of the towns and the city in Norfolk County. We work for the largest cities in Massachusetts, some of the largest colleges and universities and other facilities, hospitals.
And what is the purpose of you providing that information to the clientele to whom you give it to?
Again, safety, efficiency, environmental concerns, to give them the best information to do the job they need to do. And it's a difficult job, as you can imagine.
Now, at some point, sir, were you asked to look at some data related to the Canton, Massachusetts area in the time frame leading up to and including January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to provide a simple report of the days preceding January 29th, 2022, and a more detailed report of the early morning hours of January 29th about estimating snowfall during that time period.
And in total, as far as that total time frame, do you recall what dates you were looking at?
I believe it was January 26th to the 29th.
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes.
And what was the forecast for?
Well, the forecast for the first couple of days was dry and very cold to bitterly cold. As we got closer to the 28th and 29th, we were looking at a storm coming in from the west and strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline. And we issued warnings, again, 2 to 3 days ahead of time to let our clients know that this was going to be a significant winter storm.
And specifically with the storm, what was the timing associated with that forecast as far as when would the storm begin?
We expected the storm, the snowfall, and the increase in wind to begin very late Friday evening, the 28th, with light to very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Now, from a scientific perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing, either falling or blowing snow, visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
Now, did this particular storm meet that criteria?
The storm did, absolutely. For Boston and much of the greater Boston area, including in Canton at the Blue Hill Observatory. However, not every spot had all of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually occurred during that time frame?
This was the biggest January storm in history, with 27 inches of snowfall. And it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile. And the temperature was dropping during that time, and the winds were gusting frequently to 40 and 50 miles an hour in this area.
Now, that data that you looked at from that time frame of January 26th through the 29th of 2022, what types of data specifically did you look, or actually, we'll get to specifics in a moment. What data in general terms did you look at in your analysis?
3 locations, the Blue Hill Observatory, which is the oldest continuously operating weather observatory in North America, close by, Boston, which is a first order weather station at Logan Airport, and Norwood Airport, which is a mile away. And those were the 3 locations. I was considering the surface observations from those locations, also considered other types of observational data. I mentioned the radar data, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a NEXRAD NOAA database. And third was the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, which categorizes snowfall and snow depth. So those three different types of data at those three different locations.
Now, when you talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
It was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
And do you know how far away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
Let it refresh you.
So what
Oh,
are
let's
you
see.
reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from Blue Hill to Fairview, and that's, may I answer the question?
Yes, yes,
I'm okay with it, Your Honor, I just wanted the record to know.
yes, that's why I asked him what he's reading.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That would be 7 miles.
And the Norwood Airport, how far again is that, or how far away again is that between Norwood Airport and 34 Fairview Road?
1 mile.
Now, these measurements that you used in your analysis, are you familiar with how those measurements are taken or how they're done at each of those 3 locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how those measurements are done or how those calculations or the data is collected?
Sure. Boston, again, is a first order station. It's equipped with automated equipment. It's called ASOS, Automated Surface Observing System. And it takes measurements of temperature, visibility, wind, humidity at very frequent intervals throughout the 24-hour day. It also collects precipitation, which isn't easy if you think of Logan Airport being out in the harbor and trying to collect every raindrop in that environment. But they have a very sophisticated rain gauge system that actually does a fairly good job of collecting precipitation. Moving on to Norwood Airport, very similar. It's not as high a caliber a station as Boston is in terms of the frequency of observations or the complete set of data. Blue Hill Observatory is a special case indeed. It had been manned for most of the day for many years. The former observer is still alive and well in Hingham, Bob Skilling. For the last several years, 10, 15 years or so, it was an ASOS system that I just mentioned, but in recent years that was cut back. So there are observers that are there and they take observations when they're there, and they take automated observations otherwise and take a record of that. But it's not on the, for instance, the FAA network, Federal Aviation Administration. Weather data, of course, is extremely critical to aviation, and they have a network of weather data. The Blue Hill Observatory currently is not on that network.
Now, how the data is collected or calculated at each of those respective facilities, is that how it's standardly collected within the industry?
Standardly.
Yes.
And is it a routine both in your practice and in your meteorological industry as a whole, relying on that type of data and the way it's collected?
Yes, there are standards established. I'm a member of the American Meteorological Society, the Professional Society of Meteorologists, and there are standards that are established on taking weather measurements.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Haven't heard anything about his qualifications for the rock solid ground. We're not looking for earthquakes here.
Mr. Gilman, Your Honor, may I remain here just
Sure.
a moment? Mr. Gilman, I'm handing you a series of, I believe, 6-page documents. You recognize that?
Yes.
Back a little bit more so the jurors can see the witness, please.
you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I
Did
do.
someone
Why
try
do you
it?
recognize that?
Okay, we gotta try
This is
it.
a local climatological data sheet for January 2022 for each day. And I believe there's, as I look through it, hourly reports of weather observations, especially for January 29th at Norwood Airport. And this is published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service.
And at least in part, is that the data that you were testifying about before, as far as the data that you relied upon in your study here?
It's one element, that's right. And again, I put a lot of strength to this data because it is in such proximity to Canton, to the location we're concerned about.
Yes, no one ice.com won't load.
As the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Embarrassing.
Exhibit 60.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I return what's now been marked as Exhibit 60 to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gilman, starting with snow accumulation, during the period that you were looking at, what is it that you found?
The snow began to accumulate during this winter storm. And by the way, I think I can use the term nor'easter, blizzard, bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, winter storm, all referring to the storm event of the 28th, mostly the 29th. The first snowfall began late in the evening on the 28th and continued into the 29th.
Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little, enough to track a cat, 0.2 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the 29th, were you able to determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down?
Yes, as the hourly precipitation data, temperature, and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed.
And from your analysis, sir, could you describe to the jury, sort of going bit
Sort
by
of.
bit, what was that hourly snowfall for the 29th?
Now, as I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 0.3 of an inch an hour on the 29th until 1 o'clock. And it stayed in that light range. And anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that by 3 and 4 a.m., we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr. Gilman. So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point?
I believe that was, I do my arithmetic,
It's not a lot. Couple inches, few inches.
3.9 inches up to 6 a.m.
3.59
I'm
inches.
sorry, sir. If you could continue now going forward from 6 a.m. on the 29th.
Then we started getting into a more moderate snowfall, and again, that's an inch an hour more, so that by 7 o'clock was another 1.5 inches. By 8 o'clock, another inch, 1.1. And then by 9 and 10 o'clock, it was getting to be moderate to heavy snowfall based on radar returns, the next-rad radar information, based on the visibility reduction, based on the amount of precipitation that was melted in the rain gauges, based on other reports from cooperative observers. So that's on the order of 1.5 inches an hour of intensity, and that continued through the middle of the day, rapidly accumulating on the ground. And it accumulated at even 2 inches an hour by the early afternoon before it started to wind down in intensity, as these types of storms always do, by 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it was back down to light snowfall, ½ inch to 2/10 of an inch. And the snowfall accumulation had ended by 10 o'clock at night.
If I could take you back just a little bit to right before it turns from the moderate 1.5 inches per hour to about the lighter snow. About how much snow had accumulated at that point? Around 6 p.m. or so.
Around 6 p.m.?
Yes.
Well, again, I'm just going to do the arithmetic of subtracting the snowfall after 6 p.m., which was 1.3 inches from the total, which was 23.8. I'll do that arithmetic. 23.8 was the total snowfall, and 1.3, 22.5 inches.
So that's 22.5 inches, just short of 22, excuse me, just short of 22.5 inches by 6 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the total snow accumulation from the storm in its entirety again?
23.8 inches.
Okay, so just short of 2 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. The biggest snowstorm in January in our history.
Now, sir, have you prepared some visual aids to assist the jury with the snow accumulation?
Let's
Yes.
see the
May I approach the
visual
witness again, Your
aids.
Honor?
Yes.
Let's visualize the 3.59 inches that fell by 6 a.m.
Mr. Gilman, showing you 3 documents. Just ask you to look at those. We're helping you finish.
Yes, I've seen these, yeah.
And what do you recognize each of those 3 to be?
The first one is a storm warning report that was sent to our clients in this area regarding the upcoming snowfall, winter storm. And we began sending this type of a report, as I said, 3 days prior. This was one of the last ones that was sent as the storm was getting underway in this area. So this was sent by my colleague, my partner, Bill Guile, at 8 o'clock that Friday evening. And it's a detail of when the snow is going to start, when the first inch will be on the ground, the total snowfall, the duration of the storm, and what's going to happen after the storm, which is also critical for our clients to know how to clean it up and what kind of post-storm conditions as far as temperature and other things to consider. So that's the heading of the form. Then we get into this detailed 6-hour time block series. And of course, that begins at 6 p.m. to midnight, since this was issued at 8 p.m. And we talk about the weather conditions and how much, if any, snowfall.
I don't mean to interject, but just you recognize what's on that, and that is a forecast that you sent out, correct?
Yes. Well, our company sent out, my partner, Bill Guile, actually sent it.
And the last 2 sheets that you have before you, what are those?
These are images taken from one of those 3 sets I talked about, the for a second. The data set from NOAA, the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center. And it's a image of snow depth, or snow on the ground, at 2 times on January 29th. The first time is 1 a.m. and the second time is 7 a.m. And it's a map of Greater Boston down to the South Shore into northwestern Rhode Island.
Can I approach now?
Yes.
Almost introduced in a minute the next 3 exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
Great, thank you.
Exhibit 61, 62, and 63.
And again, Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Gilman, what is the difference between a forecast versus a report of actual conditions or weather measurables?
As defined, a forecast is your best estimate based on science and data available of how the future is going to play out in terms of weather, the amount of snowfall, the temperature, the observed data. And I often make the distinction between soup and sandwich. Weather and forecast always seem to go together, but there actually is weather, and that's separate from what the forecast is, and there's always some small distinction. Lately, we've been getting pretty good at getting accurate weather forecasting done, but it is the actual weather that's measured. How much snow is on the ground, how much snow fell, what the wind speed was during any given period, temperature, those kind of elements that actually occurred.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish to the jury on the screen a copy of the forecasting document?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Thank you. And Mr. Gilman, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the forecasting document that's now been marked as an exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could, directing the jury's attention from left to right as far as the columns go, if you could walk the jury through sort of what we're looking at in this particular aid.
Sure. So below the heading, I think I defined the heading just before, we have these 6-hour time periods. So the columns are the day, in this case, today being Friday in this forecast, the weather, the amount in inches, that would be of snowfall, the temperature, that's the air temperature, and air temperature is taken 5 feet above the ground in a natural surrounding. The road temperature, also in Fahrenheit, and that is the surface ground temperature, which is very important to our clients. And then we have wind, both sustained and gusts. Below that, we have special notes to amplify our message. A lot of times people don't read everything, so we try to highlight what's important or add something that wouldn't be in one of those columns.
And as far as the air temperature as concerned, as far as it being recorded, does that incorporate wind chill into that temperature, or is that something else?
Wind chill is a calculated amount or figure of heat transfer based on how human beings react to temperature. So this is the actual temperature that would be measured on a thermometer.
And thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And again, on the bottom portion of this aid, again, if you could walk the jury through what we're looking for and what we're looking at, and specifically, if you could draw their attention to the snow accumulation that's forecast in this.
Certainly. The same applies to the columns. Now we're into the tomorrow. So since this was issued at 8 p.m. on Friday, tomorrow is Saturday. And we're going through each 6-hour period and how much snowfall could be expected.
Thunder snow.
You
Possible
see it
thunder
starts with
snow.
3 or 4 inches and then ramps up as we get later in the morning to as much as 6 to 10 inches of snow. You can calculate what that hourly rate might be based on the 6-hour period. We give that type of range because it's scientifically accurate. People really want to know every minute, every hour, and that's just not something that modern science can do. So we give this period to be as accurate as possible while still being extremely precise. 7 to 9 inches during the afternoon period, and then it winds down to 2 to 3 inches toward midnight.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Mr. Gilman, the snow accumulation, how is that measured as far as the measurements that you get from each of these 3 sites, how is that measured at those sites?
At Blue Hill Observatory, there's often an observer, a trained observer, making measurements. The standard is to use what we call a snowboard. And if any of the members of the jury do weather observing or no weather observers, you might be familiar. It's just like a piece of plywood, something that doesn't radiate like pavement would or a house would. Just something that would allow the snowfall to accumulate in a natural way. And then that's cleaned off every 3 hours. And those amounts are added throughout the duration of the snowfall event. So that's
it's your
the way
snowfall collection
the observers
plywood.
at the Blue Hill Observatory literally have been doing that since 1885. When you come to Logan Airport, you don't have an observer right there. There was back before the 70s, 80s, around that time period, before ASOS came into play. There were people that were in the weather office that would go out and make those measurements. Now they contract with an observer. And I'm not sure of the location right now or during this event in 2022. I believe it may be in Winthrop, but it's very nearby to Logan Airport. And this is a contracted observer that makes these measurements. At Norwood, there is no snowfall measurement made right at that location.
Now, you've used a term a couple times as far as heavy snow. What is scientifically, what do you mean by heavy snow?
Well, he's loving this.
Heavy snow, again, can be defined in 2 ways. Either by the reduction in visibility or by the accumulation rate. So it's an intensity of snowfall. And in terms of visibility, it would be less than 1/4 of a mile. So something like 3/8 of a mile. That's when you get into the heavy snowfall range. Intensity, in terms of the way it accumulates, might be more familiar to most of us since we don't know what that visibility might or might not be, but it's 1.5 inches an hour or more. It's not something that you want to be driving in, or very hazardous and big impact on a lot of our activity.
Well, maybe
Now,
enough.
what is the scientific definition of whiteout conditions?
I don't know if there's a scientific explanation, but it's a good term that is used quite a bit, and it would be heavy snowfall. Again, snowfall can reduce visibility to near zero, even below 3/8 of a mile. You may be getting 2 inches of accumulation, 3 inches per hour. When you have a very convective, energetic storm, like a thunder snow event, a lot of upward motion in the atmosphere, you could get 4, even 5 inches of snowfall per hour, and that certainly would be termed whiteout. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that we drive a lot these days, that people are familiar with limitations to being able to drive a car. And, if you're driving along, the windshields are going, wipers are going at maximum speed, and you just can't make out anything on the horizon or the car in front of you, you say it's whiteout conditions, that's the way it's reported.
And did each of those, as far as heavy snow and whiteout conditions, occur in this storm?
Heavy snow definitely occurred in the storm. I've heard it referred to as whiteout conditions, and it's somewhat in the eye of the beholder, but I would say yes, whiteout conditions did occur.
Now, turning your attention, Mr. Gilman, now to the topic of visibility, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is as it applies to what you do?
Well, visibility is just a reduction of how far you can see based on some weather element, as long as we're talking about weather. So haze can reduce visibility, fog, different types of precipitation, smoke can reduce visibility in the atmosphere. But in terms of snowfall, the heavier the intensity of the snowfall, the lower the visibility.
Remember, this is not the common sense of the jury.
Standpoint, how is that measured?
We needed an expert for this.
Well, it's measured in miles, or 1/4 of a mile, which is the standard here in the United States. And you sometimes see it in 1/8 of a mile, but generally with these automated systems, it would be 3/4 of a mile or 1/2 a mile Or as the snow intensity lightened up quite a bit, it may go up to 7 miles. I've seen snow falling at 10, even 11 mile visibility, which you'd hardly notice if you were out. That's not much of a reduction in visibility, but it can come all the way down to near zero.
And what was the lowest, if you know, the lowest recorded measurement as far as visibility as it pertained to this storm?
I would base that on the Norwood Airport because it was, especially in this immediate area, and they do a good job of measuring visibility, and that came down to 1/4 mile at the airport. It certainly may have been lower than that at times, but was on the order of 1/4 to perhaps as low as 3/8 of a mile or 1/8 of a mile between observations.
3/8 or
Now,
an
sir,
1/8.
if I could turn your attention
These
to
are big
the topic
differences.
of temperature. How is temperature measured in your analysis as far as the data that you have?
Temperature is measured with a thermometer, and there are different types. We depend heavily on electronic thermometers now that measure the amount of heat in the air, and we get a reading, and we generally use that reading as the air temperature.
Now, what is the difference between air temperature and road temperature?
Again, air temperature, the standard is the temperature of the atmosphere 5 feet above the ground in a well-ventilated natural surroundings. Road temperature or ground temperature is actually at the surface. So it's out beyond the atmosphere, right at the surface of the ground.
And what kind of tools are used or utilized to measure road temperature?
There are basically two ways. One way would be to put some kind of sensing device, a probe, in the surface, just below the surface. And the other way would be to use infrared radiation. So you'd mount a sensor on a pole, and that infrared wavelength measurement would give you a road temperature, a surface temperature.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that road temperature in particular is important to your clients. Why is that?
And I've heard this so many times from our clients, you can forecast or expect an inch of snowfall or 3 inches of snowfall. If it's going to melt because the road temperature is 34 degrees or 35 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't really want to do anything. They don't want to put a lot of chemical down. They don't want to hire private contractors with plows. Whereas if it's going to accumulate, especially on the road surface, they need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavement during winter storm events. There's so many automobiles on the roadways in this area that each of these municipalities is constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can. And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
The Steely is more entertaining than anything.
What is the difference
we've heard in
in
testimony.
the changes to air temperature as opposed to the change in road temperature?
They're different substances, so they have a different pattern of temperature change. Air temperature changes much more quickly. And of course, when we're talking about temperature, we're talking about energy, the way the molecules in the atmosphere are moving. The faster they're moving, the higher the temperature, the more energy. So depending on what is causing that change in temperature, the atmosphere is going to react more slowly. The ground will react more slowly to the change. The atmosphere will react pretty quickly and much faster.
Now, in your analysis here, what time frame again were you using or were you measuring the temperature across? Let me ask you this way. You started on January 26th through the 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it specifically with temperature that you started on the 26th as opposed to anything else?
I was asked to start at the 26th, and I said that's a good way to go because it establishes a period of seasonal freezing ground. It typically happens in this climate in the midwinter that our ground freezes. So if you look a few days before, you get a good sense if that was the case. I mean, there have been winters, there have been months of January in recent years that we've reached 60, even 70 degrees, and nothing is going to be frozen during that time. This was not the case in late January of 2022. It was an unusually cold period, and it was important to record that.
Now, can you describe to the jury or lay out for the jury the temperature readings throughout that period of time that you analyzed?
Yes. I'll start with the 26th and just go without going through more than just the day high and low.
Air or
A high
road?
of 28, a low of 12. On the 27th, the high was 27 and the low was just 9 degrees Fahrenheit. On the 28th, Friday, the high temperature reached 36 and the low was 22. And then on Saturday, the 29th, the high temperature was 29 and the low was down to 15.
That's
Now,
not a
sir,
hard
if I could
freeze.
ask you specifically within that time period, a specific time period of approximately 1:30 a.m. on the 29th through 5 a.m. on the 29th. What does the data demonstrate with respect to the air temperature during that period?
From 1:30 to 5:30?
Yes, please.
On the 29th. All right, I'll consult this data from Norwood Airport if that's the way we should look at this. I would suggest to do that. And at 1:30, the temperature was 31.
Oh,
By 5:53 in the morning, it was down to 24 degrees.
During that time period, before that, is the temperature relatively stagnant during that time period of 1:30 to 5 a.m.?
Before that time?
During that time.
Oh, during the early part of the time, and again, this is right at Norwood Airport. It might have been a little bit colder in Canton. It certainly was colder at the Blue Hill Observatory, but I don't have a lot of that, so I'm using this.
Sure.
So based on this, it was pretty steady through around 2 in the morning. And then because of the nature of this type of storm, it's deepening rapidly. It's low pressure offshore. So the wind tends to back from the northeast to the north-northeast to the north. And that backing wind starts to draw air rather than from the Gulf of Maine, the Atlantic Ocean, the harbor, more from northern New England and Quebec. So that's a tendency of all of these winter storms to tend to get colder as the storm intensifies. And that's what we see starting to happen as you get toward 2:30 in the morning, and especially 4:30, it's down to 28, 26, and then down to 24 degrees just before 6 in the morning.
And that temperature sort of fluctuation or lack thereof, is that consistent with what you would expect in this type of storm?
It's exactly what I would expect. And this is a classic winter nor'easter, and that temperature drop is part of that. Mm-hmm.
And lastly, sir, if I could just take you back to the road temperature you were talking about before. How would you describe the temperature readings generally from the 26th through the 29th as far as what type of temperatures were recorded during that time frame that you just testified about?
As I said, it's the coldest time of the year anyway, in late January here in the Boston area around Canton, midwinter. And this particular year, 2022, it was colder than normal. So road temperatures were dropping much of the time. They may have come up a little bit during the course of the day, thanks to sunshine during the 26th and 27th. A little moderation in the temperature on the 28th, but for the most part, there was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold at the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on the hardness of the ground over that time period?
Well, again, the ground was frozen, the soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen. And it would have made the ground impenetrable, that hard.
Oh, impenetrable?
You know, as hard
Like
as too difficult.
deep
You
in?
wouldn't be able to dig in the ground. So.
Thank you very much, sir. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Alessi?
Impenetrable, you said.
Yeah, Court, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Lally, please.
With regard to Mr. Lally and myself, we have agreed I'd like to address the court with a stipulation. And with regard to the document, we stipulated into evidence, declaration measures.
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach this very briefly?
Okay.
Oh, we could be entertaining ourselves with impact to hardness and impenetrability with Mr. Lally, but I'll let you guys in the chat. I'll let you guys in the chat figure out whose mom we're talking about there. So, wow, boy, that was a lot to say. There wasn't very much snow on the ground, and ground would have been frozen, but we did really not spell out the basis for that. We don't seem to have road temp measurements, at least not that were articulated to us. You're saying the air temp was cold, but it might have gotten warmer during the days on the 26th and the 27th because of sunshine. Oh, Alessi already knows exactly how to do these calculations, and he's going to hammer this guy. I wonder if the guy is going to be receptive to his lack of expertise when it comes to details about frozen ground and how deep and what does that mean in terms of how hard it was and what type of soil, etc. So if they're stipulating, it will be read and we'll hear what it is.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, that was very helpful. We needed an expert for that.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you. Good afternoon, almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
I have some questions for you, if I could, please. You covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them. As a meteorologist, you indicated that you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Correct.
And one of those areas is snow accumulation.
Correct.
Another area is visibility, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a general understanding about what this case is about? Let me ask it this way. As regards weather conditions, are you familiar with an address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34 Fairview, Canton, New York?
Not New York. This is Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts, sir.
Yes. I've been in many parts of Canton. I don't believe I've ever been to 34 Fairview.
Are you generally familiar with that area?
Yes.
And you've mentioned the Norwood Airport on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And is the general area of Fairview, is that in close proximity to the Norwood Airport?
I mentioned it's a mile away.
Right, so it's fairly close, right?
A mile.
Right, so you would expect that the readings you talked about on your direct examination would have a direct bearing and relevance to the 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Is that correct?
Yes, relevance, yes.
Yes. So what I would like to do is to draw your attention to the exhibit that was just marked, if Your Honor. We have that. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gilman, this is Exhibit 64. If I could hand that to you, please.
Thank you.
And you can keep that in front of you. If you could publish. Your
Trap
Honor, may
has
I
been
publish?
set.
Thank you. If you
A
can enlarge.
trap has been
just-
set.
No, not the whole thing, just the chart up above, and make that as large as you could for the jury, please. That is very good, thank you. You see where we are, and Mr. Goodman, you can either look on the screen or look on the document, whichever is best for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's start with the top, which is estimated hourly snowfall ending at. This is for January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And what does not appear on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as accurate as possible, would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for midnight? You mentioned there was a little bit starting and there was a 0.2. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
If you want to get the total for the snowfall event, yes.
Okay, so we'll just have, if you will, an imaginary 0.2 up at the top.
We're walking
And
through
what
some
I'm going to do,
math.
sir, is I'm going to go through the hourly snowfall, because there are times that you have on your chart.
1.5 inch by 4.
Are relevant in this matter. So let's start with, and just do it chronologically
3.7 by 6.
time. And what I'm going to ask you to do is
But
to
the
do a little
0.2
bit
is
of math as we go
3.9.
through. If you need a calculator, I think it's going to be fairly straightforward math for someone with your skills, but take your time when we get through it. So we start at midnight, and you mentioned the concept of visibility on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said on your direct examination that at midnight, there was, quote, very little snow precipitation. Is that correct?
I believe I said there was very little snow on the ground.
Very little snow on the ground, and I think you used the phrase track a cat.
Enough to track a cat, exactly.
Right. And so enough to track a cat, but a fairly small amount, correct?
I don't know how to define it any better than enough to track a cat.
Very good, sir. I'll go with track a cat.
That's as small as amount as you can get. And again, that would be on a natural surface, not necessarily on pavement.
Right. And what would the variation be, if at all, on pavement?
Oh, a lot of factors would come into play. Most importantly, since this was a forecasted storm event, the town may have pre-treated the road. That lowers the freezing point of the precipitation. So it would, even if it was 25 degrees, it might be melting on the road.
So in terms of the factor you just talked about, for example, pre-treatment, that could cause the accumulation, the numbers here to be lower than what we're seeing on the chart, correct?
Definitely, correct.
But there's not a scenario where it could be higher, is it, at this point?
Well, there are places, especially with this kind of wind and dry, fluffy snow, that you would have drifting.
Right, but with just 0.2 inches on the ground, would you expect drifting?
No,
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Right.
Unless I was a very small animal.
I was going to say, tracking a cat wouldn't seem to work very well if you've only got drifting with 0.2.
I thought you were asking about the larger numbers.
No, sir. Good point. What I'd like to do is to just concentrate on the beginning here and midnight and 1 a.m. and then we'll progress down through, okay? I want to snapshot it, if you will, starting at the very beginning. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you add it seems like to be most accurate, to each number here, we would add a 0.2 to get the total, correct?
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
Total so far, yes.
And that could, on the road, that could be less because of municipal pre-treatment. If they pre-treated for the storm, they could have put some chemicals down that would have caused a melt and therefore less. That's a possibility.
That's one factor. Another factor would just be the road may be warmer for a number of reasons.
So that could be another reason why it might be less, another factor.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's go to, I want to go between 1 and 2 a.m. Let's assume a time of 1:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is it correct that
But everyone left.
accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point, according to your chart?
By 2 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Therefore, correct.
Therefore, by 1:45, it would be
Less
less
than an
than
inch.
0.8, yes.
Right, so,
Or equal to, if yeah,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
less
sir.
than or equal to.
Right, so you used 2 a.m., right, which would mean that it was 0.8, correct?
Correct.
And then if you work back 15 minutes at 1:45 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, correct?
If it was still snowing in those 15 minutes.
Right. So, but I just want to focus on the number. At 1:45 a.m., it's less than 0.8 inches, correct?
It's less than 0.8 inches.
Yes,
Okay.
right. Alrighty. So,
Alrighty. He knows he's in a trap.
that is, to state it another way, is it correct to say it's just 0.8 of an inch? Is that correct?
0.8 is 0.8 of an inch.
Right. Another way to say it. So in terms of the time now, and this may get a little more complicated, sir, but if you take just the time between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. So you've got 0.8. You would have
But 0.2 was before noon.
under at 1:45. Is it correct you would have only 0.35 inches accumulated of the 0.8? You follow my math, sir?
I'm not sure what I follow in that sentence.
John
did
went
you ask
down.
me how much snow fell between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
That's another way of asking the
Okay,
question.
between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 0.3 of an inch is the estimated snowfall.
Right, very well. And so what I'd like to do now is to move down the chart to 3 a.m.
0.3.
How much snow has fallen or accumulated between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
It would be 1 inch.
Right, and is an inch, and you're in the measurement business, about the size of a thumbnail?
Yeah, I actually use the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb as an inch.
Right, so from the knuckle of one's thumb to the end of the thumb is 1 inch. Right.
Great visual.
And
Every juror can
under
do that.
your terminology on direct, you had used the term very little. Would you consider from the knuckle to the top of the thumb very little snow?
definitely would require a comparison. 1 inch of snow has caused tremendous problems for people.
Right.
So I would not call it, just by the fact of 1 inch of snowfall, I would never say it's very little.
No, I'm sorry, maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm not talking about effects of 1 inch. I'm just talking a measurement of 1 inch on a measurement scale. Would you still consider that your phrase, track a cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
We'd be out of the track a cat stage.
Got it. So, but again, the 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down to about another time is 3:30 a.m., which we're going to focus on now, 3:30 a.m. How much snow had accumulated by 3:30 a.m.?
Well, we're going to have that inch we just talked about at length, and we're going to add the 2/10 from the previous day, the last few hours of the 28th. So we have 1.2. Now we're going to add another half an inch by 4 a.m. So somewhere less than 1.7 inches, less than or equal to.
Wouldn't the number at 3:30 be 0.85 inches?
You're including the snowfall from the previous day, the 2/10 of an inch?
Yes.
No.
What would it be?
As I said, there's 1.2 inches up to 3 a.m. And then we're adding some amount before 4 a.m. Unknown how that was distributed within that hour, but something like 1.7 equal or less than total.
Alessi's math isn't
How about the
including.
accumulation between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.? How much accumulation for that time period?
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. So we have
Yes,
3/10 of an inch
on top
up
of
to
John.
2 and another 4/10 of an inch, or a total of 0.7.
So between 1 and 3 a.m., there's only an accumulation of 0.7, correct?
Correct.
Inches.
Correct.
Second time Lucky went by. This is what we're sorting out all of the time, points and how much snow.
You had
Very well
spoken
done.
a lot on your direct testimony about the magnitude of the storm, a variety of other measurements. But what I wanted to draw really a line at 6 a.m., which you said was an accumulation of 3.9. What I want to do is to now move on to from 7 a.m. on January 29th until noontime. And you can check my math, sir, but I get 12.5 inches total as of noon on January 29th.
I can do the arithmetic if it sounds about right. 8.6 inches fell up until noon, starting at 6 in that time period, which is about the amount we forecast. And did you ask about the total going back to the night before? Or?
Yeah, the total starting at midnight.
Starting at midnight.
Right, going until noon, so it's a 12-hour period of the same day, January 29th.
My quick calculation is 12.3 inches.
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight?
Previous to midnight, yes.
Right, so 12.3 is what shows with all those numbers, but then you have to add the 0.2 from midnight, which would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly, yep.
Good. So just to summarize the first column there, all the way down from 1 a.m. to 12 p.m. At 6 a.m., we've got 3.9 inches. And then moving down to 12 p.m., we're at 12.5 inches, correct?
I believe so.
So the snow didn't even really start until after all the key events here had happened. Trying to blame it all on the snow, but the snow had barely even started.
Sir, tell me when you're
Yes, yes.
So we're in alignment with those two numbers, 3.9 inches as of 6 a.m., 12.5 inches as of 12 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't sure if you wanted me to do all the arithmetic again, but I did do that, and yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. You talked about the concept of visibility on your direct examination. In terms of visibility, did I hear you correctly that there's a correlation between the amount of snow coming down and visibility?
The intensity of the snowfall, so the amount over time and visibility, right?
Right. So the intensity or amount over time, how would you describe visibility from 12 midnight or 12 a.m. on January 29th until 1 a.m., that 1 hour period? How would you describe visibility?
I really don't know exactly. I can look at the report from Norwood Airport. They measure the visibility.
Could you do that, sir? Would that be easy enough for you to do?
Do you need a light, Mr. Gilman? Do you need lights on?
If we're going to do more than one, I would, but let's see if I can. Thank you, Your Honor. And we were asked about 1 a.m. Is that?
Yes, visibility at 1 a.m.
Okay, visibility reported at 1 a.m. was 1.2 miles in light snow.
And what does that mean, a visibility of 1.2 miles?
1.25 miles, 1.25 miles. It means that anything that was more than 1.25 miles away from the observer would be hidden by the snowfall. You wouldn't be able to see it.
And what does it mean if the visibility was less than 1.25 miles?
And as the visibility lowers, your ability to see objects in the distance is reduced.
So assume, sir, that somebody is 30 feet away from an object they want to see. And the visibility is 1.25 miles. Would they be able to see that object based upon your experience with visibility and your career in that area?
All other things being equal, yes.
Right. So would it be fair to say visibility would be good for 30 feet if it's a 1.25 mile and beyond?
Can you answer that, Mr. Gilman?
Can I further explain to the jury about visibility? Thank you. A term like good for visibility would generally apply more toward 8 miles, 10 miles as good visibility. So it's hard to say that anything under 3 miles. For instance, we go from calling visibility reduction in haze to fog. Once it's really the same atmospheric phenomenon, but once you get below 3 miles, we call it fog or dense fog. So anything below that, when you reduce visibility by fog, haze, snow below 3 miles, it's hard to call it good visibility.
But if something is at 1.25 miles, there's visibility, correct?
Of 1.25 miles, yes.
There is visibility.
And again, if I could explain for the jury, a lot of this is developed for aviation.
Right.
And if you're a pilot or you think about what a pilot needs to go through, that's where these terms come from.
I understand, sir, but you are in the weather forecasting business, correct?
I sure am, yes.
And you, in weathercasters, we all here on TV talk about visibility on their forecast, correct?
Correct.
And they're not talking just to pilots, right? They're talking to people who are going to drive, people who are going to walk. Is that correct?
And it is a challenge to communicate that, yes.
But sir, my question is, when someone, a weathercaster, weather person is talking about visibility, the main target audience are for people who are going to be driving or walking, correct? There's not pilots that they're giving.
Well, I don't know, but I would never expect, and I do broadcast meteorology, a broadcast meteorologist to say visibility was good if it was less than 1.5 miles.
Yeah, sir, I appreciate that, but my question's not, I've left whether it's good or not. I'm talking about the purpose of weathercasters speaking about visibility.
Yes.
You had indicated in your earlier answer, you had tethered it to pilots, but there's also an application of the visibility concept for the rest of us in the world who drive and walk, correct?
Yes,
Isn't it useful for that?
Absolutely. I'm trying to answer your question about whether the visibility was good.
Right, but I'm not asking that question anymore. My question is just,
I only know what you asked me.
All right, I'll try it a different way. Visibility is a concept that is used by weathercasters to assist people who are going to be walking or driving. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So now let's go on to the concept.
How easy was that? You just listen.
You mentioned the concept of wind chill on your direct examination. You recall that, sir?
I was asked about it, yes.
Yes. Does wind chill have a relationship to temperature, and if so, what is it?
It does have a relationship to temperature. It's a complex function that was developed by the U.S. Air Force in the 50s to help produce cold weather gear. And it was determined that wind had a major impact on our military in terms of what type of gear they needed, in addition to how low the temperature was. So it's a measurement of temperature to begin with, and then there's a complex function applied based on the wind speed to come up with how that air temperature, how that air is going to impact the human body.
So is it fair to say that if you have a temperature, and what I wanted to do is to go to the temperatures that you gave on your direct examination, is it accurate to state that, for example, on January 29th, I believe I heard you say there was a high of 29 and a low of 15. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that was my report based on all those 3 locations, yes.
And you had also testified about wind speed and wind gusts as well. And can you state, if you have it in your notes?
I do, yes. It was in the report, yep.
Yep, and what was the wind speed? Average and then high gusts?
Sure. 23 miles an hour with frequent gusts of 47 miles an hour.
So what does your number 23, how does that affect temperatures of 29 and 15?
That is heavy wind. I'll give him that.
Makes that air feel much colder. So that air, that 20-degree air, did you say 20 and
29, sir, and 15
Okay.
were the numbers you had given?
that range for that day? Sure.
Yeah.
So it makes that air temperature feel colder, and it allows that air to take heat out of your body more efficiently and more rapidly. So it feels much colder. And we can calculate roughly how it would feel if there was no wind at all.
And sir, thank you. You've gotten right to my next point, and I only have a few more questions left for you. So if you have the highest temperature on the 29th of 29, January 29, 2022, do you know what the wind chill factor would do in terms of a calculation number to bring that 29 number down? Do you know what that number would result in applying the most conservative wind speed of 23?
I wasn't asked to calculate that, no.
Would it be less than 0? Just an estimate.
Based on the 29 temperature?
Based on the 29.
No,
Would it
I
be
don't
in-
believe so.
Would it be in the teens?
Yes.
So the 29 would be in the teens. And then for the low of 15, approximately what number might that get down to?
Again, depending on the wind, if you looked at 5 miles an hour, again, it wasn't that wind all day, and that 15 degree might not have been corresponding to any wind at all.
Just using your average that you used on direct of 23.
The average wind, again, made it feel much colder, bitterly cold, extremely cold when you were out in the highest wind at the lowest temperature. So it may have felt like 0 to even 10 below 0 at the lowest temperature and the highest
10
wind
below.
gusts.
So if I got that correct, so 15 was the lowest temperature you gave in direct on January 29th, and you state that it would be, with the wind chill using about an average of 23, would be 0 or maybe minus 10. Is that the number correct?
Again, I'm just
Spitballing.
guessing. I didn't do the calculation. I wasn't asked to do the
Fair enough.
calculation.
Just
But
spitball.
based on my experience of reporting in this area for 45 years, I basically get the idea of what it's like when the temperature is that low and the wind is that high. Yeah.
Right, and if we could please have the chart.
Oh, guys,
Publish
Rentschler
back
can
up,
do this
please.
math. Betcha Rentschler can do
You
that
can keep the
math.
lights on, you just make it larger. I want to make sure Mr. Gilman has some facile with his notes. Okay, so is it correct to say that if the total accumulation for the storm was 23.8 inches, that the vast majority of that accumulation came well after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
Indeed.
And as of 6 a.m., we've only got 3.9 inches compared to what the storm ended up at about 23.8. And then importantly, from midnight on January 29th until 3 a.m., we've got just 1.2 inches, correct?
Exactly.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Please bear with me a moment, Mr. Gilman.
I think they just don't even really care about the rock hard ground.
Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Gilman.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Mr. Lally? Okay.
Restate some of his direct, because that's how Lally rebuts. Rock hard ground, right?
Mr. Gilman. You were asked about the snowfall between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. How much snow again was there during that time frame?
During that time frame, about 0.3 of an inch.
Okay. And during that time frame was probably the least amount of snow that was on the ground during the course of the storm, correct?
During that hour or two previous, there was really, in fact, I have this chart I showed, the graph, the map. It just showed a trace of 0. There was less than an inch on the ground. And we measure snow on the ground in whole numbers, so it would either be 1 inch or 0.
And so that would be during what you've characterized as the track-a-cat stage, correct?
Yes.
And so it's during that track-a-cat stage that there's the least amount of snow between the frozen ground and anything that may come down on top of it, correct?
Yes.
Now, quickly as it applies to visibility, when you were asked about visibility in 30 feet, you said all other things being equal. What are some of the things that would make it unequal?
A car in front of you, a building in front of you, a person, anything other than weather. And there are other types of weather that can lower the visibility besides snowfall, including fog.
So darkness, as far as nightfall versus daytime, that would have a negative impact on your visibility?
Sustained.
What about lighting?
Leading.
How would lighting impact the visibility of an object?
I really can't say that lighting, obviously, you need some light to see anything. That's really all I could say.
Not a lighting expert, Mr. Lally.
And lastly, sir, as far as wind chill is concerned, again, could you explain to the jury exactly what is wind chill? What is it measuring?
Again, it was developed for the military in the 50s to
Again.
help design. It was actually done here at the Natick Labs here in Massachusetts to help design cold weather gear, because prior to that time, during World War II, the Korean War, unfortunately, especially Air Force aviators were suffering. They had clothing that might have been adequate for the temperature, but because of the wind, they suffered frostbite and other ill effects. And so research was done, and the result of that was a wind chill temperature, the way it would feel to the human body based on the wind on a certain temperature.
And so the wind chill is measuring the impact of how a person experiences the air temperature, correct?
Exactly.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr. Alessi?
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, Mr. Gilman, you are all set. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for just highlighting some of the important points that favor the defense
Do you have
here.
any, do you have any the marked exhibits or identification?
I have relinquished them to this nice young lady.
Thank you.
Oh. Thanks, Mr. Lally. Keep being you.
Next witness.
Thank you. The Commonwealth recalls Nick Guarino.
Nick Guarino.
Your Honor, I'll inform this will be the last recall for Mr. Guarino.
Thank you.
So now we'll go into cross with the last recall. Oh, this sounds like somewhere between eastern Montana and Minnesota, perhaps.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Again, if we need to
Cold
stand-
with the wind chill.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Last time you appeared, there were a number of extraction reports that we introduced into evidence. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And just remind us briefly what an extraction report is?
It's the information from the cell phones that I pull up via Sidebar.
All right, so I'm just going to ask that this witness identify himself.
My apologies, Your Honor. Could you please again introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
I'm Trooper Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
Oh, my banner.
You would explain what an extraction report is.
Yes, it's the information in the cell phones. We can create PDFs or portable cases from information, whatever is specified.
An extraction report, can it be general or more narrow?
Yes, it can be.
I want to introduce a few more extraction reports that we didn't get to last time.
More.
In this case, did you use Mr. O'Keefe's phone to create an extraction report that included all of his calls from the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And your document, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's John O'Keefe's call logs from everyone from the 29th to the 28th.
I move this into evidence, Madam.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Alessi? I heard Alessi.
Did you create an extraction report that included a text message between the defendant and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you a document, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's the text chain from the defendant to Jen McCabe.
I move this to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Exhibit 66.
One moment. Thank you. With the court's permission, could Mr. Guarino read this to the jury?
Okay.
Could you kindly read that and explain it to the jury?
With all the information on it.
Yes.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, can you send me Kerry's number?
Thank you. Did you further create an extract?
Sorry, Mr. Brennan. In terms of that reading of the document, you just have to check on that, please. Sorry.
No problem.
Yes.
Can you review that again?
Yes.
And do you see who that's from?
It's from
And
Jen.
who's to?
From
I'm
Jen.
sorry, it's from Jen McCabe to the defendant.
And
Yeah.
what does it say?
Can you send me Kerry's number?
What time and date?
That is 7:26:52 a.m. on April 29th, 2022.
Thank you.
April 29th.
Did you do a further extraction
January.
report from John O'Keefe's phone with text messages between him and a person named Kaylee?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the text chain between John O'Keefe and Kaylee.
The date?
It goes, sorry, it's kind of faded. January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 67.
I think he just misspoke on the April 29th, but Weird did not
We're done
correct
with
him.
extraction reports.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to obtain phone messages, phone calls, and text messages between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Hey, sirens.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Guarino, did you have an opportunity to obtain phone calls, voice messages, and text messages from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
The evening of
Where did you
January
get the
29th, are you
phone
sure?
call records from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the voicemails from?
Also from John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the text messages from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you have an opportunity to take those phone calls, the voice messages, and the text messages and put them in a chronological order?
Yes, I did.
Did you include all of the phone calls, all the text messages, and all of the voicemails?
Between John O'Keefe and the defendant, yes.
Did you create a PowerPoint to put them in a chronological order?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes. Show Mr. Alessi.
Sorry. Showing you a binder, sir. Could you open it up? Tell us what this is.
Yes, this is the phone calls and text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe, as well as the voicemails. Well,
Is there a package in the front of that binder?
yes, there is.
And what is that package?
It says defendant's voicemails and on 1/29/2022. The USB thumb drive that should have those files on.
Your Honor, I move this binder as the next exhibit. It would include both the PowerPoint presentation as well as a clip of the phone calls.
No objection, Your Honor.
Should, yes, should need the thumb drives.
I don't.
Okay.
Mark this, please.
Exhibit 68.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I would ask that Trooper Guarino take us through the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
And he got his time frame wrong again. It's not the evening of the 29th. It's the evening of the 28th, leading into the early morning hours of the
Is it okay
29th.
again? Okay.
Please.
So these are the phone calls on the 29th. So at 12:33:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. That phone call is not answered. 12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:35:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Trooper Guarino, let me stop you there for a second.
Mhm.
Did you look into any internet connection between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes, at 12:36:39 a.m., the defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi PatsFam 123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look at it in person, but that's the no network that's listed under it. There's two, PatsFam 123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did
Two
you
names.
learn the range that a connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Yes, so depending on the router, it's either a 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz radio band or signal band, I should say. Depending on which one it's connecting to, which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range or up to 300 feet outdoor. So again, when you pull into your home, sometimes you can still be connected to your home Wi-Fi in the driveway.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
Please continue.
At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left with voice.
I'm
Ms.
sure we're going to
Gilman,
play
would you
that.
Kindly play the voicemail for 12:37:08.
At 12:38:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:03 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:40:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:41:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 2 is left. Some beeping noises, appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
Ms. Gilman, could you play the voice message at 12:41:35?
I think that's a deliberate call that she's just left open because it sounds like she's parking the car and moving or something.
The defendant then texts John O'Keefe at 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, sorry, see you later at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. And nobody knows what the fuck you want, you fucking pervert.
At 1 a.m. 26 seconds, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1 a.m. 49 seconds, the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second called, no sound.
Ms. Gilman?
That was it.
She hung up after it picked up.
The defendant texts John O'Keefe, your kids are cucking alone at 1:02 a.m. on the 29th. Defendant texts John O'Keefe, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone. 1:04:14 a.m. on the 29th. At 1:10:17 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 5 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
At 1:10:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. Sorry. At 1:14:11 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:14:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 1:17:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
At 1:18:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 4:38:14 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:38:49 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:39:39 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:40:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:54 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:45:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:04:27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:58 a.m., the defendant calls John. not answered. 5:23:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
At 5:24:27 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:25:28 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:26:14 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:28:16 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:28:43 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:29:21 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:29:46 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:30:15 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:30:52 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:31:21 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:36:29 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 6:03:02 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Ms. Gilman, could you play that, please?
Yes, I need some people. Very cool, beautiful, Vietnam, relating and capital now. I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see the blanket, Terry. Yes, I need that.
Want to hear what trauma sounds like?
we have the lights on, please. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Alessi, does this seem like a good time to take the lunch and recess?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so folks, we will take a 45-minute lunch recess.
Only
All right,
45
please.
minutes.
Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
Goodbye.
Only 45 minutes she's giving us today. So we're going to be a little bit rushed back at, it'll be 10:30 my time here on PST. Guys, yeah, what a way to leave it for him. Do you really think that was a great idea to leave the jury sitting with that? Because this whole pattern sure does look a lot like somebody who doesn't know where he is and is then really freaked out to find him and find him in that condition. The whole rage calls, the voicemails, this is never rung consistent with, somebody who just hit him and left him to die. If you're going to try to create an alibi or something like that, you'd be like, John, I love you so much. I miss you so much. I can't wait for you to get home. You'd play up that you have a lovey-dovey relationship, not call and rage like, if you killed him in a rage killing and are then trying to cover it up, you're going to pretend you weren't enraged. You're going to pretend there was absolutely nothing wrong. Things are great. I'll stay here with the kids as long as you need me to. You have a wonderful time out there with your friends. Sorry I couldn't stay. I just wasn't feeling great. I know they'll be able to give you a ride home. I love you so much, honey. That's the message you leave. You're trying to, do a cold-hearted, fabricated type of alibi. Weather guy seemed like quite a bit of a bust. I mean, that was a lot of information just to get to, well, the ground would have been frozen and you wouldn't be able to dig in it. And it was impenetrable. Impenetrable to what? To, for example, blood pooling? Yes, it would. It would be impenetrable to blood pooling if it was frozen. Indeed, it would. You can't dig in it. Was anyone trying to dig in it? Was anyone trying to dig in it? This is our standard now for hardness, I guess, enough to crack a human skull. I don't know what expert is going to testify to that. Maybe that's going to be the accident reconstructionist job, Mr. Welcher. Dr. Welcher, we shall go see. Maybe we'll get him soon. I don't know. Starting to get some facts and data, aren't we? And boy, those facts and data sure don't seem helpful to the Commonwealth. Enough to track a cat snow on the ground before midnight. And then by the time John is found at 6 a.m., there has been a total of 3.9 inches. If you take that back to just what accumulated since John would have been on the ground, starting at 1:45 when everybody left, 0.8 of an inch. But between 1 and 2, less than 1/3 of an inch accumulated. Snow is not why nobody saw John on the grass. Visibility from the storm is not why nobody saw John on the grass. Those aren't the reasons why. The storm is not the problem for any of this, because the storm didn't even start happening until it was all over. Loved walking through the time frame with the critical points that we have here. When is John supposedly hit and left on the grass? When are the McCabe's leaving? When did Lucky come by the first time? When did Lucky come by the second time? Oh, and it's a genius move. An inch is about the joint of your thumb, because every single juror then can sit back there in the jury room. Oh, it was about that much snow. It's a great visual, and it's easy for all of them to relate to. Very easy. That's a great visual reference that he brought in right there. We have a little hat tip to the wind chill. Yeah, that's going to be an issue as far as it comes to frostbite and what the effect of the exposure on John to these conditions would have been had he been out there for 6 hours, almost 5.5 hours between 12:30 and 6 a.m. when they found him. That's going to be an issue all the way as low as possibly 0 or 10 below. Yeah, that's when he's out there because the low temps are overnight. The low temps are the overnight temperatures. So that's going to be the one that you're working with. And if it's windy and blustery, it's getting real cold. Well, looking forward to an Alessi cross of Trooper Guarino. We did get a ruling apparently in the interim from Judge Cannoni. No Sandra Birchmore unless the door is opened. So that I know people are very curious about because this particular witness, of course, is the one who somehow managed to miss 30,000 text messages between Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore. But it doesn't look like they're going to be able to bring that up unless he says something that opens the door that hasn't, the defense can't kick the door open for themselves. It has to be something that he does. So the jury isn't going to hear that. Jury isn't going to hear about that basic issue with his competence in another case, unless he brings it up. Guys, I'm going to reverse things a little bit today because my trees are very dry. I need to get out and get them watered. So I'm going to go ahead and take my break in the early part and then do my best to come back. Give us some time to go through some of your comments and questions and recap, see where we're at. But I have to get the trees taken care of. By the way, if you've seen me kind of popping in and out on the camera this morning, I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. It's just that all of the sitting for all of these hours, it's starting to accumulate. Really noticing, I'm not as young. Don't spring back from this very lethal activity anymore. So I got to kind of stand up and like move around a little bit while this is going on. So that's all I'm doing. If you see the camera going off and on, but anyway, I am right here. But I am going to step out, get my trees taken care of, and I will be back shortly. Thanks all for hanging tight. Okay, everybody, we're back. I didn't realize I left you with the fan that whole time. Sorry about that. That was kind of my bad. Boy, that took me a minute longer than I thought it would. Thanks all for hanging tight. The trees were super dry. They're in a mood. Like when I say the bonsais are the most demanding pets I've ever had, I really do mean it, because you can't just rely on things like, oh, it's not particularly hot out today. It's not particularly windy out today. Therefore, the trees will process water in this manner. No, they get in moods. They get in moods, and it's very unpredictable. So you got to check them all the time and give them the water when they want the water. Demanding, but I do love them, so it's worth it. Well, guys, we probably still have a few minutes left. Bev is rarely on time coming back from lunch, so let's go ahead and look into some of your comments and questions, see where we're at. Beagle Mom Andrea and her commentary makes for a great day in court. Well, I'm sure glad you enjoy it. I very much enjoy having you all here with me. Zimmy is now a YouTube member. Welcome, Zimmy. Thanks so much for being part of the channel. Josh H., couldn't they just call a member of the MSP Crime Lab to explain the procedure and question why they never responded? The crime lab, I mean, so here's what I'm not sure we have a distinction about. The crime lab just does the processing of whatever is sent to them. MSP does, though, have the crime scene services division, CSS. It's like a special group of them that are specifically trained in evidence collection and preservation and so forth. That is normally who you would have expected to be called out, at least by the time that MSP was involved, taking over the investigation. But instead, they brought out SERT. Instead, they brought out the SERT team. The SERT is, oh boy, now I'm not going to remember exactly what it stands for, but they're basically crowd control. These are the guys that come out if there's going to be a parade, a big event, possibly a protest. And so they're trained in crowd management techniques. They're not the evidence processors. So I definitely have a billion questions about why did SERT come out here instead of CSS? Once, Tully's on board, and we know that we're going back to 34 Fairview now that the snow has gotten worse, to go look for some taillight. But you really, the answer to this is just ask everybody. Ask everybody you can. Cover your bases. If they might be in a position to know the policy that would apply, and you have a reason to think they didn't follow that policy, you would just ask them. And if they don't know, or they kick the can to somebody else, okay, fine, then you can follow up with that. But that's just part of the process of making your record of what you can actually do with cross-examination and what you don't. Let's see. Andrea, I especially liked your observation yesterday about good and the witness pronunciation goody. Do you think anything will come of it? I really don't know. I mean, I noticed it, so a juror might notice it. I got the feedback afterwards from a few different people. Oh yeah, no, that's legit. That is a nickname. People do call him Goody. So that's possible, but you just might want to let the jury know that, because if I caught that discrepancy, they might have caught it. And then they might wonder when he gets on the stand and spells his name Goode, they might wonder, is that why she called him Goody? She didn't hear it said, but she knows how it's spelled. Just a point of clarification. May not be the most important thing in the world, but it definitely caught my attention. Caitlin, 1980s baby. Good morning, Andrea and chat from Indiana again. Go AJ. Well, welcome back from Indiana. Welcome back. Hope, you can certainly tell us a lot about law enforcement shenanigans, perhaps a little distrust, depending on where you are. Not everywhere is bad, I'm sure. Michelle, I'm sure Jen did hear someone say, I hit him that early morning, but it wasn't Karen that said it. Cough, cough, Colin. Yeah, no, I think it took them a while for them to think of that one, to convert that from what she actually was saying. Could I hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? To translate that into, you have to go through the phone game and potentially the, memory refreshing / reconstructing stage a few times to convert that question into the declarative statement. So I think if it was on the tip of her tongue, she would have been quicker with it. She wouldn't have needed that pick me up from Nicole. Don't beat yourself up. You did the best you could. You remembered it later. You were able to call Link back to the house. Fighting Usyk. Wonder how Gallagher would feel if his relative was SA'd and got that level of investigation. Yeah, what's you gotta wonder what these guys would expect for their own near and dear. It's one of the reasons why I think the stop and shop bag and the solo cups, these are not substantively important pieces of evidence. They never even evaluated, analyze the blood. You can't. One of the things we've heard when they're taking blood samples, it goes into a vial. The vial contains an anticoagulant because they need the blood in liquid form to be able to analyze it. If it's coagulated, there's not really anything they can do with it. So it's all kind of a waste from an evidentiary standpoint. It's not important substantively to the case, but as a symbolic visual representation of the care that these guys took for John O'Keefe, yeah, it's pretty vivid. It's pretty vivid, tells quite a story. That's how much they cared. YSL Kells, maybe they can compare his DEA policy versus CPD policy. That might have been a good approach when they had Gallagher on the stand. They really didn't get into specific policies at all. Maybe they're agreeing at this point that some of these things kind of speak for themselves. You didn't separate witnesses. You didn't do this and that and the other. I don't think that having an expert come in to opine about probable cause is probably allowed. I'd have to give that one some thought. Like, could you bring in Michael Easter to contest his argument that, well, no, I couldn't have gotten a search. I didn't have probable cause. It's not really either of their jobs to decide if there's probable cause or not, but there could potentially be a standard for what do you do when you're close, or how does law enforcement evaluate whether there's probable cause, and what are some guidelines and things like that, and can we look at that applied to the circumstances of this case? Something like that might potentially be helpful. But I do think by and large a lot of this stuff does speak for itself. Now, that said, did we really need an expert to come in to tell us that they measure temperature with a thermometer? Thanks for that, Mr. Lally. We might have been confused had we not been told that. But yeah, by and large, they really stayed away from the policies in general and just the actions themselves and how they fell short of certain expectations you might have, canvassing, preserving, etc. Nathan Sibrandi. Andrea, congratulations on the viewership numbers. I don't know if you remember me. Oh, I remember you, Nathan. We talked about rural law appellate practice a while back. I'm graduating on Friday. Congratulations to you. Federal clerkship for my first year, then headed back to Washington. Hope to see you around. Definitely look me up when you get back. Federal clerkship is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be very exciting. I never clerked in the federal court. I clerked in the Court of Appeals over here in Washington in Division II in Tacoma. And I'm just telling you, there's really nothing like a clerkship to give you a real boost in the arm on your competency, what you're actually capable of doing as a lawyer, because you're going to be tasked with evaluating the arguments and legal authorities provided to you by some of the top practitioners in this jurisdiction, possibly even some of the top practitioners in the nation. And you're going to have to decide, are they right or are they wrong? And you're going to have to write a draft, kind of outline, a memorandum, possibly even a draft decision about the ruling. So you figure out pretty quick that just because somebody is high profile or has a great reputation or organizes their brief very well, it looks very pretty, they include a lot of case citations and so forth, doesn't necessarily mean they're right. You have to have the skills and the competence to be able to go through and research the stuff for yourself. I mean, it's out there. That's the beauty of the practice of law. It's not something we make up. We don't just make rulings based on how we think it should be and how it strikes us it would be fair to resolve the issue. Well, there's law that's written down somewhere, and the art of lawyering is finding it and then figuring out whether it supports your position. If it supports your position, then you use it. If it doesn't support your position, then you better change your position. Or make an argument for why that law is bad, why that law doesn't apply, why that law is distinguishable, etc. So it's going to be great practice for you. You're going to have a wonderful experience. So best of luck to you, Nathan. Thanks for reaching back out. YSL Kells, nobody. Brennan, was the ground frozen? Oh my God, the questioning of Ryan Nagel yesterday, just out of the blue. Would you say the ground was frozen? He's in his truck. He's in his friend's truck. I mean, if that doesn't demonstrate the reach that this theory is, let's ask the random guy in the truck about the frozen state of the ground. You're having to reach, man. You are having to reach to make this argument. It was so out of place and just bizarre. Nikki O'Neill, I think her hands were at 10 and 2 o'clock because her heated steering wheel was on. That could be. That could be. Or she's just sitting there, getting ready to go, waiting to leave. I don't know. If I'm holding the steering wheel, pretty typically going to hold it at 10 and 2. Now on the long road trip, it's like hour 3 in the car or something like that. Okay, I might have shifted. I might have my hand on the, I might move things around a little bit, but like just driving around town, yeah, we're pretty constantly at 10 and 2. I'm sitting at the traffic light. I'm not moving my hands. I'm sitting there waiting. I'm not moving my hands. So to me, it seems like she's just waiting to leave, waiting to drive some more. Car's still on, but definitely could be a heated steering wheel. I've never had a heated steering wheel. I honestly don't know if I would like it. I do like the heated seats. The heated seats are very nice, but those are kind of getting more to your core, your central part of your body. So my parents lived in Germany when I was in college, and where they were at, this might be common throughout Germany, but the in-floor radiant heating is very common, where they run the hot water basically underneath the tile, and that just radiates, and so the heat in the house kind of comes from the ground up. I hated it so much. I hated that so much because my feet would get so hot. My feet would get so hot. And that's what instantly kind of came to my mind when I think about a heated steering wheel. It's like, oh, wouldn't that make your hands like hot? I'm not sure I would like it. Maybe it just depends on the temp. But he didn't see it. I'm a big fan, but that's like more your core. I don't know. I could just be super picky about stuff like that. Tracy Collins, if the ME isn't called by Brennan, is there evidence that he's actually dead? I mean, we heard at least through Paul Gallagher now that they learned he was dead, at some point. So it's probably going to be enough. That wasn't objected to as hearsay. Not offered for a limited purpose. I mean, it could have been. They could have objected. This is for the limited purpose of showing the effect on the investigation, and not offered for the truth. But they didn't. So, for practical purposes, I think that fact is established for the court, for the jury. I think Peggy O'Keefe's testimony probably establishes it too. The ghost of Brian Higgins' SIM card. Hi, Andrea. I've heard the jury is on the young side, oldest being in their 30s. That is extremely young. What is your take on how they may view these witnesses? FE not sure JM won them over with her typical mom. That's interesting. Normally, juries skew older just because of availability. Who's most likely to be able to take 6 weeks out of their life and show up here every day and not have it cause major chaos? Retired people. So overall, it just tends to skew more in that direction. Older people also tend to be more likely to be on the lists where juror summons are typically derived from. It's normally from driver's license and voter registration. Now, I looked up a little bit into how Massachusetts does their drawing, their selection of potential jurors, and they actually have a unique system compared to most other places I've looked at, because they don't rely on driver's licenses and voter registration. They actually have census, like a local census that they take, and they use that. So it should be far more all-encompassing than just who's registered to vote and who has a state-issued ID or driver's license. So in theory, that would, give them a broader pool to start with. Now, the fact that they're younger, I mean, that is interesting. I think it's likely to tweak your presentation of the case a little bit. Yeah, because the things that you expect to land with an older crowd just may not work. May not work with younger people. They don't have the same cultural references. If we're going to try to compare to like TV shows or something like that, we won't be making X-Files comparisons. If everybody in the jury is, 30 or under, probably not going to use an X-Files reference, if they're that young, I'm not even sure I would know what references to use. Honestly, iCarly, I don't really know iCarly. I know iCarly because of Jeanette Purdy, because I read her book. I read her book about her abusive mom. God, that was a great book. I really, really enjoyed it. Really gives you some insight into those devouring mom, as Jung, I think it was, called them, types of relationships. Just the severe enmeshment of the child. So, I mean, I would have to really brainstorm this. Like, how would I tweak my case to make it suit a younger crowd? I really don't know offhand. I would tend to assume greater skepticism of law enforcement in general, more resistance to, being told this is the narrative and just, accepting that, just go along because this is what we say it is. I would expect kind of more questioning, more pushback, maybe more skepticism. I would expect potentially a little bit more, to the extent they know about the Free Karen Read movement and the protests. I might expect a little bit more identification with that if you're younger, because it looks like a good time. It looks like a good time. You see these protests and these people, they're smiling, they're waving their signs. It's kind of, it's not a party, but it looks like kind of a fun aggregation of people with the shared belief and just having that bonding experience of communicating their thoughts and what they stand for. It is a resistance movement in the sense that it's focused on the government and the corruption. That's really what got their, my understanding anyway, it's really what got the attention for Karen Reed in particular. It's not because we love Karen Reed per se. It's because she's the one that's being framed by this corrupt government that we're sick of. And so it seems that a younger crowd might be maybe a little bit more likely to identify with that if they know about it. If they know about the case, and it sure did sound like most of the prospective jurors coming in for jury selection knew something about the case, they seem more likely to know about it from social media than maybe mainstream sources. That seems like it would benefit Karen Reed. Social media, by and large, seems to be...
Thank you, Your Honor. No questions for the witness.
All right, you are all set.
No questions. That was fast.
Do you have another witness?
I do.
Okay.
I have some other matters I'd like to introduce before that. I may?
That caught me by surprise. The very quick back and no questions for Mr. Guarino.
Yeah, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce clip 1 and play it for the jury.
Yeah, like this, totally out of my element.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but I clipped him, could have tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him. He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
In this moment, you brought them all to the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
Your Honor, I have keeper of record certificates I'd like to mark for identification. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
There's a series of them, Your Honor. Sure.
So he's interspersing the clips with what
And
facts
these are all for identification.
I changed my banner already. My goodness. Not sure what we're getting next. Oops. Why no cross? He didn't need anything from him. He's not going to challenge the process of the extraction or any of the exhibits that he introduced. If he needs to get into that material themselves, they do have their own experts that have reviewed it. They can recall him in their case in chief if they've got stuff that's beyond the scope of what Hank has raised on direct. So these are possible reasons. But ultimately, the bottom line is they didn't need anything from him. They're fine with the evidence he's sponsored.
Next, I'd like to introduce as an exhibit the text messages that I met with Mrs. McCabe during her testimony.
Yeah, just a moment.
Change their seating around again. Now Mr. Alessi's back where I'm used to seeing him. Yesterday he was on the far side of Mr. Yannetti, and it had me just a little disoriented.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
All right.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I call the Commonwealth's next witness?
Please.
Commonwealth calls Charles Ray.
Charles Ray is one of the other lieutenants, I believe, who was on the scene on the morning of January the 29th. We'll just find his testimony in here from last time. Oh, he's the one that went and got the he's the one that got the dash cam video out at John's house. He did the welfare check at John's house. So that's probably all he is being brought in to do, is to get that tail light. I mean, it's already in, but just to show where it came from. The one that Jen and Harry both identified as, yes, that's what the tail light looked like.
Okay. We'll call Kevin O'Hara, please.
Or not, because he's not available. Guess we'll get back to him. By the way, something we didn't talk about with Gallagher was how he inadvertently responded to One Meadows Ave first by accident. How on earth did that happen? How did that communication take place? Because we had 34 Fairview, and Jen has told 911 that it's John, but I don't believe she ever said it was John O'Keefe. She never gave a name, never gave a lot of detail, because remember, she was just focused on what they would need to know. So how did that connection get made to John O'Keefe and One Meadows Ave, and where he thought he needed to be at One Meadows Ave? They didn't follow up on any of that, and I'm not surprised that they didn't, but it just is kind of curious.
I'll see counsel at Sidebar, please.
Starting off with the Sidebar. All right, let's see then what Kevin O'Hara had to say last time. I don't know if he got called last time. Did he get called? Yes, he did. Day 19. Oh, he's the SERT guy, Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara. He's the SERT guy. He was contacted by Tully. He's the one that was sort of responsible for assembling everybody. And then, held there until everybody arrived. There were the unknown people standing around who had come to the scene. And he described the SERT search. So that's what we'll get. We'll be starting to see some tail light, and those photos of just, enormous dinner-sized plate pieces of tail light sitting on top of the snow, not in situ, not as they were found, because we're going to hear how the search was conducted. Supposedly intense grid by grid, detailed search, but not really done the way you would do. I remember last year I did about archaeology class that I did.
Mr. Brennan, the next witness for the Commonwealth is who?
We're going to return to Charles Ray, please.
Okay.
Oh my Lord, make up your
Jurors,
mind.
thank you for your patience.
Going back to Charles Ray. Never mind. I guess Charles Ray is available.
Raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Charles Ray. I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police, last name R-A-E.
How long have you worked for the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 25 years.
And when were you assigned lieutenant?
Approximately 10 years ago.
I want to go back to January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
Were you working that morning?
Yes, I came in for the day shift.
When you first came in for the day shift, did you have any particular duties or responsibilities?
I would have been a patrol shift commander for the 7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Incoming shift.
Had you learned about an event that occurred at 34 Fairview Road?
I had.
Were you part of that response or group of officers that went to 34 Fairview Road?
No, I was not.
Your role that morning was unrelated to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
At some point, did you learn the name of the person who was at 34 Fairview Road that needed medical attention?
I did.
And what was that person's name?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
Did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was brought to the hospital?
I did.
At some point, were you advised of his status?
At some point later in the day, yes.
While you're at the station after learning about Mr. O'Keefe,
you are muted.
Did you make a decision to do something?
I did.
Was it an order from somebody or did you make a decision on your own?
I can't recall whether it was an order from somebody. I don't think it was an order, but it probably might have been at the suggestion of the former chief of police. Either that or it just developed organically. But one way or the other, we decided that the right thing to do would be to do a well-being check of the home at 1 Meadows Ave, which is the decedent's residence.
Why were you doing a well-being check at Meadows Ave?
We at that time, we were under the impression that there may be 2 unattended young children at the home.
When you decided to go to Meadows Ave, did you use a police vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember which vehicle it was?
It was Canton 682, which is the supervisor's vehicle.
When you decided to go to Meadows for a well-being check, did you ask anybody to come with you?
Yes, myself and Sergeant Lehan.
Do you remember the weather that morning?
Yes.
Could you describe it for us?
There was a well-forecasted snowstorm that had already began, and it was starting to pick up intensity at that point.
At this point, I had moved to admit the dash cam video from Cruiser 682.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
Yannetti.
Did you travel from the police station to Meadows?
Yes.
Do you remember about how long that took you?
A few minutes.
Who was driving?
Sergeant Lehan was driving.
And where were you seated?
I was in the passenger seat.
Do you remember arriving at Meadows?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would show a portion of Cruiser 682.
Okay.
Oh, this is picking up. This is starting to really pick up. You can see all the way to the end of that street. I mean, look at the rate his wipers are on. These are not even the, constant wipers. This is like the slowest interval. That's how bad it was. Terrifying. How were they able to do anything at all? Barely any snow on the ground, a little bit of drift. See how it's lumpy behind the wheels?
Could you stop, please, Ms.
Kind of
Gilman?
drifting over to the right.
A note that the time is 8:23:10. Do you remember the time when you got there?
I didn't make note of it mentally at that time, but I've since learned that, yes.
Is this video that you have just watched consistent with your memory that morning?
Yes.
The cruiser cam is showing two vehicles in the driveway. When you arrived that morning, did you know whose vehicles they were?
At that time, no.
At that time, did you pay any particular attention to either of those vehicles?
No.
If I could show Exhibit 10, please.
The blow up Karen's car.
So does that appear to be a still photo from the video we just watched?
Yes.
And could I have Exhibit 11, please? When you arrived for the wellness check that morning, were you working as an investigator in any way?
No, I was not.
Did you happen to pay any particular attention to the right side of the back of that car that morning?
No, I did not.
And is that photograph a close-up of the previous picture?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a still photo taken from the video on the cruiser that you were driving that morning or that you were in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down, please. Thank you. After you arrived at Meadows, did you do anything?
When we arrived at Meadows, we walked up to one of the front doors and rang the doorbell, knocked on the door. Anywhere we could see through plain view, we were just trying to see if we could raise anybody and see if the children were at the house.
Did you find anybody?
We did not.
I'm going to ask to show 159. It's a portion of an exhibit that's already been introduced.
Okay. Look how much snow on the ground there in Canton. Does that even look like 3 inches? No, it doesn't. This looks like trace snow there on Meadows. You can still see bare patches from the tire tracks where she backed out from the garage the night before. Look at the wheels on the car and how far the snow has accumulated since 5 a.m. You can kind of barely see from John's. This is like almost no snow over here on Meadows. This is not any 4 inches.
Thank you.
Great.
At this time, I've moved to introduce former 19.
No objection, Ron.
Okay.
Exhibit 72.
Oh, look at that. He's got a phone with which he can take photographs or make notes or communicate with other folks about important facts. What is this strange technology foreign to Canton Police? Sorcery.
Thank you. The first video the second to last video you just saw, is that you and your partner arriving?
Correct.
In the last video, who's in the doorway?
I was on the right side of the frame and Sergeant Leahan was on the left side of the frame.
How long did you spend at the residence for the wellness check?
A few minutes. I don't think more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yannick?
We have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so you are all set. Thank you.
Did you win your game of Candy Cross there on the porch?
So your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Or my next witness would be Kevin O'Hara.
Now we get to Kevin O'Hara, he of the SERT team. So now we're going to start to see some taillight plastic. Oh, I remember this guy. Another little ratty guy.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin O'Hara, O-H-A-R-A.
Where do you work?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
23 years.
When you began your career, what was your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I was assigned as a trooper, a patrol trooper, working out of several barracks across the state.
Did you have to have any special education or training before you became an official Massachusetts State Police trooper?
Yes, I did. We went to a 6-month academy in New Braintree.
How long were you on patrol for?
I was on patrol for 17 years until I became a sergeant in 2018. So 16 years, became a sergeant, then a lieutenant.
In those 16 years, did you have any additional training after basic academy?
Yes, continued training throughout the years, additional training. Eventually, I wound up joining a search and rescue team, went to search and rescue training.
Tell us a little bit about search and rescue, what you did and what you do.
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is known as SERT. I'm also the search and rescue coordinator for the state of Massachusetts. As a team, we conduct monthly trainings at least twice a month where our team will come together and train. We've been to trainings all across the country
Bi-monthly.
to hit national training standards.
Do you have any particular roles when you look for certain types of things?
So for SERT, we have 3 main mission types. We will do lost missing person searches, we will do evidence searches, and then we also do crowd control or security at large scale events such as the Boston Marathon, the July 4th celebration. We get assigned to Gillette Stadium for all the events down there as well.
You mentioned that you work, part of your work is looking for missing persons.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training, have any special experience looking for missing persons as far as training technique?
Yes, we get certifications through NASAR, which is a national search and rescue organization, NUSAR, which is a New England-based search and rescue group. We will train several different types of trainings to, improve our search techniques, including man tracking, probability of detection, critical separation, which is how we'll line up as we're searching certain areas.
We've also gone, as I stated before, to national trainings where we've now really used a lot of statistical-based searching in our searches. We'll use live tracking maps now, so we've really advanced the way we search for missing persons.
When you're searching for a missing person, is there a routine or does it depend case by case?
We'll start off with a set normal way we'll deploy. More than likely, we'll start with a canine, searching high probability of areas, trying to get people out as quick as possible. And then eventually it may turn into a line search or a grid search.
You said that you lead the SERT team?
That's correct, sir.
How many SERT teams are there with the Massachusetts State Police?
Just one.
How do you decide what different cases or situations to get involved in? Is that your request?
It's not at our request. We'll receive requests either internally through other members of our department or externally from outside agencies.
Haven't found them in this
Can you
case
take us
yet.
through very basically how would a typical request come to you?
Most of the time I'll receive what I call a courtesy notification. I'll get a call from someone that I know in the department or a local police department asking, giving me the particulars of the case and if we'd be available and what I think about our response. If we are available, if we're not already on another mission, we'll then start the approval request process, which I have to send up through my chain of command. I have to send that up through a captain, which then will go to a major who's in charge of the special operations. And then he may have the final say. It may even go higher to him to Lieutenant Colonel of Field Services. If the request is internal through another member of our department, it also has to go up their specific chain of command as well. Sometimes getting an external request sometimes goes faster because there's not that second chain of command, to go through.
In 2022, how many full-time members were on the SERT team?
At that time, we had 55 members, we had one full-time member, 55 total members on the team.
So the members on the SERT team, did they engage in other roles with the state police at the same time they're a member of the SERT team?
Yes, it's an additional duty. They have a primary assignment either at a barracks or some other assignment throughout the state.
If you decided on accepting a mission or you were assigned a mission, who determines how many people from the SERT team would attend?
That would be determined by myself and the captain from Special Operations.
You mentioned back in 2022 there was one full-time member and 55 part-time members of the SERT team?
Yes, 55 total, correct, sir.
As we stand today, how many full-time members of the SERT team?
Currently, we're 69. We did have 71. We've had a few members leave the team recently.
Are those full-time or part-time members?
I'm sorry, that's full total members. We have currently 5 full-time members. So we increased on both ends.
Are members of the SERT team who work for the Massachusetts State Police drawn from different geographical locations around the state?
That's correct. We try to split east-west the best we can geographically, just so we have as quick a response time as possible. We'll break it down further into the northeast part of the state, the southeast, central, west, but main breakdown for us is east-west, basically using 495 as our boundary.
If the SERT team's assigned a mission and there are members that have chosen to participate, how often would you go to that scene or involve yourself in that particular event?
When I was the only full-time member, probably 99% of the missions I would go to. Now we have a few other supervisors on the team. I have a full-time executive officer who's also a lieutenant, but my role hasn't changed too much, still 90 to 95% of the missions.
I want you to take us back to January 29, 2022. Were you contacted or was a request made for you to consider and accept the mission?
Yes, I received a call from Lieutenant Tully.
After receiving the call, what was your process?
Again, that was what I would classify as a courtesy notification to see if we were available, if he thought we could get a response on that date. I told him we would be able to respond. I asked him if he had started the request for approval up his chain of command, which he hadn't at that time. He stated he would start on that, and then I contacted my captain after getting off the phone with him to start the approval process through my chain of command.
Do you remember generally about what time this process began?
He called me at 2:32 p.m.
At some point, was the task or the mission assigned?
So I told Lieutenant Tully that, we had received the snow that day. I told him most of the members, including myself, may not have shoveled out their driveway. I told him at best case scenario would be an hour plus response time, depending on how long, it would take people to shovel out their driveway. So at 2:53, I contacted one of the West team members, a sergeant from the West team, to have him send out an alert to our full team, just to build an availability list to see who was available. So at 2:53, that's got sent out to the entire team.
At some point, were you able to acquire or compile a team?
Yes, Sergeant Simpson was able to put that list together.
And what time did you start to begin your way towards Fairview Road?
At 3:48, we sent out an alert for the activation of our team, including notifying the team which members would actually be responding. I had just finished shoveling my driveway. By the time I changed into my uniform, got all my equipment together, I left my house at 4:13 p.m.
When you left your house, were you in an assigned cruiser or a personal vehicle?
Assigned cruiser, sir.
Is there tracking of assigned cruisers?
Yes, there is.
Could you share with us how that works?
So each cruiser has a automated vehicle locator, a GPS system. It tracks everywhere you go, marking every time you stop.
And did the vehicle you were driving have that system?
Yes, it did, sir.
Before you left to head towards Fairview at 4:13 p.m., had you already defined what the mission was going to be?
Yes, I knew we'd be conducting an evidence search.
Did you have any idea of how you were going to do that?
Yes, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully just to get an idea of the area we'd be searching. I determined how many members we would need to respond to that search, which at that time I figured we would need 8 members to respond. Normally, as the team leader, I'll function more of an incident command role behind the team, documenting some of our efforts. So we dispatched 8 members to the scene. Unfortunately, due to the snow, one of my members was not able to respond. So we only had 7 members officially arrive on scene, including myself, which changed the dynamics a little bit of our search, but nothing major.
How did it change the dynamics of your search?
Well, like I stated, normally I would stay behind the line of searchers, documenting what they do, more of as a command role. But because we were 1 member short, I wound up participating in the search, more hands-on than maybe normal.
Did you ultimately actively participate in the search firsthand?
Yes, I did, sir.
Tell us about when you first arrive at 34 Fairview and you get out of your cruiser. What's the weather like at that point?
Still snowing.
What's the temperature like?
Very cold.
Visibility?
It was windy, but no real issues for us to see as we were working.
Was there a particular area you were looking at?
Yes, once I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, we wanted focusing on a specific area to search.
What time did you arrive at 34 Fairview?
4:56 p.m.
Did any of your team arrive before you?
Just prior to my arrival, 1 member arrived at 4:54 p.m.
And do you remember who that was?
It was Trooper Jason Bousselet.
Were there other members that arrived after you?
Yes, there were.
Did you wait until the entire team was there before you began?
No, we did not.
The other members that arrived.
That's not what he said before.
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you happen to remember when they arrived?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you share that with us?
Trooper Blake Bearden arrived at 5:21 p.m. Sergeant Charles Luis arrived at 5:24 p.m. Sergeant Michael O'Brien arrived at 5:24 p.m. Trooper Scott Viscardi arrived at 5:34 p.m. and Sergeant Anthony Carrier arrived at 5:41 p.m.
When you first arrived at Fairview and you looked at the scene, did you have any personal knowledge where any person had been in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you learn generally that a man was found in that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any photographs or precise location of exactly where that person had been found?
No, we did not.
Did you have a general area that you were directed to?
Yes, sir.
Any landmarks you can share with us in the general area where you were going to be focused on?
There was a flagpole in front of the residence. There was also a fire hydrant in front of the residence.
Who made the determination of the scope of the area that you would search?
I made the final markings of the distance we wanted to search, but we were guided by Lieutenant Tully's information he was able to provide for me.
How did you decide the depth and the broadness of the area you were going to search?
He informed me that there was a vehicle involved in the incident. He told me where that vehicle had been parked. So we wanted to make sure we started prior to where that vehicle was parked, which was almost adjacent to the front door of the house. If you were to look at the house we were at 34 Fairview Road, you don't say there was two front doors, a main front door and then a secondary front door at, closer to the garage, whether that's a mudroom or a den. So he stated the vehicle was parked almost directly across from the main front door, which again, looking at the house, that's on the left front door. So we marked off that as our starting location, and we wanted to search down to the fire hydrant.
Were you looking randomly, or was there any specific items you may have been looking for?
No, we were instructed that it was believed that the vehicle may have had a broken taillight, so we were looking for taillight pieces. We also were informed the victim in this incident was missing his shoe, so we're going to be looking for his sneaker as well.
What tools did you and your team bring to begin the search?
We brought shovels. We also brought push broom. I brought a couple of garden rakes, and we also were all equipped with headlamps, hiking lamps that you would wear.
Were the headlamps the only lighting you had for the search?
Once we began the search, we wound up turning a few of the cruisers around just to put some extra headlights on the scene.
Were the cruisers parked so they were facing the yard?
They were parked on the street, just covering the street, sir, not angled towards the yard at all.
I want to ask you some questions about the tools you brought. You said you had shovels, some garden rakes, and brooms?
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of the brooms?
Just to help us sift through the snow very carefully. We want to be slow and methodical as we went through the area.
How about the shovels? Were you concerned that if you used the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could, layer by layer, as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into the actual search of how you as a team would look through snow? Would you just pick it up and turn it over, or was there a process in place?
No, eventually we wound up going again. Our searches, we'll call it a grid search, but it's a line search where we're all lined up. Again, talking about critical spacing. If we're searching for a particular item on a search, we may use a replica item to say, okay, how far can each member be away from each other? Because this was such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder. Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then re-go through that snow, make sure we didn't miss any items or by accident carry an item that we were looking for over towards the middle of the street. Once I was satisfied there wasn't anything there, I would take that snow and throw it across to the other side of the street.
Before you began the search, did you have a chance to look around at the surroundings, including the street, the berm separating the street from the yard, and the area you're going to look at?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you see any evidence that there had been any plowing before you arrived?
Yes, the plow had come through the area. The plow had not gone curb to curb, so we had a good 3 to 4 foot embankment coming off each curb. So at that embankment where the snow had come to, there was higher levels of snow before it dropped down to the normal snow depth that the rest of the area had received.
Could you describe a little more simply what you mean that the plow didn't go curb to curb?
So again, the plow had probably only done enough distance for maybe 2 vehicles to safely pass each other, not enough to go all the way to the curb on each side of the street. As we wound up parking, the responding members, as they wound up parking in the snow closer to the curb, and at the end of the night, several of the cruisers were stuck. We had to push them out.
When you looked at the snow that appeared to have been pushed by the plow, did that snow that had been displaced reach the berm, the separation between the street and the yard?
No, there was 3 to 4 feet between the edge from where the plow was to where the curbing in front of the house was located, sir.
The area where you searched or where you were pointed to where Mr. O'Keefe was in that general area, did it look like any snow from any plow had reached that area?
No, it did not.
When you began the searching, Do you know what time it was that you actually began searching?
We moved my cruiser and Trooper Boussolet's cruiser at 5:20. We had started gridding off where we wanted to search, but at 5:20, that's when we moved our cruisers to put the headlights on. That's right. Trooper Bearden and the two sergeants arrived quickly after on scene. So by 5:24, we started. All five of us were lined up shoveling. When the two other members arrived on scene, they just joined in on the line to help us move.
From when you first arrived at 4:56 p.m. to when you began the search at 5:20 p.m., did you see anybody enter the area that you were going to search other than you or a SERT team member?
No, they did not.
Were there other people in the area outside the scene or the grid that you were going to search other than you and members of your SERT team?
Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene.
Was there anybody with Lieutenant Tully?
At one point, he had several other people with him. Maybe, I believe, 5 throughout our search. Maybe 5 different people, including him, were on scene.
Were those people part of state police?
At least 1, maybe 2. Unfortunately, I don't recognize all 2,500 members in our department, but there were probably about 5 total people on scene, sir.
Was there somebody who was picking up any evidence that you may find and putting it in bags and preserving it?
After we found located evidence, it was documented on scene by the detectives.
So you yourself were not documenting?
No, and again, that's maybe a little change in the dynamics. If I had been more of in an incident commander role, I probably would have documented time, location, again, for our internal records. The primary record will always be at the hands of the detectives. But because I was actively searching, the detectives handled all documentation.
Did you see somebody from the state police putting evidence in bags after it was pointed out to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
When you began the search, what part of the street or yard did you begin with?
We started where we were informed the vehicle was parked, which again was by, almost directly across from the front door of the house. And we began working south towards Chapman Street.
During the process of the search, if somebody were to find a piece of evidence, what was the process? What would happen?
He would notify myself and Lieutenant Tully, and we would stop our operation until that was documented by the detectives on scene and collected.
Do you know what time the first piece of evidence was found?
I believe it was 5:45, sir.
Do you remember what the first piece or item that you or the SERT team found was?
It was a piece of taillight.
There's the sniff.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you 2 photographs. You recognize what is in them. First one?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It is a piece of clear lens from a taillight.
And the second photograph?
It's the same lens, just a little enhanced, closer.
A close-up?
Yes, sir.
I'd move to introduce these 2 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so one is a close-up of the other.
It is.
So Madam Court Reporter will be the next plus A.
73 and 73A.
Sounded like a Jackson not objecting. Last time it was Yannetti that handled Lieutenant O'Hara.
Let's briefly see those photographs.
With the court's permission, could I show the exhibits?
Yes.
We see exhibit number 129, please.
Let's see it.
Doesn't have it. All right, I'll move on at this point.
They're having tech problems, it seems.
And that was at 5:45?
Yes, sir.
At 5:50, do you know if another item was found?
I don't know the specific times. I know the first piece was 5:45, but again, I didn't handle the documentation and I have not seen the evidence log.
Okay. Inevitably, did you or your team find an item of clothing?
We found the sneaker, yes, sir.
A sneaker?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe where the sneaker was found?
Sneaker was flush up against the curb and it was inverted upside down.
Was there anything in the sneaker?
There was snow on and inside the sneaker.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you 3 photographs. You recognize the first one?
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the sneaker we recovered.
And where is it located in reference to the berm?
It's directly up against the curb.
Can you show, take a look at the second photograph, please? What do you see?
It's a close-up picture of the same sneaker we located.
And third photograph.
Again, just a close-up, different angle photo of the sneaker we located.
Thank you. Go ahead and remove these 3 photos into evidence, please.
No objection, Madam. Thank you. All right, Madam Court Reporter 74A. please.
So 74, 74A, and 74B, so mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could I show these photographs?
Yes.
Could we get more of a close-up, Ms. Gilman? Sir, can you describe what you're seeing here?
That's the sneaker we located up against the curb. You can see the snow in the background, and that's the flagpole in front of the house. And you can see it's still snowing at this time.
Could we see 121, please? And sir, can you describe again what that is?
Just a close-up photo of the sneaker we located up against the curb.
Is that curb the black area to the right?
Correct, sir.
How high is that curb?
I'm not sure, sir. Several inches.
122, please. You had described a photograph with a sneaker with snow in it. Is that photograph?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down.
These are very poor quality. Seems like we had better quality last year.
That night, do you recall if there was any other pieces of taillight recovered?
I believe in total we located maybe 6 or 7 pieces of taillight.
May I approach your Honor?
Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe 6 or 7. It's okay. It wasn't his job to document.
Sir,
That
I'm
was
handing you
Tully's
3
job.
photographs.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And what's in that photograph?
It's a piece of red taillight that we located.
Could you look at the second photograph, please?
Yes, sir.
What do you see there?
It's the same piece of taillight that we recovered, just a close-up version. You can see the molding of an overturned shovel. That piece of taillight actually came up as one of our team members was shoveling. When he overturned his shovel, the piece of taillight was there, and you can see the actual molding from his shovel.
And the third photograph?
That is another piece of taillight that we located at ground level.
A different piece?
Yes, sir.
Let's stick with photographs 1 and 2. Photographs 1 and 2 is close up and a further view of a piece of taillight. Are those fair and accurate depictions? Does that piece appear that night?
Yes, they are, sir.
We've solved it.
All right, move to these 2 photographs into evidence.
Thank you. One's a close up, right?
Tully going thunder,
Yeah.
thunder, thunder, snow.
75A.
Or am I too old for that reverence to land with anybody? Way too old for this jury, I'm sure.
So when these items were found, did you examine or study the depth of those items when they were found?
I did not, sir. Gave them a glance when our team members told us we found something. And then Lieutenant Tully took over documentation. I returned to my place, on our line.
Do you know if any of the items were touching the ground or were they on snow?
A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt.
And you said there was another item found that we just talked about? A separate piece of taillight?
Yes, that photo you showed me was a separate piece of the taillight we located, sir.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 2 photographs, could you look at the first photograph?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
A piece of taillight at ground level.
And if you could look at the second photograph, what's that?
It's a close-up enhanced view of that same piece of taillight.
So it's just a different view of the same piece of taillight?
Correct, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction as that piece of taillight appeared that night?
Yes, it is, sir.
I would move these 2 into evidence, 1 photograph and a second of the closer up view.
No objection. Okay.
Is it 76 and 76A?
While you were conducting the search, did anybody but your team, Trooper Tully, the person who was documenting the evidence, did you see any other people who were not law enforcement in the area?
At some point during our search, the media arrived on scene, began filming us or taking photos.
Was there anybody from your department or a different department that was managing the crowd?
No, there were members with Lieutenant Tully that I believe were not state police members, but I wouldn't know how to characterize what their job description was, sir.
At any time, did anybody enter that area or scene, the grid that you and your members were working on, other than your group and Trooper Tully and the people with him?
No, correct. Once we marked off our area, no one came forward of our line. That whole search area was fresh, undisturbed snow as we moved through the area, and no one moved past our line. Even when Lieutenant Tully and the member who works in his unit came to collect the evidence, they didn't move past the point we'd searched up to at that time.
Why were you so careful about anybody coming onto your grid?
We don't want to disturb our scene, but we also don't want to move forward unless we're all moving together, acting in unison.
Given you had brushes and rakes and shovels, did you get through every piece of that area?
We didn't go all the way to where I had marked off originally, because after we'd found everything that was collected, we had gone approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding any other evidence. Lieutenant Tully and I had a discussion. I think we determined we found everything we were going to find that evening, and we decided to suspend the search.
Was it a search that took up the whole front yard and street of that area?
Our focus was on the street. We really didn't touch the front yard at all. We started to go over the curb at one point to see if we could search the grass area, but we could not properly definitively say we were searching it well. As we started to move the snow, we couldn't really differentiate down to the grass level.
How hard was the ground?
It was cold, frozen.
The ground was frozen?
Sir.
And so not being able to search the entire yard, was there a plan at that point? Did you just end your mission?
So when we suspended our search, we'll always do a full team debrief, and we'll debrief with the person who requested our search. So, and at the end of our search, we'll come up with what we call our probability of detection. We'll give a baseline determination of what I think our percentage-wise, whether we would have found what we were looking for. We'll provide that. I did provide that to Lieutenant Tully.
Oh, they make their guess
There was a
we're
good
very
chance we did
happy.
not locate everything that evening, and we offered to return at a later date or time at his request.
When you were looking generally for pieces of taillight in the sneaker, were you informed, did you have any idea how much taillight would be in that area?
I did not know, sir.
Was there any way for you to, at that point, identify exactly what you were looking for?
No, we didn't have a photo of the taillight. I was never shown anything, so I wasn't sure how much we were actually looking for.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll withdraw that. What time did you end the search?
Approximately 6:15, I believe. I was the last one to leave, which was 6:23 p.m. when I left.
And so how long was the entire search?
It was about
30 minutes?
55 minutes. We started again around 5:20, ending around 6:15, sir.
Do you know if any other colleagues or members went back at a later date?
I've been informed that they did, yes, but not from my team, but other members of our department.
I'll allow it, just move on.
Did your team go back?
We did not, sir, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you first arrived at the scene, was there crime scene tape up?
No, there was not, sir.
Was there any barricade up at all?
No, there was not.
Was there any evidence that the crime scene was being secured at that time?
There was no police presence on scene, sir.
Okay. So that when you arrived, the scene had been left unsecured. Do you know how long it had been left unsecured?
I do not, sir.
So before you arrived, at least, and before your presence was known, for some time before you got there, that scene could have been accessed by anyone, to your knowledge.
Well, I think the weather played a good help in us with the scene security, because with that being fresh, undisturbed snow, and with the man tracking we do, we would be able to determine if anyone had access to that area.
Of course, of course. But you don't have any personal knowledge of anybody actually securing that scene for onlookers, bypassers, anybody that wanted access to it, they could have had it?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. You indicated that Lieutenant Tully first contacted you but exactly at 2:32 p.m., correct?
That is correct, sir.
At that time, your team was not stood up. In other words, you were not activated, because that was an initial call by Lieutenant Tully, not an activation call, correct?
Correct. That's a courtesy notification, sir.
And at that time, Lieutenant Tully had not received the proper protocol, the proper approvals through the protocol to actually have your team activate and have your team dispatched.
Yes, I think he'll normally, when we get activated, before they start the process going through their chain of command, they'll call me just to see if we're available and if we could actually respond, instead of wasting other people's time calling us if I were to say, no, we are already assigned on another mission at this time.
Right. So around 2:53, you indicated that one of your subordinates, Sergeant Simpson, notified the rest of the team that get ready, but we have not been given the green light, correct?
Correct, sir. Building an availability list of who could respond.
Okay. That was just a kind of a precursor, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, to make sure that you had the available personnel so when the green light, or if the green light came, you could activate.
Correct, and to help start giving people the heads up to start shoveling their driveway. Like I said, as soon as I received that call from Lieutenant Tully, I hadn't shoveled my driveway yet. Okay. I went out and had to go clear my driveway and my cruiser. And the end of my driveway, we usually get plowed in by our plows. We had several feet of snow at the end of my driveway, sir.
Lucky you.
Yes.
All right. Did Lieutenant Tully inform you in that first phone call that colleagues of his, Massachusetts State Police colleagues of his, were already en route to Dayton to retrieve or seize the SUV?
He did not say that, sir.
Did Lieutenant Tully inform you that Massachusetts State Police had actually contacted the Dayton Police Department for their assistance in potentially seizing that SUV?
He did not tell me that, sir.
Did he indicate to you, you indicated that your conversation was at 12:32. Did he indicate that he had just gotten off the phone with Dayton PD at 12:31, just a minute prior?
Our phone call is at 2:32, sir.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that can,
Did I say 12:32?
that's a different time you're looking to.
2:32, and he had just gotten off the phone with Dayton PD at 2:31. Did he indicate anything like that?
No, we did not, sir.
Okay. So we do know that at that 2:30-ish hour, you were not authorized to respond to the unit, to the location at that point. None of your units were en route at that point.
No, neither one of us had requested approval through our chain of command at that time, sir.
And you've already told us that you didn't head out until just after 4, sometime after 4 p.m.?
Yes, my GPS data has me leaving my driveway at 4:13 p.m.
Got it. Once you were at 34 Fairview, you arrived first, correct?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I mistook that. Tell me who did arrive first.
Trooper Busalil arrived at 4:54, and I pulled in just after him at 4:56, sir.
My mistake. When you first arrived, you were waiting others of your team to arrive as well in their personal vehicles or their marked vehicles, correct?
They were all still en route at that time, yes, sir.
When you got there, you did not know at that point where you were going to be directed to search, correct?
I did not know, sir.
All you knew was a residence and an address, correct?
Correct.
As your team members arrived, were they arriving in personal vehicles, cruisers, or some combination thereof?
They were all arriving in state-issued cruisers.
Okay, so all 7 of you arrived. There were 7 total, correct?
Correct. We, again, initially started 8. One member was not able to get off the
Did
end
you
of
drive in the road?
plowing. So
Did they drive in the road?
From the original dispatch.
Understood. Lieutenant, when you arrived, given the fact that you did not know where you'd be searching, you got actually indicated previously that the flagpole, the fire hydrant, et cetera, that part of the lawn, that part of the yard was behind you as the cruisers pulled up and you parked your cruisers waiting for everybody to get there, correct?
When I arrived, I parked almost at the end of the driveway of that residence, sir.
Okay, was your tail facing the flagpole or was your nose facing the flagpole?
Tail was facing the flagpole.
So you pulled up to the driveway, I'm guessing from Chapman?
Yes.
Heading north?
Correct, sir. Yes, from Chapman.
Okay,
right
so you
across
pulled
the
over
area.
to the edge of the driveway, sort of on the wrong side of the street, I'm guessing.
Same side as 34 Fairview, sir.
Understood. So
Right
the area
in the
and the
area.
grid area that you ultimately decided to search and ultimately were directed to search, that was all behind you.
Yes, it was, sir.
And it was dark out, obviously.
Yes, it was, sir.
Getting dark.
It was dark. It was winter, so it was dark at
Okay.
5 o'clock.
Your focus was certainly not on the area behind you at that point, correct?
While
As
we
a
were
matter of fact, your
driving, sir?
focus wasn't really anywhere, was it? Because you
No.
didn't know where you were going to search.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, your team members began to arrive one by one, and each one of them would stay in their car, or would they get out and come coordinate with you, like at your cruiser?
No, as they arrived on scene, they would come out because Lieutenant Tully had already arrived on scene. He was technically the third member of the state police on scene.
Okay.
So once he got on scene, I was already out talking to him, and I was marking off the area we were going to search.
Understood. He ultimately, at some point, did direct you to a location behind you, which you were not currently focused on, toward the flagpole, the fire hydrant, you said.
Yeah, I wasn't focused on any area at that time, sir, no.
You marked those the areas out that Lieutenant Tully directed you to with some sort of grid coordinates, or was it just sort of a mental grid?
No, I wound up marking, stepping it off in the area I wanted to search, sir.
Did you use any string or rope or anything like that to physically grid the area off?
No, I just marked a line in the snow, sir, where I wanted to start and where we wanted to end.
And you did that with footprints?
No, with the shovel. I made a mark where we wanted to start and end.
I see. So sort of dragging a shovel in the line.
Oh,
right in the
just
snow.
where the berm was, sir. I knocked the berm down, made an obvious impression of where the shovel was.
Okay.
At the starting location where ideally I wanted to end.
Perfect. You indicated that the area that you were searching was relatively undisturbed snow. You said that in direct examination, correct?
It was undisturbed, yes, sir.
But the street, everything from the berm in, the street had been plowed, correct?
To a point, yes, sir.
All right, and so that would be disturbed snow.
Yeah, to a point, yes, sir.
And what was the point?
To where the snow that got plowed in, it all rose up just like the end of your driveway would. There was a good 3 to 4 foot high barrier on each side of the street. Once you were able to knock down that initial barrier of snow, the level of snow dropped down to the normal depths that you would have seen in anyone's front lawn at that time, sir.
And is that what you're calling the undisturbed portion of the snow?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Lieutenant Tully told you that you were going to be looking for a man's shoe, a sneaker of some sort, or a shoe of some sort, correct?
He said sneaker, yes, sir.
And he told you that you'd be searching for plastic, red plastic potentially from a taillight. Is that right?
He said taillight pieces, yes, sir.
Did he indicate that some of them would be red, some might be clear, might be a combination of the two?
He didn't indicate a color either way, sir.
He did direct you to where he believed you should search. It was his direction that sort of gave you your grid coordinates, correct?
He indicated where the vehicle had been parked and where the victim's body had been located and suggested that was the primary area to search.
Did he tell you whether or not he knew from personal knowledge where where John O'Keefe's body had been?
He did not, sir, no.
Did he tell you whether he had personal knowledge where any taillight material might be?
He did not know, sir.
Did he tell you that he had any personal knowledge where an impact site might have been?
He did not know.
Did he tell you that he had personal knowledge that there had been an impact site at the location?
No, he just said he believed the incident involved the vehicle.
Okay. One of your goals when looking at the search location was to obviously remove the snow as methodically as you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to not only remove layers of snow, but then ultimately expose the layer beneath it with as little disturbance. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
I think you noted that the plow had not plowed all the way to the curb, so the snowbank was sort of in the street, not in the yard, or at least a few inches from the curb line and not in the yard, correct?
Correct, sir. As I stated, as some of the responding members parked, they were thinking they were parking in a safe spot in the street, and their cruisers wound up being stuck at the end of the night.
And you and your team had some experience doing searches in snowy conditions, being from Massachusetts, I'm guessing.
Missing person searches, we've never been out for an evidence search in this specific type of conditions, but we have done missing person searches.
So this was the first time you and your team had executed a search of this nature in these kinds of conditions for these kinds of items?
In blizzard conditions, yes, for an evidence search, yes.
But you did indicate on direct examination that although it was blizzard conditions and the winds were high, and we've learned that windy conditions sort of define a blizzard in some respect, the visibility was relatively good.
Yeah, with our headlamps, we had pretty decent visibility.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the techniques for conducting a search like this in some sort of snowfall.
Indeed. Tell us about the systematic
as a
excavation.
Specialist in searches, one of the things that you put as the highest priority is documenting exactly where the search is conducted, what techniques are used to conduct the search, and what, if anything, is found and exactly where it's found, correct?
Yes, documentation of your search is important, yes, sir.
You'd also want to document the time that things are found, correct?
Yes, you want those documented.
And you'd want to document the relative locations between and among items that are found. How close are they to each other? How close are they or far are they from a stable landmark, a static landmark, correct?
So we will mark items, sir.
Okay.
Measuring in between distances, they do get stamped when we mark our items. Measuring them would be at the discretion of the investigators themselves.
And obviously that would be among the best practices to clearly document how a search is conducted, correct?
Correct, sir.
Another way to document the evidence is, or the search, is to do it through either video evidence or photographic techniques, right? Just photographing, forensic photographs of where things are found, contextual photographs moving into close-up photographs, correct?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
And in this case, that discretion lay with Lieutenant Tully, correct?
Yeah, he was the incident commander, correct, sir.
You indicated a number of hand tools that you brought with you to the search to make sure that you had the tools necessary to get through the snow and get to the items that if there were any items out there, to get to the items you were looking for. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And you did, in fact, remove layer by layer of snow and sort of sift through it as best you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
That also included some shovels where a shovel full of snow might be gathered and then turned over, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done somewhat methodically, is that right?
Yes, it was, sir.
And you wanted to make sure that you weren't missing anything as you were digging through the top layers of snow and getting down to something closer to the surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the level of snow, if you can estimate it? How much snowfall?
I believe the area, not living that far from that location myself, was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is after 5:45, 5:48 in the evening of January 29th.
When the first item was discovered, it was 5:45.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, a search of this complexity and with this many individuals and with those conditions required some level of significant coordination by you and your team, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there, is that right?
Correct, sir.
That included, I'm going to go through a quick list: Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Luis, O'Brien, O'Hara, you, and Biscardi, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So there were 7 individuals, as well, Lieutenant, as 7 vehicles to account for, to make sure you're not driving over the wrong areas, walking over the wrong areas, standing over the wrong areas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And not only did you have to account for those 7 officers, each of whom arrived in their own vehicles, you also had to make sure that those vehicles were positioned in the right spot to make sure you don't drive over the area that you need to search and might be impacted by your cars, correct?
Yes, sir. After Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, the remaining cruisers never came past the initial location of where we believe the incident occurred.
Before he came on scene, the cruisers that were there were down toward the driveway, closer to where you were, and you, of course, were positioned with your back to the location that ultimately was searched, correct?
Yes, sir. That was 2 of the 7 cruisers, yes.
Okay. Once you learned where you wanted to search, you literally had to sort of turn around, physically turn things around to begin searching behind where you had originally positioned yourself. No fault of your own, you just didn't know where to go. You had to sort of turn around and go backward toward the area of the flagpole, away from the area of the driveway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as you began to focus on the other side of the house, the other side of the driveway, you had to actually reposition a couple of the cruisers. You didn't have to, but you chose to reposition a couple of the cruisers to turn their lights back around, correct?
That is correct, sir.
At some point, you've indicated that there were other individuals who you noticed were at the scene. Is that right?
Yes, there were non-CERT members on scene, sir.
Okay. And those non-CERT members included, or they numbered at least 5 individuals, not including Lieutenant Tully. Is that right?
I believe that includes Lieutenant Tully, sir. I believe it was 5 total.
Okay, so 5 does include Lieutenant Tully. There were 4 others that were non-CERT members, correct?
Correct, sir.
And those were members, I think you've earlier testified that those were members of either Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police or both. Is that right?
I believe it was both, yes, sir.
And you did not recognize those individuals?
I recognized one of the state police members. I believe a second one was also a state police member that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
And then 2 other members that I believe were Canton Police, but again, not familiar with them.
And these individuals were obviously, it's dark. You're not paying attention to them. You're not paying attention to what they're doing. They probably have hats and hoods and gloves on, I'm guessing.
Well, they didn't arrive on scene right away, so we were already well into our search before they even arrived on scene. The only one who was on scene originally was Lieutenant Tully.
If you weren't paying close attention to those 4 officers, those additional 4 officers, how do you know exactly what time they arrived on scene?
They weren't in the area we were searching, so they came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So they may have been in the area, but you didn't see them until your line search had already begun and you made note of them, correct?
Correct. I don't know when the exact time they arrived on scene, sir, but they weren't on scene when we started our search.
Or they weren't in your vision when they started their search?
No, they were on scene, sir.
Okay. But you don't know, as you sit here, you can't say what time they showed up.
I do not know, sir.
And did they come at your direction?
They did not.
Did they come at the direction of any of your staff members, any of your colleagues?
No, we did not request them, sir.
Okay. So they were there for some reason other than why you were there?
That's correct, sir.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
These
Show us-
individuals, you noted they were either from, I think you said 2 from Massachusetts State Police and 2 from Canton Police, correct?
Yeah, including Lieutenant Tully, it would probably be three MSP and 2 Canton Police, sir.
Okay. Excluding Lieutenant Tully, who was working very closely with you, the other 4 individuals, they were in full uniform or they were plain clothes?
Plain clothes, sir.
And your focus, once you began your search, once you stood up the team, turned your cars around and realized exactly the grid where you were going to search, that's what your focus was on, correct?
Yeah, I was focused on our search area, correct, sir.
And when you're searching a line, for instance, if it's a line that extends to your right or to your left, the search that you're conducting is literally right directly in front of you, correct?
Well, you're always looking left or right because you're staying online with your teammates, so you always have a full view of the scene you're searching, sir.
Understood. I'm not saying that you look down and never look up again, but I'm saying that your focus, the main focus of your search is directly in front of you. That's why you do a line search. So you can take small steps, search in front of you, move forward, search in front of you as a line, as almost an entity, a single entity moving forward, correct?
That is best practice, yes, sir.
That's how you make sure you don't miss an overturned leaf that you need to overturn, that there might be a knife under or a gun under or something like that, or a bullet casing, something like that, correct?
Correct, sir.
Or a taillight, right?
Correct, sir.
All right, so as your focus is, your world sort of collapses a little bit. Your focus is in front of you. You're obviously working with your team members left and right. You're moving forward very, very gently, very methodically, very technically as you move forward and the whole line moves forward on that grid, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you're not necessarily paying attention to what's happening behind you, off in the distance, in the dark, to your left far, to your right far. That's not what your focus is on, at least at that moment, correct?
No, sir. Our focus is forward as we're moving forward into our search area.
Thank you. In addition to the 5 individuals, Lieutenant Tully included, and the other 4, there was also another person that made contact with you from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, when we first arrived on scene, someone had exited the residence onto the front steps, front porch area possibly of that mudroom.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Of that mudroom, so that right door, the exit, the door closest to the garage, sir.
Can you describe that person for us?
It was an adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Did that person approach you or one of your team members?
No, he never left the front door area.
Did he say anything to you or one of the team members?
He asked if we were here for what happened earlier. We replied yes, and he turned and went back inside the residence.
And as you sit here, you don't know who that person is?
I do not, sir, no.
But he's a male, I'm guessing middle-aged?
It was not a child, sir. It was definitely an adult male, sir.
Adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other description? White, facial hair,
testified that you recovered. Having a hard time speaking. It's been a long day. I apologize. Let's try that again. You testified that you recovered a piece of plastic first before you recovered the shoe, or do I have that backwards?
No, there was one piece of taillight located before the shoe, sir.
Understood. You've also indicated that of the, I think you said 6 or 7 total pieces of plastic that were found, that all of those pieces of plastic and the shoe were found basically right next to each other, correct?
I don't know the exact distances, but they weren't too far apart, some several inches to others maybe a foot or two. I don't know the exact distances, sir.
Without assigning an exact measurement down to the millimeter, Lieutenant, you've earlier indicated that all of the pieces and the shoe relative to each other, it's just relative to each other, were found within a foot or so of each other, correct?
Eyeball, again, as the distance I just said, sir, from inches to maybe a couple of feet. I know they all are geomarked with exact coordinates that, could be measured out at a later time, which again would have been at the purview of the detectives, but we did not measure them. Again, all eyeball that night.
Understood. When I say, and it may have been a bad question on my part, Lieutenant, and if it was, I apologize. When I say a foot, within a foot of each other, I don't mean a foot apart. All of them you've earlier testified would be inside of a foot total, correct? Or maybe 2 feet now?
I don't think they'd be quite that close, sir. I think they were maybe in between each item, sir, or close to it.
read it to him verbatim, Alan.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, set it up, read it to him verbatim. Did you previously testify?
Okay. I know this isn't necessarily a memorization contest about your prior testimony, but do you remember testifying about this specific issue? Here I go again. I can't speak. This specific issue about a year ago, back in 2022 at a grand jury?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Do you remember exactly how you described where everything was with relative, May 5th, as a matter of fact, at the grand jury, relative to each other? Do you remember how you testified exactly?
I believe I said within a few inches or a foot away. Yes, sir.
You have excellent memory. You rattled off times and dates like I've never seen before. So it's exactly what you said. So within a few inches of each other, maybe a foot is what you said, correct?
That's what I said, yes, sir.
Okay, so if it's maybe within a foot, this is an 11 and a half by 8.5 piece of paper, maybe an area a little larger than this, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Oh, look at that little half smile. He knows he got caught and had to own up. You have a great memory, Lieutenant O'Hara.
As you found items of evidence, did you alert Lieutenant Tully to that specific piece of evidence?
Yes, so I was not one of the members who found any of the evidence, but as my team members located something, we would halt the line. Lieutenant Tully was a short distance behind our line. We would get his attention. We would cease our operations until he informed us that he felt it was properly documented.
And ultimately, Lieutenant Tully was the person responsible for documenting that item, is that right?
That is, sir. We fall under the incident command structure. He technically took the lead as the incident commander that night, sir.
And he did that through photography?
Yes, sir.
So you saw him taking pictures of the items in their place once they were found, correct?
Yeah, I believe he was the one taking photographs, sir.
And by definition, Lieutenant, as a search like this is being conducted, unfortunately, moving snow means possibly moving the items themselves, correct?
Potentially, yes, sir.
They might end up in a shovel full of snow, you turn it upside down, that's not where the piece of evidence was to begin with, correct?
Correct. It's been moved at that point.
But in this case, nearly all of the pieces that you did find, including the shoe, were nearly next to each other, meaning within inches of one another, correct?
I don't know the exact distance again, sir, ballpark eye distance, but again, that is why we provided the GPS coordinates of each location, because we did stamp those with a handheld GPS as we found items of evidence. And all those locations were turned over with our report to be measured at the desire of the detectives, sir.
Certainly, using that very impressive memory of yours, your memory back in May of 2022, May 5th of 2022, was that they were within inches of each other.
I believe that's what I stated, yes, sir.
Okay.
Look down if you feel shame. You gave the wrong answer back in 2022.
You indicated that the search, after about 6 or 7 pieces were found, as well as the shoe, the search was suspended just after 6 o'clock, correct?
Approximately 6:15-ish, sir, we stopped. We'd gone, like I stated earlier, we'd gone approximately 8 to 10 feet further south on the road without recovering any other pieces of taillight. We knew we had already located the sneaker, so we decided to suspend the search at that time until possibly a future date.
Well, that is quite a
And you were never called back out to the scene by Lieutenant Tully or anybody else, correct?
No, we were not, sir.
And did you become aware that over the next days and weeks and days and several weeks, there would be 40 more pieces of taillight claimed to be recovered at the scene? Did you become aware of that or no?
I was aware other pieces were located. I did not know that was the number, and I don't know exactly when I became aware of that. It was probably much later on, possibly at this location when I learned that information, sir.
And you don't know, as you sit here, you don't know whom it was that recovered those additional pieces, correct?
No, I've never seen the evidence log, sir.
And you don't know when those additional pieces were claimed to have been recovered?
I do not know.
When Lieutenant Tully and you had a conversation about shutting down the scene, was Lieutenant Tully's comment to you after those first few pieces were found that he was, quote, very satisfied that you had recovered everything that you were going to recover from that night, from that search?
Objection.
Sustained. Chair say.
Mr. Brennan asked you about the conversation that you had with Lieutenant Tully to shut the scene down, to clear the scene, correct?
Yes, so we conducted a debrief and I gave him, again, as I mentioned earlier, we provide a probability of detection. I tell him what the chances are. I think we found
now not
found
offered
our
for
items
the
we were
truth.
looking for, and we determined to suspend the search.
Do you remember testifying last year that Lieutenant Tully indicated that he was very satisfied with what was found?
I don't know if I used the word very satisfied, but he was satisfied that evening that we had found everything we were going to find that night, sir.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, there you go. You pulled that off. You backpedaled from the very.
Do you remember exactly what you indicated Lieutenant Tully's words were as you sit here?
I believe, yes, he was satisfied with the search. I just don't know if he used the word very satisfied or not, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your transcript?
I'm sure he will, sir.
Look at Alan's face.
Man.
These guys absolutely hate each other, and they're doing this with smile.
I'm just going on the date. Is this from last year or would this be from the grand jury, sir?
June of last year.
Okay. Yes, sir. So it does state here that I stated he was very satisfied with the search.
Yeah, refresh your recollection if that was the words that he used, or at least you remember him using at that time.
Yeah, I believe, to the best of my recollection, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Lieutenant.
Oh, wah, wah, wah.
Man, just a
Thought
moment,
you
Your
had
Honor.
it there. He thought he had gotten that back pedal and he was very pleased with himself, but no, sad trombones. Not looking at any of the photos really, just that one, those ones of the shoe. Don't we want to see the taillight pieces sitting on top of the snow that they haven't shoveled yet? He does look like Droopy, doesn't he? Droopy the cartoon dog. Why so sad? I'm just a sad dog.
Lieutenant, there was one other thing that I wanted to ask you about, which is you had indicated to Lieutenant Tully at some point close to 6 p.m. or so, it would be helpful if you and your team had a photograph of what it was you were looking for, correct?
Yeah, I believe after we found the first piece or two, I asked him if he had a photograph that we could look at just to see how large of an area.
So that
how large of a piece we were looking for, sir. Yes.
Fine. So that would just timing wise, if you found the first piece at 5:45, the first piece or two, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 minutes later. After that, maybe 5 minutes later. So let's place it at 5:50, close to 6, something like that.
Yeah, probably between 5:45 and 5:50, possibly, sir.
And you said to him at the time it'd be helpful if we had a photograph of what it is we're looking for, correct?
Yeah, I said that would help. Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant told you that the vehicle did not have a photograph because it was still en route from Dayton being transported to Canton, right?
He did say he did not have a photograph and it was being towed back.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned that there were about 5 people not on your SERT team at some point arriving at Fairview Road or the area of it.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
3 of them were Mass State Police. You mentioned Tully and 2 of his colleagues.
Correct, sir.
Did you see anybody taking photographs of the items that you found?
Yes, Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs while we were there, sir.
And did you see somebody putting the items in bags?
Yes, they did, sir.
Was that one of the 2 people that were with Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, correct, sir.
And you mentioned there were 2 Canton police officers. Were they part of the search?
They were not, sir, no.
Were they on the grid?
They were not, sir.
Did you ever see them in the area on the grid?
I did not, no, sir.
They were there. Were they involved in any way in the crowd?
They weren't the only people that ever came on scene other than us, and those local officers were at some point, the media did arrive on scene.
When you say on scene, is on scene different than on the grid?
Correct, just in the general vicinity, sir.
Did you know what the Canton police officers were doing?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I'll allow it.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
Choose a different word.
Did you ever see anybody physically intrude upon your grid?
No, no one did that, sir.
You were asked about
Let's get it right. Stream's frozen. Waiting with Droopy. I'm so sad. Stream is frozen. Oh no, we're missing the devastating redirect by Mr. Brennan. The part where they solved the case. Oh, and now this is back to yesterday. It looks like NBC 10 may have ended their stream. Yikes. All right, guys, let me get out of this and see if I can figure out what's going on. Yeah, I think they accidentally ended their screen there, ended their stream there. So let's see if somebody else is still playing it. Okay. Okay, hang on. Got another stream here. Just got to get it set up. Okay. Share this one. Get it on. Go ahead and move that.
Did they at any time
And we're off.
interfere with your search?
No, they did not.
Did they at any time try to discourage or dissuade you from searching?
Objection, Your Honor.
Next question, I'll sustain that.
Did that person do anything to impede your search?
No, he did not.
You were asked about your conversation with Trooper Tully,
Yes, sir.
and he mentioned, or you characterized, he was very satisfied that what you had found, everything you were going to locate at that time.
That's correct, sir.
Did he ever suggest that he expected that you would not find anything else?
No, he did not.
Did he ever suggest that there was no other trace evidence there?
No, he did not.
Was there a discussion that he or you or other people may come back to search further at a different time?
We offered to come back at a later date, and he just accepted our offer, but we were never contacted to come back, sir.
When you offered to come back, was that based on your assessment that it was a difficult area to search?
Correct. Again, as we talked about probability of detection, we'll base it on 10 different categories, give him a baseline percentage chance of would we have found what we were looking for. I told him there was a good chance we did not locate all the evidence, asked him if he wanted us to come back at a later date, sir.
And when you mentioned that you couldn't finish the search because of the grass, tell us a little bit about what made it difficult because of the grass.
Even using push brooms, we couldn't properly move the snow off the grass as we were moving it. And with the dark, even the headlamps, I didn't feel like we were clearing it enough to continue searching it. I think our best efforts would be to focus on the street, because I was more concerned about eventually the plow coming in, clearing curb to curb and moving any evidence that was on the street. My thought was, if with the grass not being able to properly clear it, at least that would be contained to be searched at a later date as the snow melted.
And given those assessments, is that some of those reasons why you offered to come back?
Yes, sir.
I've shown you some photographs you've identified about some of the pieces that you found or the pieces that you found that night. I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Okay.
If we could show Exhibit 73, please.
Yes, let's look at them.
Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is there a chance, Ms. Gilman, that we could do a close-up of that?
There it
Can you
is, that
describe what you're
diffuser
It's a
on
piece
top of
clear
quite a bit of
taillight.
snow.
It's got rigid edges, some indentations on it, distinctive markings.
Did all of the pieces you found have those type of markings on it?
First one they found.
Not sure if they had those exact same markings, so I'd have to compare the photos.
Was there different colors of pieces that you found that night?
Yes, we also found pieces of red taillight as well.
Could we see 73A, please? Without blowing it up, if you could go back. Is 73A a picture from further away of the same piece?
Yes, that's what it appears to be, sir.
What potato took this picture?
Was it easier to see these pieces that night in person than it is in photos, or was there any difference in the ability to identify
That
these
is
pieces?
on top of a lot of snow.
Sustained.
When you saw the piece from where you were standing, did it look any different than it does in this photo?
No, it doesn't, sir.
Can we see
Can't see
75, please?
Cursor, I'd show you where I can see where it is, but it's very hard to see.
In that picture from this perspective, can you see any pieces of taillight?
Tiny little red.
There's a piece of red
At
taillight in the
7 o'clock,
left-hand side of that photo,
8
sir.
o'clock.
On a little bit of a mound?
Correct, sir.
Is that where that piece was found, on the mound?
No, that's the photo, like we discussed earlier, sir, that came up with one of the shovels. And you can see, when you get closer to that photo, you'll see the actual molding of the overturned shovel.
So it was scooped up and then placed on that mound?
Correct. As the trooper overturned it to start beginning to sift through the different layers of snow, that's where he deposited that snow, sir.
Could we get a close-up of the left side of that picture, please? Can you see the shovel marks near that piece?
Yes, they're directly behind it and off to the left. You can see the molding of the shovel.
You can see a bit of a divot to the left of the red?
You can?
Yes, correct, sir.
Is that part of imprint from the shovel?
Yes, it is, sir.
That don't look like a shovel mark
Can we
to
see
me.
75A, please? Is that a closer picture of the same item?
Yes.
The imprint, does that give you a clearer view of the shovel you were speaking about?
Yes, it does, sir.
Can we see 76, please? Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
And that piece, was it found at ground level?
Yes, that photo is where that item was located, sir.
Touching the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could we get a close-up of that, please?
Round. No, just your mom, Hank.
And if we could have 76A, please. Is that a picture of the same item?
Yes, it is. Just zoomed in, sir.
You can close that, please, and turn the lights on. Thank you. To be clear on the timeline, your colleague arrived, first colleague arrived at what time?
4:54 p.m., sir.
And you arrived at?
4:56.
You mentioned that it looked like fresh snow.
Yes, sir. The area we searched was fresh, undisturbed snow.
And when you got there at 4:56, when you described fresh, undisturbed snow, is that your impression when you first got there at 4:56?
Yes, I realized that the plow had not cleared curb to curb.
You began your actual search at what time?
Right around 5:20, we wound up again. We moved a couple of our cruisers around just to add extra headlights, extra lighting on the scene itself.
And the first piece of evidence was found at what time?
5:45, sir.
Your area that you searched, did you say it was 8 to 10 feet?
No, sir. The area marked off was just over approximately 60 feet. We'd gone about 8 to 10 feet towards the end of the search without locating any more items, and that's when we suspended the search.
How much of your focus was near the street area?
Only 99% of it, sir. As soon as we got to the grass and realized we couldn't clear it properly, my main focus was on that street, just again because I was concerned about the plow coming through at a later time.
You were worried that if you didn't finish the street, there could be some impact from plowing?
Yes, sir.
And did you say 99% was the street area?
Yeah, approximately, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, briefly.
Okay.
So the search went approximately 60 feet.
That's the area I marked off, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you started close to or adjacent to
The front one.
the front
The
door,
front door.
correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you were doing the type of search that we described earlier, that you described earlier, about going just a few paces at a time and starting to move material out of the way to try to get down to the surface, correct?
Yes, sir. All working together. Yes, sir.
And you did not find 40 pieces of taillight at or near or on that street or the lawn or any place else, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the overall number, sir, but
And neither did your colleagues.
correct, sir. We've never been notified how much has been located.
The only thing that you found was concentrated in one area, maybe a foot or 2 feet in diameter. You said 6 or 7 pieces and a shoe, correct?
That's what we located, yes, sir.
You didn't find a black baseball cap, correct?
We did not, no, sir.
And in the photographs that we've seen, that's clearly not undisturbed snow, correct?
The photographs are us moving after having moved the snow, sir.
Some of it is y'all moving snow. Some of it is disturbed snow on the street or at the curb, correct?
After we had moved it, yes, sir.
You indicated that Trooper Proctor and Trooper Butnick, you know both of them, correct?
I know who they are, yes, sir.
Or know who they are.
Wasn't them at the scene, was it?
When Trooper Tully told you that the vehicle was en route and could not provide you a photograph at, let's call it 5:50 p.m., did he tell you that the vehicle had actually been secured at Canton PD about a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m.?
No, he did not say that, sir.
Did you know through any other means that that vehicle was just a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m. before you ever found the first piece of taillight? Did you know that?
I did not know what time it arrived, sir.
Thank you.
Do you know what time Trooper Tully told you he did not have a photograph?
It was sometime after we found the first piece, sir, so sometime after 5:45, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all I had.
All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Hate the sound here on Law and Crime. It's like got that, I don't even know how you describe it. It just sounds like there's a lot of air in the background. I don't know. You sound people know what that means. Like loud air in the background. Make it not do that. NBC was so much better. Yeah, you know, I gotta tell you, I've shoveled a lot of snow. I've shoveled a lot of snow. I didn't see shovel marks. Shovel marks. Your snow shovel is usually like that little scoop. You know, it's got a straight edge. Typically, it might have a little metal piece on it because you might be scraping it along the edge of your driveway or something like that. Helps you break the ice a little bit too if it's compacted. You know, more compacted at the bottom. Tends to get
All right, so jurors, every day I've been asking counsel whether we are on track. Usually, I haven't reported it to you as much, but I can tell you now that we are definitely on track. Maybe a little ahead of schedule, which may just mean down the road a little bit, we'll be back on track. But because we're on track a little ahead of schedule right now, we're done for today. So we'll let you leave for today with those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise to the court, please.
a little ahead of schedule. I'm going to go ahead and mute that. See if they're going to do anything with Sidebar or just head out with the jury. Yeah, so I mean, you got a straight and then it's a scoop, you know, and sometimes a scoop might have little molds in it. But the thing is, when you shovel the snow and it's fresh snow, it compacts as your shovel is contacting it. And so if you've got those, you know, little molds and stuff, it'll fill in. It's like making a snowman. You know, you make a snowball, you compact it, and it stays in that shape. If you push like little eyeballs in it or something, it'll stay like that. You can sit.
Jury's exit the court, please be seated.
All right, so counsel, since we have ended a little bit early today, I would like you to go through those exhibits that Mr. McDermott brought to your attention at Sidebar and make sure all the redactions are appropriate so we can at least square away that issue. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
That's it.
All right.
That's all we needed is the judge telling them how they're spending the rest of their afternoon. Okay. So anyway, you end up with like shovel-shaped, you know, mounds, shovel-shaped mounds on top of a shovel-shaped mound on top of, if you're like flipping it upside down, it just really, that's not what that looked like. Just not what that looked like. But, you know, it's very hard to see anything in photos like that. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, just checking on a couple things. So, got the stream on mute. They're staring at the fan. Once it ends, I will kill it for good. But I think for now, we'll just wait and make sure nothing comes back that needs our attention. So yeah, boy, we ended the launch with that. Now sound is back, or is that something else? Okay, hang on. That's one of the other things. Yeah, sorry, that was one of the other things that came back to life. We ended with that voicemail that was recorded at the scene. Karen had been calling John. It answered, she dropped the phone. So everything that happened for the following however many minutes was recorded on John's voicemail, including the 911 call from Jen. We heard what Karen's response was. It's not pleasant to hear, is it? It's not pleasant to hear at all. You want to know what trauma looks like? Well, I guess we didn't see it, but we sure heard it. You want to hear what it sounds like? That is somebody who is in sheer terror and panic. That is full amygdala hijack. Nothing going on at the rational brain calculation. This is pure survival, pure animal survival that's taking over. And that seemed like such a terrible place for Hank to leave it at the break, but he kind of snookered himself. Because he's playing all the voice messages, and he did that whole set it up in chronological order kind of timeline with Guarino. So he's sort of stuck with it. He would have been much better off if he'd stopped with, John, you're a fucking pervert, take that into lunch. Or, oh, she hated him. Maybe they're right about her being jealous of the other women, and she was in a jealous rage, something like that. I mean, it's just, I don't, like I already explained, I don't see these voicemails as being especially incriminating because they're the opposite of the messages that you would leave if you were trying to cover up that you had just struck in, killed or hurt or whatever your boyfriend. You would send a completely different message. Glad to see you got safe inside. Can't wait to see you home, honey. Take as long as you want. I'll be here looking after the kids. And then you do nothing. Until he's found. So I don't really consider them that bad, but to the extent, we're here just to, smear Karen, make Karen look bad. John, you're a fucking pervert would have been the place to leave it, but they can't. They can't because you snookered yourself. You put yourself in a position where you had to play that last voice message, or the jury's going to wonder, why aren't we listening to that last voice message? And then the defense is going to play it for him anyway, but they're going to wonder, and it's going to seem shady. So I don't know that was really the place I would want to leave the case at lunch for the break. Last thing the jury remembers going into their lunch break. If I'm the prosecutor in this case, seemed like a very, very bad call on me. But no cross then from Mr. Alessi. So why not? Because they are not taking issue with anything Trooper Guarino did. They're not taking issue with the phones that he extracted. They're not taking issue with the reports that he prepared from Celebrite. We already know from the direct, so they don't have to go in and reestablish. Like, it's already in evidence, the whole process of the gray key being used specifically to get into Karen's phone, that took place later because they got the warrant and they didn't have the password and had to get into it. That's the only thing out of all of this. Other than, the pathway of John's phone. Where did you get John's phone from? That's going to be easier though, because he just got it right from Proctor. But let's put it in, put it in hands and then make those people account for where they got it from. Proctor, where do you get it from? Which first responder gave it to you? But we got to have it in Proctor's hands first. So I might ask that, where'd you get it from? But we already know that, he, according to him, they had to break in because they didn't have the passcode, and it took until like July when they got the warrant and stuff. And then it wasn't. It was in that time frame when Proctor was, doing the searching for nudes or whatever. Looking, no nudes yet. No nudes yet. But what we know from the last trial is that both Proctor and Buchanan testified that while they were interviewing Karen at her parents' house on January 29th, they sat and watched her enter the passcode onto her phone while she was getting contact information for them, noted it, confirmed it with her. So they had the passcode. They testified from their, at the last trial, that they had the passcode. So a little bit of an inconsistency there, but again, those facts are largely already in evidence, so you don't need to cross him to get those in. In fact, he may have even said, he said he got the phone from Proctor. I don't remember. I can go back and check, but those are really the only things I think you need from him. If we don't have evidence of like the extraction has been, futzed with, or there's anything in the extraction that might give clear indications that the phone had been tampered with before the extraction, stuff like that, then, we don't ask about that. We don't raise it because there's nothing there. Unless we can prove it, then we have our own expert that's going to come in and say, oh, these things should have been a red flag. So I think we can infer that there is nothing like that. And then he didn't do some of the extractions. Jen and Carrie, so we have Jen, Carrie, John, and Karen all had their phones extracted. I forget which two Connor Keefe did and which two Guarino did. I lost track of that detail somewhere in the mist. But so any problems with the other extractions, those wouldn't go to Trooper Guarino anyway. They would go to Connor Keefe. So then that's where they left it at lunch. No cross right when we came back. Little couple clips from Karen. I mean, I know that it's hard for me to be objective about this because I have so much information from the first trial and so forth. But these just really don't seem that bad to me. These seem like she's explaining, why would you be entertaining the possibility that you hit him? And she's explaining, could I have? I was, I'd been drinking. Is it possible? And then when they got back at the scene, he didn't look mortally wounded. She's trying to put the pieces together to explain, like, why are you behaving the way you were behaving that morning? What we just heard on that phone. Why are you thinking that maybe you could have done it? Well, first off, we see the state she was in. Okay. A real clear image of the state she was in. But so she's just thinking, is it possible? We find him in the snow. He doesn't look mortally wounded. They're trying to say, she's saying he didn't look mortally wounded, as if that means when she left the scene. This is such a stretch. It's such a stretch. If that's what your case depends on, is like convincing the jury that Karen meant he didn't look mortally wounded at 12:30 when I drove away or whatever, you're not getting there. That's plenty of reasonable doubt on that one. It seems to me pretty clearly she's talking about when he found him the next morning. He didn't look mortally wounded. He doesn't have obvious, his head's not have a crater in it. He doesn't have, his guts hanging out or anything like that. He doesn't look mortally wounded. And he was where they found him, where she had dropped him off. So all these things in her mind, she's trying to reconcile. Is that why, could I have hit him? Makes perfect sense to me. So yeah, I have a hard time seeing these clips as being particularly damaging. But I don't know if that's skewed, skewed perspective because, I already know a little too much about the evidence of the case. I'm just waiting for new stuff at this point. Waiting to see if they got something new that's going to change my mind because they sure didn't convince me last time. Then we went on to Charles Ray and his welfare check back at John's house. Sole purpose of that is to draw the connection between that screenshot of the back of Karen's SUV with the snow on the taillight and where that came from, so that the jury understands that the provenance of that photo. The photo's already in, was shown to Jen, shown to Carrie. But the thing that really stood out to me from all this testimony was that video of them, the Ring camera from the garage when the cruiser pulled up and they're going over to the front door, and how little snow is on the ground over here at Meadows. And there's a little bit of drift you can see in the photo of the car. So the wind appears to be blowing from left to right because it's mounding up kind of to the right. But like very little snow. Okay, that's no 4 inches of snow. That's like 4 inches in the drift. That's not a 4-inch accumulation. So did we just destroy the weatherman and the purpose of the weatherman? He had to concede anyway. Well, there can be a lot of local differences depending on, wind and exposure and yada yada. Yeah, your record of the snowfall accumulation from the top of the freaking mountain is probably going to be different than it is down here in this, wooded, all those pine trees around and stuff, residential neighborhood. How much of those, I'd like to know the wind direction because trees like that, a tree line like that, big pines are great at catching snow. Pines are great at catching snow. And they can create a great big rain shadow underneath. Just depends on which way the wind is blowing and where the snow is falling. So which way was the wind going relative to those pine trees? Because if it's going from behind the pine trees through the pine trees over to the hydrant, if that's the direction of the wind, then I could see there, being very little accumulation over there in the area near where John was found. But it's so hard to tell because the photographs are terrible and it's you don't have great perspective and all that. But it is just one of those things. What stood out from Charles Ray to me, how little snow there was at Meadows. If there was that much snow at 34 Fairview, if that's the amount of snow, you didn't miss a shoe. You didn't just not find a shoe because the shoe wouldn't even be covered. The shoe itself is a good 4 inches. 4 inches wide, 4 inches tall, normal ankle length, ankle height sneaker, 4, maybe 5 inches. It's not going to be covered by that amount of snow. It's going to be a very obvious lump that might have a little dusting on it, but you're going to clearly see there's something there that doesn't belong there. So if the snow at 34 Fairview was anything like the snow at One Meadows at 8:30 when Ray was there, the shoe wasn't there. They didn't miss that. So there has to have been a lot more snow over there at Fairview for that shoe to be overlooked. I'm not seeing it. And then finally, Kevin O'Hara. Ended our day with him, the SERT guy. SERT does evidence searches now, evidence searches. Still would like to get some sort of distinction between when do you use SERT and when do you use CSS, crime scene services. The crime scene services are very specifically the evidence collection people. Is it because we didn't know if we had evidence and we had to look for it? That you went for SERT? I'm trying to get a sense of when do you use SERT at all? Like, why would you be searching for evidence in a situation where maybe you're not concerned about the documentation and the photographing and all that. And just, I don't get that. I'm not saying it's not legit, but there's just some distinction there that hasn't been made clear. Why are we using SERT for this? So I talked last year a little bit, and I'll repeat some of that this time. When I was in college, I took archaeology, and we did an excavation. We had a little site. It was down in the little town of Dayton, Washington. Lovely little town, foothill of the Blue Mountains. A homeowner down there had discovered some large stone tools, Paleolithic stone tools, out in the yard area. And so we were there to do an archaeological dig, see what we could find. So I learned a lot about that process and how you grid it out. You literally, I mean, it's probably modern techniques now. Obviously, this was way more years ago than I like to think about, but good long time ago. Things have been updated. For example, we used an old school theodolite to get our measurements. Theodolite uses, I'm pretty sure it's radar. You have a staff with we call it the staff of Ra, and it's got this reflecting piece of glass up at the top, or whatever. I don't know what the material is. There's this big red piece up at the top, and you shoot the theodolite at that, and it sends the laser back, and the time travel is what the theodolite is measuring. And so what you do is you have a fixed point, which we had fixed at a hill that was nearby. And then all your measurements get related back to that original one. And that's how you can plot the site and everything you find on the site very specifically. But yeah, you have squares blocked out in string on the ground. So very specifically, this is the grid that I'm in. You go down, we were going down inch by inch. So basically about an inch at the time. And you would, yes, very carefully brush, try to, remove the soil if you could. If it's getting deep and it's compacted, then you kind of loosen it. You got different tools to sort of like scrape it and loosen it. But you're trying to find stuff without dislodging it, without, getting it out of its location. Sometimes you don't do that. And so we would also do what they described, which is sift it. But the thing is, to sift something, you have an actual sifter. And so the sifter is a big square box, probably 6 inches high, maybe 2 feet by 2 feet, a big flat box. And it's got mesh at the bottom, different sizes. And so you would run it through the smallest one, or run it through the largest one. Basically, you have a tarp underneath. Run it through the largest one. See if there's anything that's maybe a 3/4 inch mesh or something like that. See if you catch anything there. No, okay. Take that soil that you just sifted. Now you run it through the 1/4 inch one. Now you run it through the 1/8 inch one. Now you run it through the fine mesh, and so you just sift out smaller and smaller pieces from that dirt. Once you've run it through the last one, okay, there's nothing in that dirt. And so that would be good for finding very small things, little fragments of pieces, fragments of plastic, fragments of, we were looking for pottery and stuff like that. We never ultimately found any more Paleolithic artifacts, but we found a ton of it was an interesting view into early 20th century civilization in this area. The house at one point had been the site of a pharmacy. And so we were finding lots of medical things. We were finding lots of like old medicine bottles and like weird looking pills and stuff. Like in old bottles, and lots of bottles, so many like pieces of bottles and bottle glass and stuff like that. So anyway, that's how you do it for archaeological purposes, where it's important for science, but really not important for crime solving purposes or anything like that. That's the process. And for us to excavate an area, Oh gosh, now I can't even remember. I can't even remember exactly how big it is, but just envisioning it in my mind's eye, it's probably 30 feet wide by 50 feet long. To excavate that whole area took an entire semester. Took a whole semester to do that. So that's being careful, and that's doing it in dirt. But that is the kind of archaeological standard. Document everything you find with that staff of raw. You know, shoot it, photograph it. Everything, keep it in the log, description, notes, all this stuff. There's redundancy built in. That's very, very important. A lot of redundancy in the collection process. So that way, if anything, falls through or one piece gets neglected, you at least have other things that you can rely on. It's not a total loss and a total mystery about like where was this thing found and by whom and so forth. So one thing I am not seeing out at 34 Fairview is redundancy. I am not seeing, they're describing this search as being, very systematic and careful, but it doesn't really sound like that to me. Like you say you're sifting the snow, but I don't see a sifter. You haven't described a sifter. So when you say sifting, I don't know what you mean by that. To me, that's a technical thing. You're running it through a sifter. Maybe large to small, varying grades. But it doesn't seem like that's what you did. I'm not sure what you did when you say sifting. Were you like stirring it around in the shovel? I have no idea. So it doesn't sound much. I still got my banner up. It doesn't sound much like this type of systematic process that I would expect. Also, because you're doing it layer by layer, those things I would expect you would need to correspond. Everybody does the first, inch, then the second inch, then the third inch, then we move up to the next grid, something like that. Really didn't get a lot of detail about that. Just that they kind of, went out and shoveled, and they did it in a grid, and they were shoulder to shoulder. And that's about the level of detail that we got. So they're in the street. They're in the street where people have driven by and through, even, potentially he himself pulling up to the driveway, possibly drove right through this area. The plow hadn't covered the entire curb. See, this is where perhaps a demonstrative sketch might have been helpful, to ask him to simply orient us, because he said they search out to the middle of the road, to the curb, but there's this berm kind of in the middle where the snow, the barrier as he described it, where the snow plow had thrown up the snow. And so it's higher, but then you get past that and it's lower undisturbed snow. That's what I understand they're searching. That's not undisturbed snow. I mean, on the other side of the berm it might be, but not out to the center of the road. It's clearly not. I would think some of that has been plowed. So just a little drawing of where things were. Okay, where's the middle of the road? Where you ran your search to? Where's the curb? Where's the plow? Where has the plow come through? Where are people parked? Where's the flagpole? Just stuff like that. It doesn't have to be exact, but just to give us a general idea. What are you talking about here? The other thing that didn't quite work for me, didn't quite add up, is it sounds like he's saying they started the search trying to also go into the grass, but then they discovered they weren't able to really effectively move the snow in the grass. They couldn't get it down to the grass. Not really sure why that is either. At least with the stuff that's loose on the top, I don't know why you'd have a hard time moving it. I mean, I could see it gets more compacted as you get towards the bottom, just like it does on the road. But I didn't really understand that. But my point in raising that is so then where were you guys shoulder to shoulder? Was somebody shoulder to shoulder up over the berm, over on the grass? Or was this not part of the same shoulder to shoulder search? Was this like a test you did and then, ruled out being able to do that? So then you just conducted the search from the berm back? Like, I don't know, but that part just kind of stands out to me as it doesn't fit this systematic gridded march through that you're kind of describing. So how did that unfold? How did that happen? How does that reconcile with the way that you've described the search happening? The 3 mystery plainclothes people, I remember them from the first trial. Still don't know who they are. Mystery people. He thinks they're CPD, but he doesn't actually know. He doesn't know who they are. And why would he think they're CPD if they're in plainclothes and he doesn't know who they are? Why would he think they're CPD? Well, curious about that. Especially seeing the sneaker, the photograph of the sneaker where it was found, just reiterates if the amount of snow, the representation of the snow at Meadows at 8:30 in the morning was anything equivalent to the state of the snow, the amount of snow accumulation over on Fairview at 8:30 this morning, there's no way that they missed that sneaker. It's right up there. It's right up there by the curb. It would be a lump. Like it would be visible as something that was there. So I find that very difficult to believe. He didn't study the depth of the items found, but some were at ground level touching the asphalt. Okay, but then we saw photos of some that were clearly not at ground level and they were on top of quite a bit of snow. And not just quite a bit of snow, but what looked like quite a bit of fairly compacted snow. So that's not real consistent with where they would have been had they been deposited at 12:30 something the morning before, the late night before. No snow accumulation on the ground at that point. Enough to track a cat. That's it. That's the only snow that should have been there. And if the ground's been treated or if the ground is still warm, that, stuff is going to still be getting the warmth from the road. It gets slushy, there has to be kind of a dissipation of that to the point where it starts to freeze. And then the stuff that accumulates on top of that, will stay frozen. So I didn't really see all that tail light being consistent with the story of how it is supposed to have ended up there. And then it's all in one small area, all within a foot. Oh, Lieutenant O'Hara did not want to have to give that up. He really didn't. He really tried to stretch it, but nope, you were stuck with what you said before. And then got complimented on his great memory, and he had to smile and blush and eat it because he didn't want to remember. But he had to. He knew it was coming. He's got a great memory of his prior testimony. He's probably reviewed it very carefully. It's very consistent. I noticed I didn't go through my notes real extensively from the last time, but I did glance through them, and he tracks very, very closely. Very closely. I could swear, though, that I remembered he said last time they didn't start their search until everybody arrived. I don't know that that matters. I don't know that that's a huge deal. But it does allow him to extend this time of the search from about 5:45 to further closer to 5:20. And why are they doing that? They're doing that to try to suggest that, whatever Proctor and Buchanan were up to with Karen's car on the way to Dighton and then the Canton Sallyport, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to get over to Canton, over to Fairview, to plant those pieces of taillight. Well, but here's the thing. We know, we're going to find out here, and we know from the last trial, there's a major chain of custody problem with all of these pieces of taillight. They all basically ended up with Proctor, and then some random other people. A few other people also booked some pieces in, but it's all days later, sometimes weeks later, after they were discovered. And they're in, groups without any real distinction between who found what piece and when and so forth. So there are some major chain of custody issues with this taillight. In fact, we had a moment at the last trial with this very taillight from the search, because there's a question about exactly how many pieces did you recover? And there's a discrepancy between what's in the bag and what's being reported and so forth. So it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up to these are quite clearly the same pieces, that we're seeing in those photographs. Maybe we'll get a better view this time. But no, my view on this has always been the opportunity to plant the scene was when everybody was gone, when it was left unsecured for nearly the entire day. And so that would be your opportunity if you were so inclined to, for example, I don't know, if you got an old taillight sitting around in your garage, or you run down to the hardware store, get a taillight, smash it up, get some pieces, sprinkle it out in the out in the road, out right by that area where you last saw John, and make sure his shoes down over there and stuff as well. Make sure all that gets sprinkled out there, and then it gets covered with snow, and then SERT shows up, and then they have something to find. And so even if it's not the right taillight, even if it's not the right taillight pieces, it doesn't really matter, because it's all going to end up in Michael Proctor's hands, and he gets to put whatever he wants in the evidence bags and call it what was recovered. So I haven't really ruled out that theory yet in my own mind. Just not real sure that the planting the taillight theory is necessarily dependent on somebody actually getting Karen Reed's taillight pieces and getting them out there to that scene. You just need something for the SERT to find, and then Michael Proctor can take care of the rest. Just like, we're going to find out some little glass gets sprinkled on the bumper of the car and stuff like that. So that's SERT. It's probably stronger evidence for the Commonwealth than certainly what we've seen so far. Because if you believe this guy, and the story that he tells, then yeah, it was there. Nobody planted it. They found it. It still just doesn't really fit, though, does it? It's all in one tiny little spot, and they made it, a hole. They found everything within 1 foot, and then they go 8 feet and don't find anything at all. That doesn't really sound like the kind of, random spray scatter sort of distribution that you would expect, given where they found all the rest of this taillight. Why would you have this like clump right here? Just not really sure that works. I don't know that the accident reconstructionists can get real into this either, because they did such a poor job of documenting where everything was, the locations of things, that to be able to sort that out and try to make sense of, okay, like if you had done this where, yeah, you geomark every piece of evidence, maybe if that's precise enough, or better, use the theodolite or something like that. And you've got very precise relationships between where everything is, or frankly, even just measure it. Just measure it and then draw it out on a scale, piece of paper. Even something like that. Then you can maybe rely on that to analyze, okay, given this impact, here's how the taillight would react, here's how it would shatter, here's where it would end up. Is this consistent with that or not? But they did such a poor job of documenting what they found and where and how it related to the rest of the scene that I just don't know that's really going to be possible. I don't know if that's going to be feasible. But from just a smell test standpoint, having a small grouping, small group, just all focused in one area, nothing else in the road, and then a big scattered bunch of stuff out on the yard that's going to be found, over time as it reveals itself. Just have a little bit of a hard time buying that. Doesn't seem like the way that physics normally work. So with that, guys, that was not a very satisfying redirect by Mr. Brennan, I don't think. Tully was very satisfied. Redirect, all we did was go back and look at the photographs for all intents and purposes, but I didn't see that necessarily helped. Really didn't see that necessarily helped. A tiny red piece near the ground in the road, to me, it does not foreclose it being there later. Either because we already know there have been people driving on this road, between the time Karen was there and when they find this piece of taillight. We know that the McCabe's drove by there. We know that Lucky Loughran, drove at least through the area. We know there was a Ford Edge in the area. We know that the cops came through here. We know that the ambulance, the fire trucks, we know that Carrie's SUV, they're all kind of parked in this area. So all of that's going to compact the snow, move it out of the way. Gets picked up in your tire treads and things like that. So to me, if there's a piece on the ground, that is not dispositive. Oh, therefore it must have been there since 12:30. Now there's a lot of ways that it could get there. The problem is the tail light that isn't at the ground, because it should have all been at the ground level, every single one of them, especially in undisturbed snow. If we were talking about what the plow threw up, we might have a different story. But yeah, undisturbed snow, it needs to all be at ground level. And the problem is, from their own photographs, it wasn't. So that was our day, guys. Let's go ahead and turn back to your questions and comments. Gypsy, he testified one set of footprints were from Detective Lank. Did Jen ride her broom to and from the house? I think she used the driveway. We saw her on the dash cam going up from the driveway. So she didn't go across the lawn. But there certainly were an awful lot of people in that area around John. We have Carrie, we have Karen, we have Jen, according to her account. We have Seraph, we have at least two of the firefighter paramedics, three if you count Mr. Kelly and Flamati and Nuttall, like all being down there doing CPR at the same time, handing off. You got a lot of people's feet down in that area. So if there's a solo track across the front yard, yeah, I buy its links. I buy that. Yeah, Jen went up the driveway. We did see that. Remember, it took like 5 minutes for the lights in the house to come on. Like, why is it taking so long for them to wake up? Like, she's been in the house forever. Why is it taking, like, you would turn on the lights and start getting dressed immediately, wouldn't you? Notice that from the timestamps. The rural juror, can AJ have him draw a box on a pic of where they searched and then introduce it into evidence and bring it back out when the pieces are recovered? Something like that would have potentially been helpful, a demonstrative exhibit. Demonstrative exhibits don't go back to the jury room for deliberations. They're just there to help the jury understand the witness's testimony. And I do think that could have been really helpful with Lieutenant O'Hara. Is just have him draw the landmarks that we're talking about here so we can try to visualize what he can visualize in his own mind. Picture speaks 1,000 words. We're trying to understand through your descriptions. But if you could just draw it, even though we know it's not going to be completely accurate, it's going to be a rough estimate, it's totally fine. I think it would still be helpful. K Patty 22 my chimiqueta.edu 041287. That is quite a username. Love you, Andrea. Is a young jury good or bad for Karen Reed? Generally, to me, it seems like that's good. Generally, I was kind of talking through this at the end of the break because it took me by surprise. I had to think about it. You're not used to young jurors. Juries tend to skew older. So it is a little bit of a kind of mental shift. Somebody made the comment about how there's a Taylor Swift song about everything. See, I wouldn't know this. I'd be so out of my depth. Like my jokes are not going to land. Like I'm going to be major boomer to these people on this jury. I don't know how to relate to, cultural frames of references and stuff like that for millennials and younger. But generally, I think it's going to be helpful. Big reason because of the information that if they got information about the case, probably a lot of it is from social media. Karen does seem to have largely won the social media battle. You just look at what people are saying on TikTok, what people are saying on Twitter and stuff like that. It's not universal, but overwhelmingly, more favor shown towards to Karen and her positions. So likely to have more of that influence their perspectives, potentially more likely to identify with the protest and the corrupt government, those types of concerns, more likely potentially to be skeptical of law enforcement and of the official narrative than an older juror might be. So overall, yeah, I think that's likely to benefit Karen. Alyssa Ramirez, wouldn't meteorologist be bad for Commonwealth at this point because he can verify the depth of snowfall and if tail light should have been visible? Well, we got the depth of snowfall from him, didn't we? And they really did try to stretch it as much as they could. 4 inches, 3.9 inches was like as far as they could get. But then Alessi did such a wonderful job of walking them backwards. Okay, you gotta have the before midnight, and that was just the trace. And then after John is there, he would have been on top of the 0.2 or 0.3 or something like that. Basically trace, and then what accumulated after that. Yeah, it gives you a very good idea of how close to the ground those taillight pieces should have been. Now, the taillight, would it take very long to cover it up, or very much snow? I mean, probably not. But some of these pieces are really big. And that's the thing. Yeah, now the jury's going to be able to look at this for themselves and visualize it in light of what they already know from the meteorologist, but then also what they saw with their own eyes out there at Meadows. I mean, the meteorologist had to concede there can be local differences depending on exactly where you are, how things drift, and so forth. So I don't know that was necessarily super helpful to the Commonwealth, and all just to establish the ground was frozen, which now he's getting from O'Hara and Ryan Nagel anyway. So I don't know that this meteorologist was overall a net positive for the Commonwealth. I don't think it helps their case. I think it helps the defense more. Greg, I love using the gloves so they don't contaminate the open solo cups of blood inside the open used grocery bag. Great work, boys. Yeah, more of the theater, huh? Those at least looked like sterile blue latex gloves. At least they got that part right. But who knows how many things they'd touched before they went and opened the bag and are, holding the hand and potentially, whatever detritus, dust, etc., is on the top, the edge of that bag, and we're disturbing all of that. It's settling down into those cups. Don't mind any of that. That's totally fine because we have gloves on, guys. It's all good. Jason McClellan, defense cross is like pulling teeth. If witnesses said we can't recall, we would be done. They drink their water like it's vodka. O'Hara does drink a lot of water, doesn't he? I don't want to give him too much of a hard time just because I drink quite a bit myself while I'm in the stream. You lose a lot of water. You get so dehydrated from talking. It was one of the worst things about being in trial. When you have to talk for hours and hours and hours, and sometimes you have a court that won't let you bring in water. So you get water at the breaks. You like sprint over to the terrible, warm, chlorinated drinking fountain. You suck down as much as you can because you're not going to get another chance for another couple hours. Yeah, it's not always awesome. You get really dehydrated from talking, so I'm not going to hold that one against him too much. He's not Trooper Paul, double handing it. Trooper Paul last trial in his moment of terror, clutching his water bottle with both hands. But it is like pulling teeth. They don't want to give anything, do they? They're very, very hostile to the defense, and it shows. I think that it works so much better when the defense team doesn't get down in the trenches with them. Make them look like the ones that are unreasonable because you're asking personal, perfectly reasonable questions. And I think Mr. Alessi does this extremely well. He is a smiling assassin. He's a smiling assassin. He will compliment you. He will praise you. He will agree with you. And the whole time he's setting the trap and you're going to walk right in it. You're not going to have any choice. Very effective at it. So then if you try to resist and struggle, you look like the one that's unreasonable. I just think that contrast is a lot clearer when the behavior of the parties is more, there's more contrast between that. If we're both on the same page and we're both mad and we're both yelling at each other, then it doesn't look so unreasonable for the defense or the witness to be doing that. But if the defense is asking clear questions and staying above the fray and you're pretending like you don't know what I'm talking about, that's on you now. That's on you. So I do like this shift. Thought we saw a little bit more of that from AJ today. Mike from Providence, I really wish Alan Jackson would stop saying right rear tail light and just say passenger side to make it much easier to distinguish for the jury. Yeah, passenger side, it takes right rear. Passenger side takes another syllable. Maybe doesn't flow off the tongue so easily. Right rear is that, alliteration makes it maybe easier to remember. I can see it both ways. On this one. But I do respect and appreciate your preference. Danielle C., once this became a homicide, there was no consideration to check for video evidence. No, apparently nobody needed to go back and canvass. I'd like to know about 32, right? Does 32 have a camera? The house next door? Because if Karen backed her car up 60 feet or whatever and hit John over there at the edge of the property, like the Commonwealth claims, and they have a ring camera that captures the street, should have picked up some of it. Did you look at their house? Did you ask anybody? Yeah. Even after it became a homicide, nobody considered that important. Doesn't that tell you everything about what they wanted to know versus the questions they didn't want to ask? And you see this so often. Certainly you're going to see it in a corrupt investigation, but even with tunnel vision investigations, they've decided they know what the outcome is, and they look for evidence to support that. And once they have just enough, they stop looking. They stop asking any questions. Because if you find out more, you keep digging, you might find out stuff that's going to contradict where you want to end up. So you just stop once you have the bare minimum. Don't dig any deeper. Danielle C., jury knows if it had been their lawn. If it had been their lawn, how would this crime scene have been treated? Would it have been just everybody walks away? Leave it while all the snow falls, completely unattended? 9 to 5? Plenty of time to run down to an old AutoZone and pick up a Lexus SUV taillight, smash it up, sprinkle some pieces out there. Hypothetically, it's possible. My Mini 67 butt dials. Detective, I was trained and still effed up the investigation. Engineer, I did 3 years at uni and 3 more on the job before I can even call myself such. Isn't that the truth? Yeah. Yeah. The amount of training required to be in law enforcement is, it's low. It's kind of shamefully low. I understand that there is a very close relationship between what you're willing to pay for people to do the job and the quality of the applicants, recruits, and so forth that you'll get. But these guys, they're not hurting. These guys aren't hurting financially. I've seen a lot of information about what these guys are getting paid. It's all public information. It's been some kind of eye-watering data about, especially the ones that have retired. Brian Albert. These guys make a lot of money. Normally you make a lot of money because you're very high demand, very specialized. These guys have nothing but their time on the team that has provided them that. And they do their continuing education, I guess, but none of this is even close to the level of what you have to do to be an engineer, to be a clinical psychologist, to be a nurse. The amount of education and training and hands-on experience that you have to have doesn't take much to be a police officer, does it? Ian Kelly, I'll say this each and every time. A normal citizen's home would have been searched and a warrant executed if a man was found dead on their lawn, but a cop, nope. Yeah, if nothing else, the cops are going to bully their way in by asking for consent. Very, very, very few people, even though most of us know you can say, no, you can't come into my house without a warrant. You're not going to come in and look around. People don't do that. They don't say, no, you can't come in. It's very rare. Most of the time, they'll just let the police in. And it's because people think, well, I didn't do anything wrong. So there's nothing to find here and I'm innocent and that's what will protect me. Or they're thinking, if I don't let them in, it will look suspicious, even though I did do it. And even though there's a massive amount of evidence in here that they're going to find, I'll come up with some other excuse for it. See that a lot. Yeah, of course. Go ahead and look in the trunk. And there's like AK-47s and bundles of cash and big baggies of cocaine. Oh, I didn't check the trunk when I rented this car. I didn't know any of that was in there. Stuff like that. Those are like pretty much the ways it gets handled. Very few people are like, look, I'm innocent, but I know my rights and I'm not going to let you in. So I think the police would have asked for consent and they probably would have gotten it unless there was something to hide. Then maybe they wouldn't. I may be talking to myself, there is a way. See, part of what I struggle with the probable cause is because, yeah, it is dependent on the information that you have at the time. And these guys did sort of selectively choose what information they were going to acquire. We're going to talk to these people, first, and we're going to rely on their statement. We're not necessarily going to be trying to verify, corroborate anything. Early on, we're just going to take it on face value. But there's no blood pool out there on that lawn. Where's the rest of the broken glass? I guess the snow's out there, so you don't know. Maybe the rest of the broken glass is out there. But the guy doesn't have his coat, doesn't have a shoe. I'm getting closer to seeing maybe a probable cause argument. I mean, certainly he was supposed to be going inside. That's what everybody expected. So if anything about him being found out there in the condition he was in is inconsistent with him not having been somewhere else, then the somewhere else he probably was is probably in the house. And for me, that's the blood pool. Where's all the blood? Why is there just a couple droplets on top of the snow where it's not supposed to be? Where's the blood from his head? It's not there. So backup now would be the house. To me, that's really the biggest fact in their favor. And it's I've been very skeptical of the probable cause in this case. I have. I'm not a big advocate for police being able to come into your house just because they think maybe something happened. No, they got to have a pretty good reason to come in. But I think the missing blood might give them a pretty good reason. Molly Biddy, don't know why you wouldn't ask cop to help without PC. I don't know 100% what happened that night, but don't believe it would go to court here in Ireland. Cop can ask for consent. Absolutely. And they do all the time. And they do it under, even when they are wanting to do an evidentiary search, you're under suspicion, they'll still say it's just so we can rule you out. They'll do it under false pretenses. They probably can't do that in Ireland, but they can do that in the United States. We just want to rule you out. No big thing. Very manipulative. No, they'll talk people into it. So consent is always an option for them to be able to get in and look around. B. May, equally as important is how the transfer of the investigation is handled from CPD to MSP. Who handles that transfer? Yeah, this is a good point. And what are the logistics of that transfer? What does that even mean? Okay, jurisdiction has been transferred. Jurisdiction is not like, a plate that has, your fried chicken and your mashed potatoes and your whatever else your, summer barbecue food is, your corn on the cob that you just hand over to MSP. Say, here it is, it's yours now. So, it's a concept. And so what does it mean? What does that look like? What happens with the evidence that's already been taken? What happens with the steps that have already been initiated? The stuff that's still in progress, what does that look like? I think this is a great point because we really haven't heard anything about that. It's been in these very abstract terms. And that's part of the problem with understanding, well, how much of what you did was because CPD lost jurisdiction and how much of what you did was because CPD recused itself from apparently just the interviews in the investigation. And so understanding this part a little bit more clearly might help us sort that out. James Casatelli, Lally was born to be a weatherman, not a lawyer. Well, only if you don't want to be able to stay awake through the weather report. I mean, if you want to snooze your way through what to expect in the week coming up, Lally would be your weatherman. Yeah, I think he missed his calling working in the sleep lab. The rural juror, did Lally say nuclear? That's a pet peeve of mine. Oh my God, it's my favorite Simpsons ever. When Lisa's saying nuclear and Homer's correcting her. It's nuclear, honey. Nuclear. Yeah, pet peeve of mine too. I'm the daughter of a nuclear engineer, so you can maybe imagine. Nuclear. Kind of off limits in our house. Amanda, FYI, the water affects weather a lot. I can have a full thunderstorm over my house and clear daylight across the river at work. Makes an awesome view. I love it when you get those kinds of views where there's just a high concentration of clouds and kind of storm, but it doesn't, fill the entire sky, the whole area. A lot of that can be localized. We have a lot of that here sometimes where, especially in the summer, you have kind of scattered thunderstorms and stuff that move through. And so it might hit you. And, but you might be mostly in the sun, just depending on where the cloud is and where the sun location is. You might be, out there in the full sun and you're getting rained on. And especially then when this like turns into evening light. Oh, it's spectacular. Those are some of the most glorious sunsets. Yes, it can. I agree completely. I think there may be an argument that like, I don't know. I don't want to like guess statistics or anything like that because I really don't have any idea, but I would just imagine that water and water vapor is probably like the vast majority of the weather. I mean, yeah, it's how it's functioning under different atmospheric conditions and things like that, but it's mostly water. Yeah. Bebop and Rocksteady. This guy collects pre-WW2 lighthouse stamps. The weatherman, he probably does. Yeah, he probably does. He just loved all that little trivia, didn't he? We don't know who any of these people are. We don't really care, but thanks for sharing. Enjoy your enthusiasm. Emily, getting a hoot out of AJ's creative vocab choices. Oh, I must have missed some of those. I wonder what they were. Did I write any down? I don't recall writing down any clever vocab by AJ. I'll have to pay attention to that tomorrow. See if that's something that he keeps up. Thank you for drawing my attention to that because I like being entertained by creative vocabulary. KSM, are we seriously going to believe that snowfall and accumulation is evenly dispersed across an area? I live in Massachusetts and snowfall varies widely. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we see it. He told us, the weatherman told us 4 inches accumulating by 6 a.m. And we can clearly look at the ring camera outside of One Meadows and see we don't have 4 inches of accumulation here. So especially, if it's super windy, it's going to blow. It's going to blow and it's going to drift and accumulate in different places. So, I mean, if Brennan was trying to give us a kind of visual rebuttal of what he just put on with the weatherman, how would you do that differently? He did a great job of kind of rebutting that testimony right in front of our eyes. Sentient Dreamer, bless this chat and mods. Funny and smart is the best. 100%. That is our favorite, and bless them indeed. They are a blessing. We're so grateful to have them. Nicole Kelly, Gallagher, absolutely, terrifically, approximately. Me, outrage. It was terrific, that leaf blower. It did fantastic job. Yeah, my thing with Gallagher is that I know stuff that I absolutely do not know, but I have no personal knowledge of things that I should. Very selective with what he knows and doesn't know, and when he backpedals to, well, I don't have personal knowledge. Mike from Providence. So in 3.5 inches of snow, they could not see a shoe, a hat, or 47 pieces of tail light. That's the story. That's the story. And now we've seen the shoe, and I don't think the shoe itself is even 3.5. It's more than 3.5 inches tall. They couldn't see it. They couldn't see that would be, a lump. What do I know? Everage, are you still nostalgic for Lally? 2, do not make a plus. 2 minus, do not make a plus. This is so slow. Love your coverage. Keep up the good work. Oh, he did give us a little of his Lally flavor, didn't he? Didn't he? Let's just walk through the details of weather. Can you tell us about water? What are the qualities of water? I mean, you just have to kind of appreciate it for what it is. Lally is going to be absolutely sure that we know more rather than less. Just make sure that, if there is something really important about the visibility and how that works and how wind works and what exactly a blizzard is. I mean, now I know. I didn't know. I did learn that thanks to Mr. Lally. Mr. Brennan probably wouldn't find it necessary to educate me to that, but Mr. Lally has taken it really personally that us snow snobs out here have been like, blizzard, bitch, please. You call that a blizzard? So he's going to set us straight. Set us straight. This was, in fact, the worst January storm in Massachusetts history after the events that are at issue in this particular case. I do, I appreciate Lally for what he is. But I will admit, I'm kind of glad I don't have to sit through the entire trial like that. We just get little bits and pieces, little reminders to make us nostalgic. Nicole Kelly, why do you think AJ didn't bring up Gallagher first stopped at One Meadows? Who gave him that info? He probably doesn't know the answer to the question, and so that's probably why he didn't ask. But it is curious, isn't it? Where did he get that info? Because he's out pretty early. Did he get it from the hospital? I mean, everybody's, I guess, been out to the hospital by then. I don't know. When I say everybody's been out to the hospital, I mean not law enforcement. I mean, Karen's been out there. The O'Keefe family's been out there. Carrie was out there. How did word get back? Not sure. Rhonda, Iowa girl. If Karen hit him at 12:30, there would be no blood on top of 3 inches of snow because there was only a dusting. Have reasonable doubt just from his testimony from the weatherman. Yeah, this really didn't help the Commonwealth, did it? There should not be blood on top of the snow. He was on virtually bare ground, enough to track a cat, maybe slightly more than enough to track a cat. His body weight, his body heat should have melted it. His heat of his blood should have melted it. The ground we've now heard was impermeable. So it's not absorbing a puddle of blood. It's impermeable if it's frozen. That's how that works. So where is it? The only explanation for it being on top of the snow is that it didn't end up on top of the snow when John was originally deposited on the ground at 12:30. It ended up there at some point afterwards. Could have been when they were transporting him, when they were moving him, but if he's been out there for 5 hours, 5.5 hours, number one, his blood should be mostly congealed, shouldn't it? And number two, it should be frozen. Shouldn't be actively flowing. He's dead. His heart's not moving. So it's not flowing. It should have congealed. There should not be any blood on top of the snow. I agree with that. Josh H., I thought the point to Gilman was to testify how hard the ground was and that it was as hard as a rock. He couldn't even get to hard as a rock, could he? Maybe he wasn't willing to go that far. Maybe he knew he was going to be decimated if he tried to get that far out of his lane. Calculate the hardness of the ground. I mean, we know Alessi was prepared. I knew Alessi was prepared. Speaking of which, let me share this with you guys. This was sort of fun. I just happened to look up this little information about from the National Weather Service about the wind chill. And so here's the formula that they use right here. Wind chill Fahrenheit equals 33.74 plus 0.6215 T minus 35.75 multiplied by V to the factor of 0.16 plus 0.4275 T multiplied by V to the factor of 0.16, where T equals air temperature, V equals wind speed, and the power is exponential. Did Alessi do this math? Yeah, he did. This is not that complex of math. This is basic, I mean, I don't even know if you call this algebra, because you're not solving for any of these variables. We already know what t is and we know what v is. So we're literally just doing some arithmetic here. Did Alessi do that math? Yeah, he did. He did. I don't have any question about that whatsoever. So that's an easy one. The much harder ones are when you get into the scales and the calculations for soil. You know, what happens to soil, the amount of water in the soil, the forces in the soil temperature, calculating that gets into some complicated math. And I suspect he might have gotten a little bug in his ear, maybe, this guy. Maybe. I don't know. Just based on, you know, the Commonwealth got to scope out Alessi during those pretrial hearings just as much as they got to scope out the defense witnesses. So they see that he's the kind of guy that will go to the head of the National Institute, the National Science Institute for Geology, to ask about what sort of expertise you need to calculate ground hardness based on the temperature. Wouldn't even get to hard as a rock. Just it would have been frozen, impermeable, and you wouldn't be able to dig it. No shoveling. Okay. The rural juror. I want the defense to make a ruckus about this getting an expert, but police procedures not needing an expert. Bev, these people experience snow every year. They aren't privy to investigations. If this deserves an expert, then the bar for what deserves an expert should be extremely low. It really should. It really should. We use a thermometer to measure temperature. Oh, you don't say. Wow. How compelling and necessary that was to be told that. Yes, snow drifts in the wind? Really? Wow. What a revelation. Yeah, 99% of this really was not helpful to the jury. And what was it particularly important? No. Does it matter if this qualified as a blizzard or not? No. No, the case is not turning on whether the jury thinks that the police were exaggerating their description of the weather. That's not an important issue at all, the word that they chose to use. Are they using it in a technical sense anyway? Probably not. Probably not. They're using it in the ordinary lay sense of there was a lot of snow and windy and bad visibility and so forth. Blizzard. If this was helpful to the jury and beyond their ordinary knowledge, then yeah, I don't know how you don't get there with police procedures. I really don't. But I don't really understand that in the first place, you know, so I don't know that this comparison ever gets us any closer with Bev. Because I don't know what's in her mind for why you think this is within the realm of lay people, how investigations should be conducted, what the standards are, what the normal protocols are. Of course, that's not normal lay people stuff. Phil, the Gilbert villain Biggs, did they get 27 inches in the Albert's basement? I doubt it. Maybe an Albert's mom. Oh, I'm on today with the mom stuff. Sentient Dreamer. It's really interesting to me to see a trial from a very biased point of view. I'm 100% in FKR camp with this trial. It makes it more irritating, more enjoyable, more infuriating, and more understanding of the process of the trial. Well, first off, I might push back on whether your view is biased or whether your view is informed, because this is a very critical distinction. It's what your opinion is based on. Bias is kind of by definition, I am reaching a conclusion without information. I am assuming, for example, that this individual person I am meeting has certain characteristics because they belong to a racial group about whom I assume certain things. I believe certain truths to be the case. That's bias. I don't have any information about this person, but I'm going to make a judgment about them based on what I already, know less specifically. That's bias. Informed is, oh, I met this person and I talked to this person, and this person's a raging asshole. I don't like him. That's an informed decision. That's an informed judgment. That's what the whole process of trial is supposed to be about. It's about reaching an informed decision. So I went into this process completely unbiased. I don't have a stake in who's right and who's wrong. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. I'm just interested in what the evidence tends to show. And so I'm highly informed about the case. That's why I have an opinion about it. I watched a trial the first time. I saw what the evidence was. So I hope that that's clear. That's not bias. That's being informed. Maybe there will be new evidence this time. Maybe that will change my decision. It might. I'm not ruling it out. Just not holding out a lot of hope for it because I feel like I would have seen it by now. Would have had to have been pretty significant to undermine, resolve all the problems that were identified in the first trial. Just having a hard time getting past the point where John does not have car accident injuries. No, in fact, John looks pretty beat up, pretty much in a fist fight. That whole blood down his front onto his shoe pattern that we see in the ring over and over and over again. That's a pretty hard fact to overcome. So I would push back that you're biased. I mean, you might be, you know better than I do, but I suspect you're probably just informed. And that's why you have the opinion that you have, because you've received information. You're not jumping in looking to be free Karen Reed just because it sounds fun, it sounds cool. No, it's because you know something about the case. You know something about the context. And that has led you to the decision, the judgment that what's happening to this woman is wrong. So I'll just put that out there. That's kind of my response to that. I would push back on the bias. I suspect you're actually just informed, but you can correct me if that's not the case. It does when you have. It's different watching a trial the second time because you have an expectation of what's supposed to happen and what the ultimate outcome should be and stuff like that, and so you have kind of an ideal maybe in your mind that you can compare it to and see how it measures up. And it's often not very satisfying. But then they do those things that like they do it better than the last trial. And you're just like, oh yes, it is. I can definitely see this. It's a little bit more everything. To Truth for Liberty. Only going back to January 26, 2022 is not far enough back to determine if ground frozen. 2 weeks back may not even be long enough. Rebut expert needed. I thought about this too. 3 days, unless somebody is establishing to me that 3 days at these temperatures, consistently is enough for the ground to freeze to a certain depth, not just like the top half inch or whatever, which is not going to do much, from a hard as a rock standpoint. I mean, we're talking about, deep freeze. I don't even know what that would take. That's why we need an expert for it. But I didn't hear anything that temperatures within this range for this length of time, if the ground had not already been frozen before that this would be enough to freeze the ground to any particular depth, if at all. We don't have that basis. So I agree this was a particularly misleading, very pseudoscience-y way of presenting the case, where we're trying to imply, oh yeah, it was real cold, so the ground would have frozen, but we don't actually know that. We're just trying to make it look sciencey, like there are facts and data that support our position, but we can't actually state the ultimate conclusion because our bases, our foundation doesn't support it. We can't actually state, oh yes, under these conditions, given part of the problem, there's so much more you need to know. You need to know the soil condition, you need to know the water level, soil type. There's There's like a lot of things you need to know that go into to those types of calculations, which, by the way, yes, do exist. Agronomists probably be comfortable with that calculation. They couldn't close that, so it's just there to hint, suggest, wink, wink. It was cold, probably frozen, but they can't come out and say, here's the condition of the ground, because their information and their expertise doesn't allow them to get there. Nasir Puto. Thank you, Nasir. I appreciate so much. And Puto. Okay, Puto. Nasir, I appreciate the phonetic assistance there. Most important thing from this expert is that 3.5 inches is record worthy. Well, that's all his mom got. Oh, I'll stop. I don't know why I'm on a your mom thing today, but some days are just like that. Worst storm of the century, guys. It just all happened after the events that we're concerned about here. So that's what destroyed everything, is the stuff that hadn't happened yet. AP, so John was in 26 degrees for 5 hours in the snow, on the ground, in thin clothing, and only had a body temp in the high 80s. A fight happened for sure. Well, let's go back, actually, because I think it's probably lower. 26 was the high, wasn't it? The high would be during the daytime. Let's see. It dropped from 31 to 24 degrees between 1:30 and 5 a.m. Okay, so yeah, that's probably a good average, 26 degrees for most of the time. And then we got the wind chill added in. Then we also got the wind chill added in, which didn't happen until later. I don't know. I need a doctor. I need a biomechanical person. I need a pathologist. I need somebody to talk to me about cooling rates and how the ambient temperature is going to affect that. Because I don't know. I assume, yes, if it's colder outside, the warm object will cool faster in the colder temperature than in the less cold temperature. That seems pretty logical. But I don't know for sure how all this stuff works. I really would like some testimony that can spell some of that out a little bit more clearly, and I do hope we get it. Starry Dust, serious question. Is it bad that I feel like I don't get the truth from the witness until defense is done? I'm trying not to be biased. It feels different from other trials I've watched. Most of the time when you have bad facts, and every case has bad facts. Every case has bad facts. Because if they don't have bad facts, they don't go to trial. Case that doesn't have bad facts doesn't go to trial. So most of the time when you have bad facts, the way that you deal with them is by getting out ahead of them. You have to have figured out how to explain away these bad facts, or you have no business prosecuting the case. And so if you have an explanation for the bad facts, the way to take the wind out of the sails there is to just acknowledge it up front, but then make sure your explanation is communicated. So the fact that they're not doing that and they're just leaving so many things for the defense to capitalize on, it seems like a real own goal to me. It means either they can't explain the bad facts and they're counting on a defense misstep or some type of strategy like that. Maybe they'll forget. Maybe they won't be able to get it in. And then, then the jury just never knows. That's the way defense lawyers think. Quite honestly, it's not supposed to be the way the prosecutors think. How can I gamble on perhaps the jury will get a distorted view of the evidence? With the defense, it's because it's the prosecutor's burden of proof. And so if their witness doesn't show up, if, they can't get a particular piece of evidence in, that creates reasonable doubt. So it's part of the strategy of my case as a defense lawyer, but as a prosecutor, you're kind of supposed to be under a little bit of a different standard. And so for the prosecutor to kind of be like, well, I'm not going to mention this stuff, and if maybe the defense doesn't, then it never comes out. I don't like it. I don't think it's smart from a strategic standpoint, but I also don't like it from a standpoint of prosecutorial ethics, what your responsibility and your role is supposed to be, and how that's distinct from the role of the defense attorney. Shards of words. Bless cross, I was bored playing with my Venus flytrap. This is probably the weather stuff. Maybe, I don't know. It sounds fun to play with a Venus flytrap. If you can keep one alive, you are very, very good with plants. I could never do it here. We have such a punishing climate. They have some, in fact, I just went there over on the Oregon coast. It's somewhere in the Canton Beach vicinity. There's a park where they have a bunch of native fly traps and pitcher plants and things like that. Those kind of boggy insectivore plants. It was very cool to visit, but I could never keep one alive over here. It's very much too arid. So. Jason Sorensen, it's Dr. Spiegel cousin. I don't think he's that bad. Let's not give him that hard of a time. If he's the cousin, he's the cousin from the not the bad uncle married inside, the other side. I don't think he's as bad as Dr. Spiegel. Really didn't think he was bad at all. He was just kind of nerdy. I mean, he's not psychoanalyzing Johnny Depp based on watching Pirates of the Caribbean. So that's not a high bar, but I do think he cleared that pretty comfortably. He did kind of look like him a little bit, though, I guess I could see. Jason McClellan, Gilman is creating reasonable doubt. How much snow would John O'Keefe have under his body? Just enough to track a cat. Yeah. I know. It seems like such an odd choice by the Commonwealth to present this. I literally just said, if you got bad evidence as a prosecutor, your duty is different. You shouldn't be like trying to cherry pick the case to present to the jury. You really should present it all and let them sort it out. And if there's bad facts, explain them. We haven't heard any explanation from Brennan about this particularly bad fact. Is he just going to point to, well, Carrie said that it was bare ground and Jen said it was bare ground, or whoever, said it was bare ground? We can see with our eyeballs what the condition was, and it clearly was not bare ground. But maybe that's his only plan. Ipsy Dixit, man, go with what they say, not with what your eyes show you. But I see it this way too. I mean, I don't see that witness helped the Commonwealth at all. When all he told us that they care about is the ground was probably frozen and hard, and he's already gotten other non-expert people to say that the ground was frozen. So the right flux, unanswered, prove KR had not just hit him. No, the unanswered calls. It seems unlikely to me, doesn't it? If you had just hit him, why would you start blowing up his phone? Oh, well, you're trying to create an alibi. Well, then wouldn't you leave a different kind of message on the phone? Wouldn't you not blow up the phone? You just go straight home, pretend like nothing had ever happened. But you're in such a rage you can't control it, so you leave all these voice messages with the guy you just hit. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it, because you would see that lack of control, that dysfunction in other areas. But for this relationship, Karen seems to be pretty highly functional. She doesn't have a criminal record. She's a professional, kept her job. She doesn't reflect uncontrolled rage issues. That's not the kind of thing that just happens out of nowhere. If you got an anger problem, it's probably been brewing for a while. Chronic issue that you probably deal with. So, I mean, do they prove it? No, they don't directly prove it, but do they create a pretty strong circumstantial inference that that's not what happened? In my opinion, yeah. Yeah, I don't see those calls being consistent with the circumstance that she just hit him with her car and drove away and left him. Josh H. So let me get this straight. Nagel testified he saw Karen Reed between 12:30 and 12:35. Commonwealth says she hit John O'Keefe at 12:31. Karen Reed was at John O'Keefe's house at 12:36. That's where we're at so far. That's where we're at so far. Now, we know from the first trial they're going to be able to advance that timeline of when Ryan Nagel was at the house. And we know they're going to do that. They're going to be able to do that because they have the texts. They have the text that Julie Nagel got on her phone from Ryan when he texted to say here. And it's at like 12:20 something, 12:23, 12:24, something like that. And that's probably going to come in through Julie Nagel because it's her text. But remember, we heard Jen had asked her for it. You know, Jen had contacted her to get a copy of that text message, and then like didn't turn it over to anybody. It was just for her use. Because they're reconstructing the timeline, but they don't need to because everybody knows what the truth is. They lived it. So we know that piece is going to, likely be advanced. But you're absolutely right that as we sit here right now, this is the situation. This is what the jury knows. So the timeline is a mess, and the Commonwealth is going to need to sort that out if they want to try to come up with a story that is going to fix the data that they have to deal with and that they're trying to claim supports their theory of the case. SM 603, the phone is still underrated, John, correct? 603, the phone is still under John. Supposedly, it should be. That's what we've been told. So, the timing of this, I'm trying to work through in my mind the timing of this because it's all things are happening at the same time. They're getting to the scene. She's on the phone with John. Phone's ringing. The phone's going to voicemail. They're getting out of the car and getting to him. It really seems like a big coincidence if they got there like just after the phone stops ringing. Otherwise, wouldn't they have heard it ringing? Wouldn't they have heard the ringing when they were getting out of the car looking for him? I mean, it sounds like by the time the voicemail comes on, they've already found him. It sounds like it. So if the phone is there, wouldn't they have heard it ringing? I don't know. But yeah, that's where it's supposed to be. That's the official story. Amy Smith, that is so traumatic for Karen. The PTSD is hard. I gave CPR to my fiance and ended up quitting my job because I would never be able to do it again. I can't imagine having to do something like that. I really can't. I can imagine that being very traumatic. Yeah. Yeah. In her situation, she's already terrified. Her fears have now been substantiated. She was worried that he was hit by a plow or something, and now she's found him, and it's her worst imagining, and it's reality. Yeah, that's going to be very traumatic. And then attempting to resuscitate him, his cold body, the blood, yeah, extremely traumatic. Brian Coker, I know this sounds crazy, but watching the last two witnesses is Brennan trying to throw the case. I do wonder this sometimes. Not that he's necessarily trying to throw the case, but if he's just like, I'm just going to put it all out there and I don't really give a shit what the jury does with it. You, Jen McCabe, you want to say what you're going to say. You want to be a witness. I'll let you. And the jury's going to think what they think. I'm not sticking my neck out to try to rehabilitate you on lying to the FBI. I'm not going to stick my neck out on trying to rehabilitate your butt dials. The jury is just going to hear the bad facts. I'm not going to try to excuse them, and they're going to make whatever they want to make out of it. I do kind of get that impression sometimes. Not that he's necessarily trying to throw the case, because I think we would have seen different behavior from him pre-trial if that's really what he was trying to do. But maybe just like he doesn't really care what result he gets. I know it is strange, but I kind of have similar thoughts. Brian Bryson, I'm shocked they didn't ask the weather dude what happens to light snow when it hits a surface at 98.6 degrees. It melts. No snow on John at 10:30. Well, I'm not sure the weatherman would be the best person to know that. They'll have medical people, probably, I would expect. Certainly the biomechanical engineer would know that. But yeah, that would have been a good. I mean, he could have, right? Doesn't matter what 98.6 degree object we're talking about. It doesn't have to be a human body. Any object, the snow would melt, right? And how long would it melt? Well, it would melt until whatever it is hitting reaches, freezing temperature. That's where I'm like, okay, the body is well above freezing. Even when they find it, the body is well above freezing, but that's internal temperature. I don't know if his skin temperature is going to be colder. So the snow is going to melt. What's the heat exchange going to be between the body and the air? To the point where the air temperature is going to control what the state of this particular water is in. Is it frozen? Is it melted? Is it liquid or solid? Once the air temperature is what's driving it, then it's going to start to freeze. This is just how I envision it kind of practically, but there's probably a more scientific way to go about it. I just don't know what it is. I do hope we hear it. But that would have been a good question, just to raise that specter. Then again, that said, do you need an expert for this? Do you need an expert for that? This is the kind of thing you can just argue to a jury. It doesn't have to be a fact and evidence. It's a common sense. Everybody knows. 98.6. If a frozen object hits it, it's going to melt. But sometimes you ask the question just to make the point, not because they need the answer. So I could see that being a good question. Nicole K, San Diego girl here. I think you said you went to college here but didn't love living here. Curious as to why. I did love San Diego. I thought it was great. It's just very expensive. I lived right over like at the corner where Point Loma turns into Ocean Beach. So I was right there at Sunset Cliffs. Loved it. Absolutely loved where I was. It's beautiful. But if you wanted to live in Ocean Beach, if you were going to buy a house in Ocean Beach, you get a little postage stamp property that's, probably less than 1,000 square feet or maybe about 1,000 square feet, tiny little shack on it, and you're paying $500,000. San Diego was very expensive. There's some aspects of California culture, particularly with the driving, that I don't love. But otherwise, I thought San Diego was great. I really enjoyed my time down there. I'd like to go back and visit. We're actually looking into maybe doing that. Petco Field, guys. Petco Field's like one of my favorite ballparks. It's such a great ballpark. Great vibe, nice outdoors. Just the way it's set up. Great ballpark. I'd like to visit there again sometime. Amelia Walsh. So Gallagher said he and Brian Albert sat in the family room having a normal conversation when a police officer was just found dead on his lawn. Yeah, sure. Hey, what do you think of this weather? Yeah, it's going to get real bad today, huh? Yeah. You ready to shovel? Yeah. You got all your groceries. You're going to be locked in. You're not going to run out of beer, are you? Oh no, we got a whole fridge full out in the garage. Oh, the garage, you say? Yeah, no, that's not how it. That's what he wants us to believe. They chit-chatted about niceties with the homeowner where the guy was found on the front lawn. And that was the extent of his conversation. That's what he wants us to believe. Bino, enjoying from Ireland. Well, thank you for joining us all the way from Ireland. Also been to Ireland one time. Would also love to go back. It was like February when I went, and it was just one of those organized tours. So we started in Dublin. We kind of went around the South Loop, through Waterford, and then over to Galway and Cliffs of Dover and stuff like that. But the Cliffs of Dover are what stand out in my mind because you couldn't see anything. It's fog, it was rainy, the fog was in. You could, speaking of visibility, probably well under a quarter mile, talking like maybe 100 feet. You couldn't see anything. So one of these great, wonders of the natural environment I didn't get to witness, but also just a whole, other parts of the country I never got to see. So hope to be able to visit you over there sometime. Infoneurs, love your commentary. Thank you. He seems like a nice guy, but weathermen can get it wrong more than 50% of the time and still get paid. Running joke in our family, went into the wrong profession. Thanks again. One of my favorite movies ever is LA Story, and the weatherman. Steve Martin plays the weatherman in LA Story, and it's part of the reasons why I love it so much, because it just it kind of, I don't know, it's just a fun take on the profession. Like, it's mocking it, but not really in a malicious way, just in a funny kind of way. Yeah, you get to be wrong like all the time, and there's no consequences because it's not like you're guaranteeing anything. It's really just a best estimate. But it is kind of crazy that here in this modern world, and all that we know or think we know about the environment, the ecosystems, the atmosphere, all this stuff, and we still have a pretty hard time getting a real consistent, real accurate prediction of the weather. Marianne Patera, how is Commonwealth allowed to play those interview clips? I thought all evidence has to come through witnesses. They're doing it while nobody is testifying. So we don't know specifically. The inference that we can make is that either the defense did not object or the defense objected and their objection was overruled. The issue with the clips having a sponsoring witness is usually to establish the foundation to admit them. And so the foundation to admit them is typically going to be to authenticate them. Here's what they're supposed to be. They are unchanged. They are unaltered. They are true and accurate versions of what they're supposed to be. And so a lot of this stuff that they're admitting, they have got certifications from the custodian of records. So for example, a lot of these interview clips, they're getting them from the producer, they're getting them from the network or whatever. I don't know what their exact source was, but whoever keeps and maintains that footage, that's who they subpoenaed and got it. And then they get a certification from that person saying, yes, these are true and accurate things that I depicted. So basically, or that I produced. So basically, all you would be doing at trial is then calling that person to kind of repeat the authentication that's already in the business record. And it's likely that the judge said, if the defense didn't already concede, it's not necessary to do that. That's an enormous hassle on those people. It's an enormous waste of time, for the Commonwealth, whatever. The authenticity is not really in question. So you can just play the clip. You don't need to have the sponsoring witness. It's kind of untidy because it's so different from the way that the rest of the evidence is presented. And that's really where I would tend to take issue with it, because it's being handled differently than everything else. It kind of stands in contrast to everything else. And then that raises the risk of, is the jury going to put undue attention on this? Are they going to pay closer attention to this because they're like, this is being treated unlike any other evidence, so it must be really important? That's kind of what I would be concerned about. Probably you could address that concern with a limiting instruction, but there hasn't been one given. Could be maybe one requested at the end of trial. I don't know. But I think it's the most likely explanation is the defense probably stipulated to it. And even if they didn't, it was likely Judge Canoni saying, we already have the certificate of authenticity from the records custodian. We don't need to call that person in to repeat that same foundation that the Commonwealth has established. So that's my guess. John Harmon, how are video clips allowed? Doesn't they have to be complete? So the defense, under the rule of completeness, is supposed to be able to get to introduce any other portions of the clip beyond what the Commonwealth is introducing that are necessary to put them in context, necessary to fairly understand what the clip, the statement is communicating. When it came to the rule of completeness, which she applied to Jen McCabe's text messages, she took a very broad interpretation, and I'll tell you what I mean. During Jen McCabe's cross-examination, they elicited the group chat. She had to explain the group chat where you guys are saying all these things like, we handed Carrie the phone, wink, wink. Yeah, I'm sure you meant your own phone, Jen, wink, wink. We handed Carrie the phone. Tell them the guy never went in the house. She's telling them everything. I love it. All those comments. Judge Bev interpreted the rule of completeness to be broad enough that on redirect, the Commonwealth was allowed to bring in completely different text messages with Carrie Roberts about how I still feel sick. I can't believe what happened. I'm just devastated. I'm going over it in my mind. To give context to the group chat, it's a pretty broad interpretation. Pretty broad interpretation. Because otherwise, those don't come in. Jen's statements to Carrie, they're hearsay. She doesn't get to admit them. They're not statements of a party opponent. They have to meet a hearsay exception. They're kind of talking about, her state of mind. You're really getting at the rule of completeness. You're saying that you gotta see these texts as well as the other ones to understand the full context of what her state of mind was at the time. So very broad interpretation in that context. And I'm hoping, but skeptical, that same energy translates into Karen's clips. When it's Karen's turn to play video clips, is she going to get a turn to play video clips? Or are we having to sort this all out ahead of time? And now, what the jury sees is the kind of combined agreement of both of them about what portion of the statement should be shown. That I'm not sure. But I would hope she's bringing the same broad interpretation energy to the rule of completeness and the statements that Karen made in the same freaking interview that she brought to Jen having completely different text conversations outside of the group chat. I'd like to see that same energy. Honey Kid, so 4 years to be an accountant, but 6 months to be a trooper. I bet he even got paid for the training. Yeah, they often do. Not sure exactly what Massachusetts method is. If it's a system where you recruit them and then send them to the academy, yeah, they get paid to go to the academy. Sometimes places will have systems where you can just go to the academy and then, graduate and then go and try to get a job somewhere. But I'm familiar with systems where you have to be sponsored to go to the academy. So if that's the case, then yeah, he's probably paid for that training also. He's on the job. KH, I would feel neither protected nor served if living in Canton. Geezo, is this a standard for law enforcement? It seems to be. They just did a whole big audit and, ultimately concluded, this CPD, they do a fine job. Yeah, sure, there are some deficiencies that they might want to sort out, but everybody has the highest standards and aspirations and the best intentions to be a good, well-functioning, well-staffed, well-equipped department. Might, give us a little bit of insight into why people are showing up at these select meetings, why these people are out protesting about this prosecution. I wouldn't feel protected or served either. No, I would be pretty outraged that with everything, the salaries you pay these guys, the amount of money that you put into law enforcement, and this is what you get, I'd be pretty upset too. I'm not like the most value-minded person. Like, I'm happy to pay more for something if it saves me convenience. If it's something unique like art, I'll pay money, good money for original art. Oh, I bought a hat. I was at the Dead show in Las Vegas. Bought a hat from one of the crafters, one of the vendors on Shakedown Street. I love it. It's this great big, puffy cap. It's got steelies on one side and it's reversible and it's tie-dyed on the other side. Freaking amazing. I'll pay for stuff like that. I'll pay, I'm not going to haggle over stuff like that. So I'm not the most like value-minded person ever. I'm not always looking for the best bargain and stuff like that. No, I'll pay for convenience. I'm happy to do that. But if I start to feel like I'm getting scammed, maybe I'm getting taken advantage of. No, now we're going to have a problem. Now I'm going to take issue with it. So I share this sentiment, and it does. It gives me some understanding of the reactions that so many folks in Canton have had that they are expressing through their political actions. Be good, be safe, be happy. Look at the actual video of the backlight of the patrol car in John's Drive. The quote, gaps in the tail light are moving. I don't belong here, did vid. I didn't notice. It does seem to me that the zoomed in photo of the screenshot, to me, that looks like that doesn't look legit. There's far too much detail for the distance and the camera that we're using and stuff like that. Like, it's just I have a hard time believing it's not going to be a lot more pixelated if all you've done is just try to blow it up from a screenshot. I blow up photos from screenshots pretty frequently to make my thumbnails, so I got a pretty good idea of how bad the quality gets, how quickly. I'm not buying that photo hasn't been retouched. Something's been done to it to process it, but I don't know. It hasn't come up. I did not notice anything like that in the video, but I'm sure we'll see it again. I can go look at it again and see if I catch anything like that. We have so many video shenanigans already. Would it surprise me? No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. Josh H., how was the shoe and taillight not found by Canton PD that morning when there was only 4-ish inches of snow on the ground, if even that much? If even that much. I know, right? How would you overlook this? It seems very difficult to believe. The taillight I can somewhat believe just because it's relatively flat. I mean, there might be some pieces that are a little bit curved, but it's relatively flat. So 4 inches is going to be, on top of it. You're not necessarily going to see indentations or things like that to let you know that it was there. But the shoe is very much not flat. The shoe is very much not flat. And so when you have a thing that's like out on the flat surface and the snow is falling and the snow is accumulating and you get 4 inches of accumulation, guess what? That thing is raising the snow level 4 inches above the rest of the snow. So you're going to see something is there. I'm just having a hard time seeing how you didn't find this shoe. Kyle Byers, the leaf blower was so terrific defense. Well, the audit concluded it was innovative, creative, revolutionary. Leaf blower was fantastic. We're fine with the leaf blower being fantastic, right? Karen Reed's fine with the leaf blower being fantastic. Yeah, it was. It was great because it took it all the way down to the bare ground. It worked fantastic. And guess what? There's no tail light there. It worked great at revealing the absence of tail light on the bare lawn at 8:30 that morning. Yeah, it was terrific. Josh H., I'm calling BS, found all of this in 45 minutes. That's one of the reasons why I would have liked, I mean, if it's all in one area, okay, maybe. It sounds like it's the same person finding it all. Maybe the same two people, right? If there's only a foot apart and you guys are shoulder to shoulder. It's all in the same area, should be, in our line, pretty much the same person that's finding it all. But I would have liked a little bit more, like the drawing or something like that, to just help us visualize, okay, where exactly did you search? Where did you start? This is the direction that you went. Where did you end it? I'd like to see how much ground they covered. How much square footage did you cover with your 7 people in 45 minutes? Because that's going to help me evaluate how you searched it. How careful were you when you searched it? You're trying to tell me you went inch by inch by all these layers of snow. But if you went many, many feet, I find that hard to believe you did that in 45 minutes. So it's unfortunate we didn't get a better, I guess, visual of that. But not finding the shoe is at earlier that morning is probably enough. Haven, congrats on your career up to this point, because I'm about to destroy it, Alessi, to the meteorologist. No, man, Alessi is the most dangerous. He's the most dangerous because he will cut your throat with a smile on your face, and he will convince you that you actually reached that conclusion, that it comes from you. Your data, he's going to nerd on the same kind of level as you can, and you're going to bond together over your nerding, and he is going to walk you right down the path of your own facts and your own information and your own nerddom to exactly where he wants you to be, and you're not even going to realize. You might suspect you're a little frozen rabbit. I just kind of have a sense that there's a predator nearby. I can't see it, I can't smell it, I can't hear it, but something in me, it's making me nervous. You might suspect it, but nope, he's springing the trap the whole time. He makes the expert his own. He doesn't need to destroy his career. I'll take what you have and I'll turn it to my advantage. That's dangerous. That's good lawyering. It's very fun. Very fun when you're able to do that. Kyle Byers, catching Tully lying at 6 p.m. was huge. So Tully lied at 6 p.m. about the car not being available. And he would have already known. I don't know. How many lies are we going to catch? Are we going to catch Tully in before this is all said and done? Maybe we need an over-under. Somebody set the over-under on Tully lies before everything is said and done. Sandy B, he smiled at Brennan when he admitted he was satisfied. LOL. I think he doesn't like Brennan. Maybe he doesn't like Brennan, or maybe he's just sheepish, embarrassed. It is what it is. Yeah, satisfied. Sorry. He did in fact say very satisfied, and then he went back to droopy. Unfortunately, sir, you did in fact say that, and we will be able to prove it to you. Such good improvement in Alan Jackson's impeachment technique. I'm so happy to see him continuing to do that and give that clear distinction between, and then we see, well, you have a great recollection. I didn't even need to impeach you. You have a great recollection. So now when you weren't sure, you don't remember if you used that exact word, well, maybe I can just refresh you. And he knows he's caught. He's not Jen McCabe going to be like, well, that's what the paper says. So he was trapped and he knew it. And, sheepish. That's kind of how I got it, how I read it. A cool breeze. I respect old Gilman and his great career, but the Commonwealth did him dirty applying his expertise to a hyper-localized event on Fairview. Yeah, I mean, he was willing to be the useful idiot for that purpose. I suppose that could have been drawn out a little bit more on cross. You know, isn't it true that this is general and you can't actually say what the conditions were at 34 Fairview at the time? You can just make an estimate based on the surrounding areas, but you don't know how the wind would have affected it, you know, et cetera, et cetera. He could have done that. That would be a more conventional cross exam, challenging the expert rather than we'll accept it. And in fact, we'll take it even further because at this time, we'll just count what the snow would have been. We'll do the math. We'll walk through it nice and slow so we got a good idea. We'll just accept your premises and we'll go ahead and work with those for purposes of making our case. Just a different strategy. But it doesn't, yeah, if the jury cares about stuff like that, I don't think they're going to be real impressed. Andrea McBurnett. Andrea, can defense point out that the evidence is on top of the snow? Absolutely they can. Absolutely they can. That's a closing argument type of thing to do. Point out that seems to be on top of the snow, doesn't it? But then Brennan kind of got to it on redirect anyway. You know, he shows them the different photos and the ones are clearly on top of the snow. And then you finally get to the one that's down at ground level. And he's like, and that one's at ground level. Yeah. Unlike the other ones you just showed us. Yes, this one is. Like he called our attention to it. We didn't even have to. I don't know how much of this is unfamiliarity with the evidence. I don't know how much of this is him not caring what the outcome is going to be. I don't know how much of this is he's throwing the case. I really don't, but it's just bizarre. It's just bizarre. Why would you not recognize that that's not helpful for you to be flashing to the jury? Here's pieces of taillight on top of a bunch of compacted snow. There's other photos too. Lally put in, I don't have my notes on it right in front of me right now. Lally put in something like 25 photos with Tully. I mean, a lot of photos. So there's probably even other ones that might even be better. That evidence is still all out there. Maybe I'll go through some of that. Have it ready for tomorrow. We'll see. Josh H, didn't he say they knocked down the snowplow berm? Well, he said that's where he marked it. He marked the line by like digging out the snow at the berm for where they were going to start and where they were going to end. That was his grid. So not the nice, literal square string pieces, a literal grid, not that. But he shoveled out chunks of the berm to be able to establish their start point and their end point. That's what I understood him to say. If I got that wrong, do set me straight. But that's how I understood it. Pro Gamer gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much for that. Thank you on behalf of everybody who got one of those. Very, very cool. Bird, popping in between my therapy clients to catch up on snow and Canton shenanigans. Appreciate your A+ coverage. Well, I really appreciate you making the time for us. I'm glad that you find this a decompressing way to spend your time. You got some time to relax, get your mind on something else, and you want that to be here on this channel. That means a lot. So thanks for being here with us, Bird. Kyle Byers, can you remind us of the gap in time before the Sallyport arrival and the grid search? How long was it? I believe it was somewhere in the ballpark of 5:36. Is the date as the time that they have. I think that's from the Sallyport video. I don't know if they have another source of information. Again, the tow truck driver might. We haven't heard from him before, though, so he might have another source of information. As far as we know right now, I believe it's in the ballpark of 5:36. And I think that comes from the timestamp on the video there at the Canton Police Department. So according to Tully or to O'Hara, this time the search, they didn't wait for everybody to get there to start the search. Pretty sure that's what he testified to last time, but I couldn't find it in my notes, so I can't say 100%. They waited for everybody to get there, so the search would have started about 5:40, 5:45. So they had it at the last trial timed so that their There wasn't overlap. Now the search started at 5:25 because they didn't wait for everybody to get there. They just started with the people that they had, and then the stragglers showed up and joined in, which doesn't sound very grid-like, by the way. It doesn't sound very shoulder to shoulder consistent. You just add two more columns on. Like how exactly is this working? I don't know. So now, according to Tully, the search has started before the SUV has ever ended up inside the Sally port. So don't know if we're going to hear more about that potential discrepancy with the last trial, or if I'm literally just making that up in my head. I don't think I am, but I couldn't find it in my notes, so I can't say for sure. T. Shaw, really hard to believe an arm broke the taillight. Really, really hard to believe it broke a diffuser. It broke like many levels of taillight. Right? Many levels, layers of plastic in the taillight. Hard to believe it broke all that and itself is unbruised. Isn't it? Isn't that pretty hard to believe? I'm honestly not looking forward to Judd Welcher because I'm just afraid it's going to be so ridiculous. So ridiculous that it's going to be excruciating. We'll see. We'll see. Emotional Lemonade is a YouTube member. Well, welcome. You sound delicious. Thanks for joining us. Jesse Golightly. Based on Karen Reed's words and Jen and Carrie's testimony, it's easy to conceptualize this as manipulative dudes leveraging J and K's internalized misogyny to ensure Karen takes the fall for their actions. Yuck. I mean, I see it as opportunistic, she's out there saying, could I have hit him? Is this me? Is he dead? She's holding out that possibility. They've thrown him out there, or they found him. They found John, approximately where Karen had last been parked. So I think that this was largely opportunistic. It was just one possible way to get out of looking any deeper. And then, this is where police will go and look for stuff to try to corroborate what they want to find, and then, don't go any further. And when police get in your phone, they can find stuff, they can find stuff to support a lot of narratives. Remember in the Richard Allen trial, if you followed that one with us, they entered his Google search history, and it was such nefarious things as like searching for horror movies around Halloween. Googling about the murders after they had happened and were public. And just trying to present that kind of thing as nefarious. So I have absolutely no doubt that they can try to present like a text chain, a text relationship as something far worse than it really is. We already saw John and Karen's text. We saw how they communicated. Internalized misogyny. I'm not sure that that's really the explanation that I see jumping out from it. But just they had a bad relationship. She was willing to believe it. She was willing to entertain the possibility it could have happened. And she's in a hysterical state. That was an opportunity, and that's all they needed. They just needed then to be able to come up with enough to be able to stop asking any more questions. Say, okay, we're done. Yeah, we didn't even hear the worst of the whole misogyny stuff, the babysitter with benefits, the randoms that John would bring back to the house. None of that. Mike, all roads lead to Proctor. Geolocations, ring video, tail light, false reports, hiding the plow driver, etc. He made sure all key evidence flowed through him. Yeah, he was the lead. He was the lead investigator. It would all flow through him. He was at the center of all of it. And so he had control over what got preserved, how it got preserved, what even was looked for. All of that went through Proctor. And Proctor's the one saying none of this shit's going to come back on the homeowner because he's a Boston cop too. We're going to pin it on the girl. Jay Coop, what do you think of judge ruling not allowing Sandra Birchmore case into this? This judge just isn't fair. I think to the extent that there are facts from the Sandra Birchmore case concerning the investigation and perhaps a tendency to overlook things or interpret things in a way that is favorable to a law enforcement suspect, I think that that should be fair game because it goes to bias. And you have almost unlimited ability to impeach witnesses for bias. I wrote a little bit about this on my Substack a while back. Evidence that's not otherwise admissible, you can often get it in as proof of bias. And so, if cops have a little habit of overlooking 30,000 text messages when a police officer is involved, when cops have a habit of ignoring video evidence that shows a police officer being the guy leaving the scene, if the medical examiner missing indications that this was a homicide and not a suicide when a law enforcement suspect is involved, kind of raises some questions about whether there's a culture around here, given the overlap between the investigators, that tends to skew the way the investigation goes. So yeah, I don't think it's appropriate to have it all completely off limits. Now, no, they don't get to go into great detail. They don't get to litigate the Sandra Birchmore case here. But to the extent that there's stuff known and that's documented about what these same investigators did and how it turned out that they were mistaken or they overlooked it or whatever, yeah, that should be fair game. That should be fair game because it tends to suggest, raise the inference, permissible inference that it wasn't an accident. It wasn't even incompetence. It's because it was a law enforcement suspect. And we got the lead investigator here saying in writing, no, we're not going to give him any shit. He's a Boston cop too. I think that should be a fair game. So no, I don't agree with that decision at all. Amelia Walsh, 32 took photos of the scene after the cops were there. I have seen, I think Dee Dee maybe has those photos or somebody on Twitter has these photos. They're looking back at 34 Fairview from 32 Fairview. And it's like lots of red lights. It's when emergency vehicles and stuff are still there. But I think John is gone at this point. So I have seen those photos. Yeah, not everybody was asleep, slept through it. I don't know that they came outside. It kind of looks like it's taken from an upper window, but people are paying attention outside. American Dreamer, sent you photo on X from GPS testimony last trial, accurate to 16 feet, meant to deceive. I do remember that from my notes. He's suggesting, yes, we GPS marked everything, but we've already heard about the problems with the GPS accuracy and maybe this area has got some problems and it shrinks in and out and all that. Yeah, best case scenario, it's not going to be that accurate anyway. So good point. I did remember that. That came up in the last trial, 16-foot accuracy for pieces of taillight that were clustered in approximately a 1 square foot area. John Beatty bought that NWS formula says 30 minutes outside equals frostbite. You do math in your head quicker than I do then because I couldn't figure it out that quickly, but that's the formula. That's the formula for wind chill. So, you math guys, do the math. Do the math. Let me know. Fill me in. I would love to know. I believe it. Shards of words. Hot snow falls up. I don't know. Is this the thunder snow? Thunder snow. Ho. Yeah, something like that. Josh H. Day 10 of trial. Still no evidence of an accident. Well, at least we're starting to get taillight pieces. I mean, that's as close as I think they're going to get to proving an accident is finding some taillight pieces. It's going to be a little bit of a problem as far as reconciling that with the rest of the evidence, but they're at least now dipping their toes in the water of maybe we'll start to approach the topic of the car hitting the body and what that would mean. The rural juror, your mom jokes are the peak of comedy. Don't change. I'm just on a roll with them today. You know, sometimes you have a your mom kind of day. I don't know. The peak of comedy. It's very lowbrow. It's not. I have much more sophisticated humor than that, except on the days that I don't. I won't shut up a good your mom at an opportune time. Just for you, the rural juror. Thank you for that. Priya Rose, can they ask for hearing and file reconsider expert? Yes, we've talked about this a couple times, so it'll probably be time stamped by CH at some point. But we have discussed that. I think it's likely that they will. What they have to do is they have to address the basis for her decision to exclude them, which was this is ordinary knowledge of the jurors, and you can achieve most of what you want through cross-examination. So they got to make that effort, make the record of what they can do, given those, opportunities, I guess, that she's identified. And then if they are not adequate, they can go and make their record. Here's what we're not able to do without presenting an expert. So I would hope and expect that they would do that, but we shall see. Whatever clever, if I was on the jury, I'd want a law enforcement expert to explain what are the standard procedures for dealing with unstable crime scenes due to acts of nature. This is Massachusetts. Snow is not unforeseeable. Crime doesn't just stop in the winter. Of course you've anticipated this. Of course you've anticipated this. How could you not have? This is half of the year for you. I think this is a great question. Is there a blizzard exception to evidence collection and processing? These guys kind of seem to be suggesting there is. And we do things differently because, well, I know the guy across the street because the snow was falling. It was going to get worse. We couldn't wait the 15 minutes when there's like barely any snow at this point for Lank to go to the police department and get the evidence collection kits. Couldn't do that. Did have time to run across the street to get the solo cups. Yeah, I mean, I think a policy like this would be very helpful just to spell out. The rules don't change as far as what preserves the integrity of evidence and what doesn't just because there's a blizzard. You don't just abandon the scene and leave it unsecured because of the snow. You don't do that. You post a guy out there. If you haven't crime taped it off, which you probably should, you post a guy out there in his car. He sits there in his car with the heat running. He plays Candy Crush, and he makes sure nobody enters that crime scene. That's all you got to do. Just have somebody stationed there. And they couldn't even do that. So yeah, I think that would be helpful and something that they would want because they'd be guessing. You know, seems like they should do this or that or the other, but they don't know without somebody telling them specifically that, like, yes, that is a reasonable expectation. That's the kind of thing law enforcement is supposed to do. Oh no, boo-boo. Gallagher would have access to the call card started by dispatch. Victim witness info would have already have been added. I'm a dispatcher. So that's how he ended up at One Meadows. That is good to know. I don't really know how the dispatch logs like get created in real time. I see them after the fact. You know, I'll get the CAD log. And the CAD log, yeah, has all the information, the address, the time, the report. which unit was communicating with which unit and things like that. Helps you timestamp what point different activities are happening during the investigation. So I see all that after the fact, but I don't necessarily know like what goes into it in real time processing that. So I mean, eventually they didn't have John O'Keefe's information initially. Right? When the 911 call came in, she didn't tell them he's John O'Keefe, lives at 1 Meadows Ave. They found that out through some other source. And I don't know what it is. It could have been that, Jen McCabe and Karen Reed are sitting there at the scene talking to Officer Seraph, and Officer Seraph is communicating back. They're just chatting about it on the radio. They're sharing the information, and the dispatcher is updating as that information is coming in. Makes sense. Makes sense to me. So yeah, I think that's a viable explanation. I buy it. It's just the record had been updated by then. He'd already seen it. Feral AF. Yes, there's blurry blobs in the video when she's pulling out also after she hit John's car. Can the defense bring up no metadata? I don't know if they can or not. I mean, I don't see why not. It hasn't been excluded. We haven't seen a motion in limine saying, no, you can't talk about that. I can't think of a good reason why they wouldn't be able to talk about it anyway. Goes to the weight that the evidence should be given. If you can't verify, is this the original? Or is it a copy? Has it been modified in any way? If you can't verify that through the metadata, I don't see why they couldn't bring that up. It seems perfectly valid to me. Demon 20 AB. I don't watch 100%. Kind of hard to stomach some of it, but I appreciate that you don't continuously interrupt. I appreciate your commentary and analysis, but most of all, I appreciate your legal acumen. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Demon. Very nice thing for you to say. I like doing the live watch. It's just that's my style. We watch it together. We take it in together. Gives us all a little bit of time to process and think about what we're seeing, and then talk about what we've seen. Just when there's an opportunity, when there's a break, when things are quiet in the courtroom. I like to think that just because I've done trials, I kind of have a sense of the pace of how they go and where the slow times are and things like that. So I can just save up my comments for then. There's plenty of it. There's plenty of downtime in a trial. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Angel Wintrode, so sorry, but please remind me why Brennan gets to play KR clips randomly with no context like commercials. Doesn't someone have to testify to admit? He's got his certificates of authenticity. He's got the authentication of the documents established through the custodian of the records. And so that's really the issue that you're addressing when you call a witness to sponsor it. You have to lay the foundation that it's a true and accurate depiction of, the thing. And so he's gotten these videos presumably from the producer or, the filmmaker, like whoever is the person who stores the network. I don't know who it is. But he's gotten it directly from the people whose footage it is. So he's gotten them to certify that it's, they haven't modified it. This is the raw footage of the interviews with Karen. It was subpoenaed and they've produced it. So there's no reason to call a witness. It's not really necessary. It's kind of superfluous. It's kind of burdensome. My suspicion is that the defense has probably just stipulated to it. But if not, and they did object to it, I would suspect that Bev has overruled it just on the grounds that the foundation is already established from these certificates that they're presenting. That's my best guess. And I did mention I do have a little bit of concern about it because, yes, it's being presented in a way that's different from all the other evidence. And so it tends to stand out. And when things tend to stand out at trial, there's a risk that they capture special focus by the jury, special attention. They may think all the other evidence comes in through a witness. This stuff is being played for us. It's being handled differently. It must be more important than everything else. So we're going to focus on it more than we're going to focus on everything else. And that's improper. That's not the way the jury's supposed to handle the evidence. And you're not supposed to be introducing it or admitting it in a way that puts undue weight on any one piece over any other piece of evidence. So I don't know if the defense has objected on those grounds. It hadn't really occurred to me until we started seeing it happen, this could be the impression the jury's getting. So if they didn't object ahead of time, I can't really blame them for that. I can't say I didn't foresee it then either. Kind of had to have seen how it played out for me to kind of get this unease. I don't like how it's so different from everything else. It's a contrast, it stands out, and then that suggests grabs your attention. I'm going to focus on that more than the other things. So that's the general answer, I think, about why they're allowed. Well, we're on track and maybe even ahead a little bit, according to Judge Bev. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know, because we're then well over halfway through the Commonwealth's case. At this point, only now starting to get the faintest hints of perhaps there was a collision, perhaps there was some kind of car accident. Still a lot through to get us there. We got a lot of taillights still to get. We got the search of the vehicle, the seizure of the vehicle, the Sally Port. Are we going to do the drink count again at the waterfall? Some of this is being driven, I think, by, we're not going to be able to talk about, or at least it's going to be a little bit tricky to talk about Karen's car in the SUV before we've dealt, or in the Sally Port, before we've dealt with Karen's car being seized from Dighton. And who did that? That was Buchanan and Proctor. And so some of how this case is being presented seems like it's maybe being driven a little bit by, when do we want to call these guys? Are we delaying calling Proctor? Are we trying to bury him in the middle? That's pretty much what Lally did, tried to bury him in the middle. But they're going to have to get there at some point. And we kind of seem to be heading in that direction. So maybe we'll get a Proctor soon. Maybe we'll get a Buchanan soon. I don't know. But we got a lot of taillights still to get through. That's Proctor. We got a car to be seized to get through. That's Proctor. We still have an autopsy and medical conclusions and a theory of the case. Hasn't really come out yet. We got the data, the car data, the key cycles. We got a lot still to get through, but they are getting closer, ever closer to being able to address the possibility that we're here to talk about a car collision and not just things Karen Reed said. Lorelei Annie, if FBI found corruption with this case, especially with ARCA findings, I assume they have no jurisdiction to stop prosecution of Karen Reed. Great coverage, thanks. You would be correct. State has independent criminal jurisdiction within the state. And the Fed is not the boss of the state. They are separate sovereigns, separate but equal. So the Fed has its own area of jurisdiction where it can prosecute. And the state has theirs. So generally speaking, the feds are not going to have jurisdiction to prosecute a simple, ordinary murder. There has to be special facts associated with the murder for it to trigger federal jurisdiction. And those are usually things like it's involving a bank robbery, it's involving an attempt to intimidate a judge, an attempt to intimidate a witness, very specific factual circumstances that it doesn't seem like they're likely to be present here. Not entirely impossible, but just, probably pretty unlikely. And so, it isn't a situation where the feds can say, no, we're going to charge somebody else with the murder of John O'Keefe, and we're going to run a, competing murder prosecution, or ours is going to trump yours or something like that. They don't have the authority to do that. The other piece of the puzzle that complicates what the federal government does when it kind of comes into conflict with what a state is doing, particularly with a criminal investigation, is this thing called the abstention doctrine. And I talked about this too on Substack, looking at the appeal, Karen Reed's appeal. Once it got up into, it's not strictly an appeal, it's a habeas petition. Once it got into federal court, because there's kind of rules for when and under what circumstances a federal court is going to take action that would tell the state court what they need to be doing, getting in their business. And so the general idea is, look, because we're separate sovereigns, we have separate interests. They're both equally valid. We're not the boss of you. You're not the boss of us. We're going to respect each other in our relative spheres, and we're not going to interfere with what you, the state government, are doing. Again, except under fairly limited circumstances. So that's a potential wrinkle to all of this as well. The federal government is generally reluctant to act in a way that's going to interfere with an ongoing state prosecution. Maybe just waiting for some resolution here. Maybe it's totally over. We don't know. We know the investigation is over. We've been told. We don't actually know that. We've been told that, but we don't have independent verification of that. So I've said before, and I will reiterate, that if you're skeptical about that, I think your skepticism is justified. But yeah, they don't have jurisdiction to come in and stop it. And under the abstention doctrine, they are supposed to not interfere with the state action, except under very limited circumstances. So, Exposed She-Wolf 777 with a super chat. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate your support. All right, guys. Well, that's our Tuesday. That's our Tuesday. That's our day 10. Overall, slightly stronger for the Commonwealth, I think, than we had what we started with. The snow stuff definitely didn't help, but we're getting into the taillight, and the taillight is the worst fact for Karen Reed, from my perspective. The taillight being found by the SERT team, the SERT search, it's really the hardest fact for her to deal with. Because, yeah, if it's there and it's under the conditions you would expect it to be in, and they find it, and they started the search before Karen's SUV is even in the Sallyport, then where did it come from? We start getting into a position where, the defense doesn't have a burden of proof, but they certainly have to raise doubts about the inference that it's there, because there was some sort of interaction with Karen's taillight there at the scene that caused it to be there. So this is by far the hardest fact of the entire case, from my perspective, for the defense to have to deal with. And I think, the snow helped him out some. I do. I think the weatherman kind of helped him out there, especially with that shoe. How do you not find that shoe when it's barely even started to snow at this point? How do you not find that shoe right up there by the curb? Just seems very difficult to believe. All of this taillight that you found is just in this one super local spot. It's not scattered all over the place where the rest of it's going to be found. That doesn't really sound like, a consistent pattern. Doesn't seem to all be down at ground level. All right, you showed us a piece that looked like it could be down at ground level, but you also showed us pieces that were not. And the problem is if they're not all at ground level, then how did they get there? And when did they get there? Because if it's at 12:30, when we just have the track a cat amount of snow, it should all be at ground level. And if it's not, then it doesn't really have any business being there. So their own photos and their own testimony, are giving the defense at least some of the tools that they need to be able to call into question. And we haven't even gotten yet to Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, who's the, person who booked all of this in, eventually later on messed up the chain of custody. We haven't even gotten to that yet. So from my perspective, this is the strongest evidence that the Commonwealth has. We're going to probably hear more of it in the coming days over the the next pieces of taillight, but that's weaker. It's the SERT search because of the timing. That's the one that really matters. And I'm still not ruling out. I'm really not ruling out, because this is the only search that really matters. If we were going to set it up, might we just sprinkle a little something out there for SERT to find, drop the shoe out there for SERT to find? And then, we call it in about 2 something, and we know it's going to take a few hours to go up the chain of command and get everybody out, and the snow's falling in the meantime. The heaviest part of the storm. Might we do something like that? I don't know. Seems like it would be possible if all of this evidence is going to move through Proctor anyway. So, possible resolution of that fact. But we could just have enough doubt with, look, this taillight doesn't belong on top of the snow any more than those blood drops belong on top of the snow. So because of that, slightly stronger day for the Commonwealth, but ultimately they kind of undermined their own strongest position with the weatherman. I just don't know why you do that. It's very bizarre. Very bizarre. I see you. I thought last lieutenant said they geo or GPS recorded the location of the taillight pieces. He did say that. The problem is what we learned from the first trial is that the accuracy of that GPS is only within a range of 16 feet. They didn't elicit that, at least not from him during this trial. They might get it once they get to the accident reconstruction guy, because they'll be able to point out this GPS information is useless for reconstruction purposes. You can't use it for anything. It's not precise enough. This is all found within a 1 foot area. And so, 16-foot discrepancy makes a massive difference. So I expect that will still come out. But yes, he did. You're not misremembering. He did say that they like GPS tagged it. So with that, guys, let's get ready for tomorrow. I think, what's worse? What's worse? I think we made it through today. The worst part of the state's case, the Commonwealth's case here with the SERT search. The photograph of the car there in the driveway, we kind of, had already seen that, but now, those two things are being put together. I don't think it's going to get worse from this. You can see, but that SERT fact, that SERT search and the timing, that's it's just been one of the most troublesome things for them to have to deal with. It's why they've had to come up with a theory of planting the taillight and how that could have happened, and potentially, led them astray in the first trial by assuming more of a burden of proof than they really needed to try to explain that. It's enough to just raise questions. And what is this taillight doing on top of a bunch of compacted snow if it's supposed to be there at 12:30 when there's no snow on the ground? That's doubt. I don't have to identify who put it out there, what they put out there, when they put it out there. Just raises some reasonable doubt that it is attributable to this incident that the Commonwealth is claiming took place, because it doesn't comport with the facts, doesn't comport with the rest of the evidence. It's out of place. Doesn't fit the timeline. So the worst day, somehow the Commonwealth managed to undermine themselves and make it a little bit less impactful than it might otherwise be. So we'll see what tomorrow brings. Maybe they'll find a way to take some of the trashier parts of the case and make it stronger. But we'll see. We'll see how that unfolds. All right, guys, a little under 9.5 hours today. Not too bad. We are also making a pretty good pace here. I'm going to go outside and check the trees again since they've, they're in a mood today. They're probably already thirsty again. But, get some sunshine, move around a little bit. I already, guys, just so you know, I feel so much better today from just taking a few times to take myself off camera and like stand up and move around. I did a couple push-ups once, just like, move a little bit. The sitting is lethal. The sitting, extended sitting, God, it's lethal. I'm not used to it. It's really wreaking havoc on me. I went to the gym on Saturday and, I've been going, I've been living my pretty normal life other than I'm sitting a lot more right now to watch this trial, but I'm still walking the dog, going out for hikes, doing my yard work, go to the gym, box, pretty active. Playing pickleball with Heidi is like our new thing. Heidi and I got super into pickleball. Jeff kicks our ass and it's the most frustrating thing ever. The most frustrating thing ever. Jeff has his tennis background and we all deeply resent it. Anyway, so, it's not like I'm not doing anything else. I'm sitting and not doing anything else. I'm like still doing activity, but I go to the gym on Saturday and like, it hurt me. God, I was so sore, so stiff. I haven't been that stiff and sore from going to the boxing gym since like the last time I missed a really, really extended period of time. I mean, I wasn't sore like that even after I came back from Chile. I'd been gone for 2 months and went back to the gym and I wasn't that sore. This sitting is really, really taking a toll on me. So it helped a lot to get up and just take a few steps, even just for a short period of time, stretch, get in a different position. So I will just invite you, if you would care to use that as a cue for you to join me when you see me go off camera, have the little light switch go. It's maybe time to stand up and move around. Feel free to yell at me in the chat. If you notice I've been sitting here too long, Andrea, might be a good idea for you to go ahead and step and stretch. I would very much appreciate it. Just the little things that help us make this a sustainable practice and one that we can all continue to enjoy and still thrive in. Not take too much out of us in spite of the long days, the early mornings over here on the Pacific time. Although I'm getting better at 8 o'clock now. My eyelids are drooping. It's never really been an early to bed person, but you get up at 4:45 in the morning enough times in a row, the adjustment will happen. So I'm on the way. But yeah, the sitting's a big thing to overcome. So we'll continue to work on that and maybe work on it together. So hopefully you'll join me in that. All right, guys, off to enjoy what's left of the afternoon. Maybe catch up on what's if anything's been reported outside that we haven't seen yet to follow up on. And otherwise, I'll be back bright and early tomorrow, guys. We'll be there for day 11. We'll check in and see what, if anything, has unfolded since I saw you here. So look forward to seeing you all back tomorrow. Take very good care of yourselves. Thank to all of you for being here. Thank you, of course, to the mods. So appreciate everything that you do. Thank you to the chat. This wouldn't be the same place or the same experience without all of you. I don't like to take credit for what goes on this channel because I'm just a piece of it. I feel like I'm kind of I don't know. I'm just more of like the initiative for it to have started this experience, but I don't even really get to participate in the chat and stuff. And that's part of the coolest thing. So just thanks to all of you for all of that and all of your contributions. Appreciate you and look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Take care, everyone.